Good evening, and thank you for joining today's episode of Pro Chef Reacts. I commend you on your bravery, as what you're about to witness is truly not for the faint of heart. But before we go on with today's episode, I do want to give a special shout out to my amazing patrons, William A. Schubert and the Asian Storm Chaser. Thank you so much for your support. And with that said, on to the reaction.
So many niece and nephew asking Uncle Roger to review the worst cooking show on YouTube. And Uncle Roger say, hi, but I review Jamie Oliver so many times already.
Shots fired.
Just kidding. This channel we're watching today is the Cooking with Nephew Jack show.
Actually, every now and then I'll go make a post on YouTube or on Patreon asking, what do you want me to react to next? You guys have actually brought up this channel before. Admittedly, I checked it out for like 30 seconds and was like, not really interested. Yet Uncle Roger does it, so here I am.
I think this leg gonna come down from chair soon.
That's right, another video geeked on coffee. Look, it's my Disneyland cup too. Good old goof. Oh, hey. By the way, did that sponsor check from Disney ever arrive? No?
What?
They haven't sent their check yet?
The only way Disney will pay this guy is for him
Lots
to
of
stay
boomer
away
energy
from
here.
Disneyland.
I'm not making fun of him for being a boomer, because the staff at my restaurant call me a boomer. I guess I got that boomer energy.
I think even ISIS hostage video got
Country
better content.
crock,
For those hot summer
canned
nights,
garlic.
everybody's starting to complain about the temperature.
I'm not liking where this is going. Ketchup, is that mayo back there?
Now, so we're going to teach you.
Is that pickles back there? All right, maybe he's gonna make some kind of relish with some garlic and butter. I don't know.
That you can prepare the night before. It's cold. Everybody loves it. It's delicious.
Oh, is he so he's not making a salad like a green salad. He's probably gonna make something like a tuna salad or a macaroni salad of some sort.
If it's really hot outside, you can have nice cold salad with cold tomato, cucumber, and what?
Yeah,
Hot
he's
and bean
making more
for your
macaroni salad with
and
canned
it comes from
beans?
pan? I thought you said hot summer day you want something cool and fresh, pork and bean.
I love making salads, actually. I really do. I think salads are nice. I gotta be honest, I'm not a huge fan of things like macaroni salad and those pre-made coleslaws and stuff. Not to sound vain, unless I make it. Okay, the point I'm making is those types of salads that have just a ton of mayo in it just gross me out. Even though I love mayo, those particular styles of salads I'm just not a fan of, especially the pre-made ones you buy at the supermarket. No, not for me. I'll still eat it. If it's at a barbecue, I'll still eat it, but...
Food.
One is your macaroni salad.
And why are you using bathroom towel for kitchen?
So let's start with bean salad first. Okay, so here's the tip.
The color of his walls.
You notice here on the can, I have cut it, and it's sinking in a little bit.
No, don't do that.
Don't open the can all the way so it sinks in. The top is super dirty. I highly doubt you wiped it off. You're getting that into your food. Ugh. You know how long some of these cans sit on the shelves and in the boxes in the factory, so on and so forth.
I've gotten rid of the lid now. I drained all the juice.
You didn't have to show us the
And
lid.
then you can see right here, look at that. There's that bad boy. You know what that is? That is the fat from pork and beans. This is somehow going to add flavor. I have no idea, but here we go. Ready? Launch. Gone.
Don't just throw random shit everywhere.
He has a slap chop
Trash
back
can,
there.
is it?
Dump in the bowl.
Wait. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a slap chop.
I'm putting a large onion.
I don't mind canned beans every once in a blue moon, but
And for salad, okay.
macaroni salad, you're just
I'm going to
making
say
it worse
1/4
with
of
those
it. So
canned
let's
beans.
get rid of the rest.
Oh, he's
What
using
is
it.
that thing? What is
slap chop?
There you go.
Oh,
That looks pretty good.
Oh, he's also using one of those super thin plastic cutting boards. I'm not a fan of those either. You can still execute a dish just fine using a slap chop and a cutting board, but not setting a good precedent with the bathroom tiles and green walls.
you got 20 knives sitting back there, but you're still chopping
He's
onion
also
with
using
this.
a paring knife or a steak knife to cut all
Flashlight?
of his stuff, which very inefficient.
Just take those onions, put them right in there in the mix. I do heaping tablespoons.
No, heaping what? No, million.
2 heaping tablespoons. and you're gonna mix it in. You're gonna
Mayonnaise
Oh
in
my
your
God.
salad.
look at that.
Oh my
Salad.
God.
Very thick consistency.
That not bean
What is that?
That not bean salad. No, that diarrhea.
It's not bean salad. What?
What is this? It's so gross. This just mayonnaise and canned bean. What in the American? You say you want this for summer. Can you imagine? You're having picnic on hot summer day and then someone break out the mayonnaise and bean salad.
That's
Uncle
bad.
Roger gonna
That's
kill
really
myself.
bad.
Fuck your
I'm sorry,
picnic.
Jack. Like,
It will even thicken more in the refrigerator. So
why? Just you're letting the disappointment sit in your fridge now to infect it.
This salad, not Lizzo.
mayonnaise, and then you're gonna put in 2 cups
Vinegar. Just pour straight in
of
there.
vinegar. Don't worry if you spill over a little bit.
No.
Careful.
Okay, all right. Oh man, I understand what he's going for. His execution here is pretty bad. Doctor said I have very high blood pressure right now. I need to, despite losing weight. He was like, oh, it's not very often I see people lose weight and their blood pressure goes up higher. If he made some fresh beans, took, dried beans, soaked it overnight, cooked it the next day, maybe some bay leaf and garlic and black peppercorn and a myriad of things. You cooked it, then you mixed it with some dry spices, fresh garlic, some fresh chopped onion, a touch of vinegar, maybe some minced up pork. That would be a wonderful bean salad, and you don't need any mayo. That would be outstanding. This is just an atrocity. I'm sorry. That looks like vomit. Yeah, that's
You
not
want to
going to
make
be
salad
pleasant.
dressing. You make salad dressing separately, then pour on your salad. Don't just mix all the shit in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Texture of canned beans, that smoky aroma, and then you're adding vinegar to it. And it is very common to have barbecue pork, like a Carolina style, very vinegary barbecued pork with a side of baked beans and stuff. That's common, but putting the vinegar straight in there is kind of gross.
That's gonna put a little tang in there. Okay, and you're gonna mix.
I think by tang, he mean diarrhea.
And you're gonna throw that in the refrigerator, and it's gonna be great. This is something you can make the night before, and just pull it out the day of.
No. After seeing your cooking, I think the only thing you should pull out is your dad from your mom, so they don't give birth to you and make this shit.
Oh
Niece
my
and nephew,
God.
you really want Uncle Roger to suffer? Asking me to review this concentration camp food. Uncle Roger have a feeling that not even the worst video he make. Holy shit, this guy got 1,700 video. My God, his latest video 13 hours ago. Holy shit, who giving him the confidence to keep making video? Let's see if there anything worse. Garbage stew.
Oh
Niece and nephew
no.
better smack like butter now. Uncle Roger
What is this
torturing
garbage
myself for you.
stew? Oh, we're watching another one in the same video.
At least the intro slightly improved.
Okay, so this is another spur.
Kitchen's a lot nicer.
All left over from other videos. I pulled it all out. So
right.
we got these sweet potatoes,
Sweet potato,
turkey, smoked
turkey,
some leftover bacon. That's on its way.
leftover bacon,
The injected sirloin, the smoked
Oh.
sirloin's in here. I'll show you all that.
sirloin steak,
When I did the smoked sirloin,
hot
I put
dog.
dogs on there. I got an onion.
Oh,
It's like ready to start oozing crap.
oozing.
I'm serious.
Listen, I totally respect someone who does this, goes through their fridge and sees what meal that they can put together. If it's anything like that bean salad, this is going to be rough. I can tell you already what I would do just looking at this. He's got onion, he's got celery. I would probably chop that up. If I had carrot, I would put that in there. That's called mirepoix. Sweat it out, get it fragrant, aromatic, and then put in the protein. There's a bunch of canned stuff over there. I'm sure some of it can go into that soup. Put some beef stock in there, let it stew a little. Then towards the last 40 minutes or so, I would put in the sweet potato and finish it off with the squeeze of lemon. And I would say you'd have a pretty decent stew over there. But again, I just saw that abomination of a bean salad, so I'm a little worried.
None of this look fresh. Usually when people make cooking video, they use freshest ingredient, some farm to table. This guy not farm to table. He trash can to table.
But I got to use it all. So I don't want to waste any food.
I respect that. You don't want to waste any food. And, you know, these videos aren't nearly as popular as making something that's super polished, so I can respect that.
I get it. Wasting food bad for environment. So you use all the food to save the planet.
There's good stuff there, though. There's turkey, there's hot dog, there's bacon, you know. You could, you know, start the stew with the turkey, the bacon. I think he mentioned sirloin. I would get the bacon crispy and finish it on top of that stew at the very end.
No good. There's stuff oozing out of it. I don't want to ruin the dish.
All
Or make my...
You don't want to ruin the
You
dish.
have some integrity there.
Name your dish garbage stew.
Too much garbage for the garbage stew.
Cut up all the hot dogs. I don't know how I want the
Hot dog in stew?
Although I was saying you can crisp up the bacon, put it at the end. It's very common for a lot of stews to use some kind of like smoked ham hock for a smoky flavor, and they put it in at the beginning. So yeah, you could also put the bacon in at the beginning. But for my money, being that there's already so much protein over here, I would get it crispy and put it at the end.
Weird ingredient.
It's like kind of like this.
Have you ever had hot dog stew? I know beef stew, chicken stew.
There's a lot of hot dog stew. I mean, one of my favorite stews is kimchi stew with hot dogs, baby. Hot dogs and Spam. It don't get more trashy than that. Whenever my mom would make kimchi jjigae, and I would always be like, can you put some hot dogs and Spam in there, please? You haven't lived. You haven't lived, Uncle Roger.
Turkey and stew, okay.
Pulling the meat off the...
Yeah, very common after Thanksgiving. I would make a stew. I'd take the leftover turkey parts and, you know, the bone, save the carcass, and make a nice stew out of it and chop up the meat.
So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take this lime. So you take your hand and roll it.
Lime, sweet potato, garlic. You're just throwing random shit in pot now. The Rachel Ray way.
All that stuff works
you can
together.
just do
It's
this,
just
cut 'em
the
smaller.
technique and the placement of the ingredients.
Chopping so awkward.
Yeah, he
small
has
pieces.
very poor knife
No, don't-
technique. So you can see he's holding the blade, the handle, rather than putting the finger on the side of the blade. That the finger on the side of the blade is for more control of the knife, rather than cutting. He's pushing into the product. So that's another thing about knife technique I always observe about new people that are coming in to try out, is I'll observe their knife skills, and if they're pushing into the product, you know, something like a sweet potato is very forgiving, but something very delicate like mint, or basically like if you need very thinly sliced herbs, you know, where you need really good knife skills, a very sharp knife, pushing it is just going to bruise the product. Tomatoes is another one. You don't want to push into a tomato. You're just going to crush it and make a mess.
Your finger out like that. You're
Yeah,
gonna cut
that's
yourself?
another
Like
bad technique there. Yeah,
Oh, okay,
he
that
needs to
better,
be
that
doing the
better.
tiger claw. And also his knife technique, you can see how uneven his cuts are. You know,
No,
the
don't put your
size
finger
are
out like that. You're gonna
so
cut
big
yourself.
pieces here.
Like that.
It gets towards the end.
Oh, okay, that better, that better.
Yeah, you see, very inconsistent cuts, and you know that's important if you're making a stew, because now your smaller pieces are going to cook a lot, you know, be overcooked, while your bigger pieces may still be a little raw in the middle.
If he cut himself, the blood actually make it taste better.
My crock pot was not big enough for all my leftover garbage in my fridge. So I now have to go with my mom's old sauce pot. I love you, Mom. Thanks for leaving this to me.
If that's the only thing your mom leave you, you know you're not the favorite child in family.
That's a very thin gauge metal pot. Not the greatest. It'll be fine for making a stew, but a pot that thin, I mean, there are plenty of people with pots just like that one, but the reason why very good cookware is generally of a heavier gauge is that it transfers heat more evenly, more efficiently. It also retains heat a lot better. Like I said, these types of cooking vessels are totally fine, but just wanted to point out it is a very thin grade of metal.
And the meat, it's all cut up.
Okay, I would have done the onion, carrot. Well, he's not using the. I would have done the garlic and celery first. Got it, cut it very fine, pretty much minced, and get it aromatic, and then put in that stuff.
And
Weird combination.
next, the fresh vegetables.
Wait, vegetable, go in already.
He's putting in the
No,
sweet potato now.
no.
It's too soon.
When you're
too
making
soon.
Western food, this kind of vegetable, the carrot, the celery, the onion, they form the base of your dish. It's called mirepoix. But you
Yes.
can't
Yeah.
just put vegetable
Nice.
in raw like
Awesome.
this. You have to
Very
saute
accurate.
them first,
Yeah.
caramelize them a little bit, bring the sweetness out for better flavor.
Yeah.
Don't just whack it in there like this.
1000%. So as I mentioned, if I had a mirepoix, I would cut it small. I would at the beginning. It's the base of the flavor. But the sweet potato, and I would even mix some plain potato, maybe some parsnips. I love parsnips. I would put that in at the last half an hour to 40 minutes of cooking so that it doesn't get overcooked and disintegrate. And you still have a little bit of chew, but it's still cooked through.
Mirepoix is Western cooking basic. You
Yes.
also don't know.
Green beans.
Now,
Corn.
oh,
Uncle Roger
They're
expect.
not hot, by the way.
It called garbage stew.
Ortega chilies.
I think I'm setting my standard too high.
I should cut those up.
Uncle Roger always say, cook with feeling. But his feeling all wrong.
Jalapenos.
holy sh!
Seasoning.
Oh my God!
A beer.
Oh my God!
The beer.
Oh my God! What, dude? There was so much opportunity here. You're literally just throwing everything in at the same time. I would have sauteed the garlic and the celery, cut it small, sauteed it, get it fragrant, aromatic, put in my protein, cook that together, then deglaze with the beer, let that reduce, concentrate the flavors. You've concentrated the flavors of the carrot, celery. I guess you could have put the red bell pepper together with the oh God, I can barely speak, with the garlic and the celery. Maybe not. No. You put that at the end, cut it very small, use it for garnish, along with the green beans and the jalapenos. I would put that towards the end. It's already cooked. It's already canned. It's already soft. Now it's going to be complete mush. I would put it at the end to maintain some of its texture. And also, it's those green beans, you could see the color of those jalapenos. The colors, that brilliant green color's already gone, but it's going to be brown by the end of this stew.
Doesn't this look like it might fit in my crock pot?
And he put in cream corn in there. Oh, you could just eat the cream corn by itself. Cream corn is delicious. You could have cooked it in
now
that
you're
pot,
ruining
dude.
2 pots instead
Loaves,
of 1.
brought it to a boil and then
4 hours on high or 8 on
hours,
low. I'm going to
Jesus
do
Christ.
4 hours on high.
Put it in for like 24 hours. Just burn the whole thing down. Uncle Roger don't care anymore.
Okay, when you have about 15 minutes left, I want you to take the lid off. You ready to take a peek?
No.
Take a peek. There it is.
No. Oh,
Oh, it's beautiful.
What? Did he just say that's beautiful?
beautiful. Everything looks so uncooked still. Look at the hot dog just floating in there next to the clump of meat. Oh my God. This is food kidnapper feed to victim. Instead of garbage stew, Nephew Jack, you should call this fritzel soup.
I don't know who that is, but
And then once you pulled it all out, you can either snap a picture of it and then send it to me on Facebook on the show page.
Please, don't give him more fan engagement. Please.
even he's struggling.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Cajun flavor
You like this?
and jalapenos.
Oh yeah, he had that Cajun spice. I totally would have put that in the beginning with the celery and the carrot and the garlic. Put in the dry spice, really concentrate that flavor, protein, and then deglaze with the beer. I think it would have been half decent. And then you put that over some rice. Wouldn't get me a Michelin star, but would feed people. I understand I'm being extremely entitled and complaining about serious first world problems. Watching this dude create this garbage soup when there are people out there starving. But yeah, I'm a professional chef. You guys watch me to react and tell you my reaction based on a professional standpoint. And I'm sorry, that I can barely talk. This is so bad I can barely talk. Okay.
So I'm going to eat this for dinner with my family.
Oh
Dinner
God,
with
your poor family.
No, who your family? Pack of stray dog. This look like food for the Wars people. Like when Auntie had to leave.
Oh God. Speaking of family, if you've been enjoying this content and want to support me further, because I think I need it now, visit the link in the description below and please consider becoming a patron. I don't know, I'm trying to find a way to positively spin this.
I think Nephew Jack is the guy version of K cooking. Uncle Roger hope I don't meet this guy in real
K's
life. He
pretty
even
bad.
making all
That's
white people
still the worst
ancestors
I've seen.
cry now.
I am so tempted to get these same ingredients and show you what I would do, because I genuinely, minus that cream corn. That cream corn does not belong in there. But I feel like I could have actually made a half decent stew with most of that product there and served it over rice or egg noodles or something, and it would have been okay. So tempted, but I don't know. This is my first time reacting to this dude. What did you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. Yeah, hope you enjoyed this video as much as I did. This is the second Cooking with Jack video I've ever reacted to. This comes highly requested after that disaster of a stew. Football, finger food, shrimp, and fruit. Okay, I'm a little confused because I picked this video because I was under the impression this is the one where he eats raw chicken. That many of you had mentioned that in the comments of the last Cooking with Jack video, the Uncle Roger Reacts to Cooking with Jack video I did. I don't see any mention of chicken, so now I'm a little confused.
We are cooking like fiends. That's right, we're going crazy in the kitchen on the Cooking with Jack show. One recipe after another. Guess what's coming soon?
I do see a chicken back there. I see the McCormick bag, so I'm pretty sure I got the right video. Just an observation, I didn't notice this in the last video. Is his kitchen in his laundry room, or is his laundry room in his kitchen?
Chilies, soups, and stews. So if you got anything special, anything unique, you got a turtle soup recipe?
Don't wait, what? Turtle soup? First of all, he brought up stew, and I'm having PTSD right now. I don't want any more stews from Jack. I do commend him on wanting to reduce food waste, but I'm not a fan of his stews.
Right now, though, we're doing a product review. It's called Bag and Season. Bag and Season original
included.
chicken.
No MSG, no artificial flavors. Okay, original chicken. So this is very similar to shake and bake. That's what was popular when I was a kid. My mom never did shake and bake. But anyway, these are bag seasonings, and it's just a mixture of a bunch of seasonings. Maybe this one's more garlic focused. Maybe there's another one that's more like Italian herb focused, whatever it is, but it's just a bunch of seasonings. This probably contains a lot of salt. You'll know by looking at the ingredients label on the package. Just so you know, they are always labeled by the greatest quantity ingredient to the smallest quantity ingredient. So generally these seasonings are mostly salt. Then like you'll notice towards the end of the ingredients label that it's like a lot of food colorings or preservatives of names you can barely pronounce. But anyway, just a little fun fact about it.
Somebody asked if I would review it. It's from McCormick, who does lots of seasoning. So we're gonna see if it's any good, and I'm gonna put it side by side. So I'm gonna do half a chicken in this, and then another half a chicken in my regular gourmet seasoning that I have, the best gourmet seasoning you'll ever taste, and we're gonna see if there's a difference. I'm not looking to say mine's better than this. That's not why we're doing this. I'm just doing a lazy season with mine on chicken in a pan, and then using their bag and seasoning and seeing if it's moister, if it has a good flavor.
Moister.
I'll let you know if this is good.
I do that all the time in my videos where I'll say like it's more tastier or like it's more saltier, and every time I see that when I review the edits, it just drives me nuts.
Once again, we're not here to knock this. We're here to see if it's good. Oh, it looks like there's 2 pouches. Okay, you cut here.
Okay, I'm pretty sure one pouch is the bag.
Up front. See, there's 2 cuts. You cut that, then you cut this for the seasoning. Okay. All right, so let's open this up carefully.
Thought it was bag and season.
Bag.
Well, put the chicken in the bag and then the season. Okay, all right, whatever. No, not whatever. It's supposed to be, basically this is a rip-off of shake and bake. You put the protein into the bag, you pour the seasoning into the bag so you don't lose any seasoning. Kind of defeated the purpose, but all right, sure thing, Jack.
Get in there.
And you just got a plate dirty for no reason. You could have avoided cleaning one dish. You know, in the pro kitchen, that's a lot. You can save time. You save it, and you just wasted it. You can never get that time back. Look at all that wasted seasoning.
The chicken, move that over. In between the chicken, I'm gonna put some celery in there.
Oh, are you cooking it in the bag?
Carrots.
Oh no.
There we go. Nice and tight.
Is that how you do it? Is that how shake and bake was too? Holy shit. I thought you like shake it up and then put it out on the tray because now this is gonna steam in the bag. I don't know if that's an oven grade bag, so it can be cooked in the bag, but I'm pretty sure you're supposed to take it out. Again, I've never used these products before, so I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments, but please don't tell me he's gonna cook it in the bag in the oven. I don't think oven, like bakeable bags, are pure plastic like this. Like there's a layer of wax paper on. I'm so confused right now.
4 little holes, so I'm gonna snip 4 little holes.
You do cook it in the bag.
We're gonna do the best gourmet seasoning you'll ever taste.
Damn, he is not shy. He's like, this is the best. That's a bold statement to say. Put in some onion, that'd be mirepoix right there, foundation of Western cooking.
If you're just doing the chicken in the bag recipe, 350 degrees for 30 minutes, 2.5 pounds of chicken that's seasoned with some vegetables. I'm gonna cook a little longer because I'm putting them side by side, so it's gonna take longer to cook.
Okay. Wow, it is getting cooked in the bag. All right, I can tell you right now that bag and season is gonna look like when it comes out of the oven. That bag is trapping all the moisture. And you would say, hey, Chef Brian, isn't that a good thing? Isn't moist protein a good thing? Yes, it is, but that skin is gonna be gross. And it's gonna be sitting in its own juices, which would be a good thing. Maybe if he did that and then seared it on the pan to get the skin crispy. But a product like that is designed for someone who needs to make dinner very quickly at home. But honestly, I think that's just a marketing ploy to sell a product, because honestly, you can just buy a jar of seasoning without the bag, dust your protein, whatever it is, and bake it in the oven on a tray, and that's it. And to me, you will have a far superior product, and it'll be a lot easier because you don't have to mess with the bag and all that. Granted, you're gonna have to clean the tray, but you're still gonna have to clean the tray even if it's in this bag. It's gonna come out of the oven, it's gonna look anemic as hell, and then his is gonna look better because it was out in the open on a tray in the oven. The moisture wasn't trapped, so it wasn't steamed. Not to say steaming is a bad cooking technique. It's just, if you're going for that roast chicken flavor, you know, you have to leave it open in the oven so that the moisture can release as it's cooking, and then it concentrates the flavor, and you hopefully get a, you know, somewhat of a crispy skin.
You want to.
Okay, I mean, looks a bit anemic. He said he was cooking at 300 something, so that's kind of expected to see that kind of color on it. If he went in harder or maybe finished it with the broiler, he would have gotten some color on it. But if you're feeding this to your children, if you're feeding this for your family, it's perfectly acceptable, totally fine. If you serve this to a food critic, you're gonna get torn apart. Or a chef.
So we're gonna let this sit for about 5 minutes.
Okay, he's letting it rest. Okay. Oof.
Gonna cut this open. Wow. Okay, I can tell you right now, I haven't even cut it open yet. There's steam coming out.
Yes, because it came out of the oven.
Though, is definitely smelling good.
I'm sure it smells good.
Take a look. I have to say, this looks more attractive than that.
Marginally.
So we will see in a few moments.
Marginally.
Okay,
I
so
can tell you right now, though, look at how plump. When you're cooking in the professional kitchen, there's always this debate. I see it all the time when I mention it on the videos. I see it mentioned all the time in the comments where I say, you know, when you're cooking a steak in the professional kitchen, you go by touch. And people are like, oh, I don't get that. You know, that doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. You know, that comes with experience. But another thing that comes with experience when you're doing particularly, well, really any product, but particularly protein, is you have to pay attention to how the protein has changed during the cooking process. I know that sounds obvious, but what I'm talking about is like the little minute details. Look at how plump and fat this chicken is. When you cook a steak or you cook a beef patty or you cook a piece of chicken, the more you cook it, what happens? The more it shrinks down. This is still looking very similar to its original size, which tells me, and I already know this because you guys mentioned it in the comments, that this is still going to be very much pink inside and probably have bloody bones. Okay, now I do want to mention that to kill salmonella, you have to reach, let's just simplify it, it can get a little bit more complex, but basically you have to hit 165 degrees, it'll kill salmonella. If you have it at like 160 degrees and sustain it at that temperature for a certain period of time, that'll kill salmonella, so on and so forth. There's a threshold to that, but let's just say 165 degrees. If you cook a piece of chicken to exactly 165 degrees, it is actually still has a pink hue to it. We've become so accustomed to nuking our chicken to death to remove any signs of pink, when in actuality, again, to kill off salmonella exactly 165 degrees, there will be a slight hue of pink on the flesh. Going back to this chicken, I can tell right now it's underdone just by how plump and fat it is. And yes, the McCormick bag and shake, I know I'm going on, but I just want to get this last point out. I know that McCormick bag and shake was in a bag, and that, you know, that trapped moisture, that's gonna cause it to be a little plumper looking than what was left out on a tray. But I can tell you right now, just from experience, that's not cooked enough. I'm sure many of you out there can as well, with the pink juice coming out of the leg. And if you look at the McCormick one, the leg bone, it's very much still very pink over there. And that's because that is an opening where blood and marrow can come out, and it's still very raw.
Oh, you can see the juice gushing right out. Let's pull the skin back and show you.
Yep. Underdone.
See how moist that is? The juice is running, right?
I agree, it's juicy, but it still needs to cook a little more. Like I said, cooking to exactly 165 degrees will have a slight pink hue, but this is still like way underdone.
Cut a piece of that right off.
You could not serve that at a restaurant. They will send it right back to you, and the customer will freak the f out. That's definitely better. Way better. You know, as I mentioned, being in a bag, trapping the moisture, it's going to keep the moisture in the protein. Eventually, if you keep cooking it, it will start to shrink down. My point exactly is shown right here, but I still think it's underdone. Woo-hoo.
Look how juicy it is. Look at the pool. Oh, look at that. That's great. This did a great job. That's a lot of juice.
Oh my God.
Didn't cook well right there, so I'm not going to eat that. See how that is? That's when you cut in and you test your meat. Shouldn't be red like that. This is okay to try, though, so I'm going to try this piece here.
Oh, boy. All right. I hate punching down on people, and I'm trying really hard not to right now. That is terrible poultry cookery. And for him to say that that is good or delicious or perfect is way off the mark. Now, I will say this. There are places that eat, like in Japan in particular, I know for fact, and I've seen it at culinary school at the CIA, Culinary Institute of America, not the Central Intelligence Agency. There was some Japanese chefs that came by that breed their own chickens, and they did a demonstration of chicken sashimi, chicken tartare, and stuff like that. And these are all chickens that they breed and raise themselves in very specific conditions so that you don't have an issue with salmonella. It's pretty like widely known. I did not go to that particular demonstration, but you heard all about it all over school. So I know it is possible to eat raw chicken product, okay? But it has to be raised a very specific way. I mean, listen, many of you eat sunny side up eggs. Many of you eat mayonnaise, which use raw eggs. So every time you eat that stuff, you are opening yourself up to potential salmonella poisoning, okay? So it's not as common as you think it is. I think people just freak the f out about it, because if you do get it, you do get very sick. But that is not good poultry cookery whatsoever. Like I don't have anything redeeming to say about it. Sorry, Jack.
If there's a spot of red in your chicken, when you cut into it, literally 1 minute in the microwave, boof, just pops it right out. It'll cook it the rest of the way. It won't dry it out. That's a good tip. I promise you it'll work. And don't panic. It's not a big deal.
That's
okay?
true. Or you can just cook it right the first time.
Let's try this one first. I'm going to try the McCormick one, which is...
Oh, sorry.
Here we go.
How many times has he done this, eating raw chicken on camera? Yeah, that is going to be moist. Yeah, I'm sure with the seasoning, it's going to taste fine, but...
Moist.
It's undercooked, man.
Very good. Very good. All right, I'm going to try the celery real quick. Perfect.
Steamed with seasoning. I'm sure it's not going to be bad.
Okay, now I'm going to try mine. Mine has a big puddle. It's not dripping. A lot of moisture, though, still. But I think the McCormick bag held a lot of that moisture in. That's really cool.
Yeah, it did, because it was steaming it.
Just as good.
I am 99% sure the McCormick came out better than his. He just can't say it on camera. Look at how pink that is.
Don't know why.
That is so
And the carrot outside the bag?
undone. I'm telling you, the part right between the leg bone and the thigh bone meat, I'm telling you that has got to be super raw.
Last test. I'm gonna take a piece of the skin because that's where most of the flavoring is. If you don't like the skin, take it off and then season your meat so we get into the meat.
Okay. Oh, fat and seasoning's always gonna taste good, but that texture is gonna be gross. Okay. It's steamed chicken skin with some spice on it. No. Oh, it's so gross.
All right, that's good.
It's time for Aunt Myrna's recipes.
Last week we did Aunt Myrna's recipe with the coleslaw. Amazing.
It's Cool
This week
Whip
we're
in
doing
this.
party cheese
and
salad.
Jell-O.
When I saw her make this in Alabama, I was like, "Goosh, I'm not sure about some of these ingredients." But
Yeah.
then I tasted it, and it's like a dessert. It's really cool.
Aunt Myrna's cheese salad. It's like a dessert. It has Cool Whip and Jell-O and crushed pineapple. My mom made some Jell-O salad when I was really young. I remember it was like 3rd or 4th grade. She must have seen it on some television show or like a recipe in the back of the Inquirer, which is in the States, a terrible tabloid magazine. Yeah, it had all in it, and I refused to touch it. I was like, don't mess with Jell-O. Why are you messing with Jell-O? The only thing you should be adding to Jell-O, other than what's in the box, is alcohol. Then I'm okay with that. Otherwise, don't touch Jell-O. No cheese, no whipped cream, no nuts, no marshmallows, no pineapple. Just leave it alone.
We're gonna cook all this on the stove. Then we're gonna pour it in this glass dish, which I've never used in my whole life. I think my mom gave me this, but I'm gonna have a chance to use this, and then we're gonna chill it. So it's gonna be awesome.
Okay.
Let's get started right now.
Okay.
Wait till you see this.
Oh boy. Shredded cheese, pecans, however you want to say it, crushed pineapple, bell pepper, celery, cream cheese, diced pimentos, Jell-O. Dude. Ugh.
Ingredients together had it not been for Aunt Myrna. You got cream cheese.
I've stopped this video like 5 times within the first minute.
Toes, Cool Whip, crushed nuts,
Okay.
any kind that you like. I'm using
Just buy whole nuts and chop it up yourself.
lemon, or you can use lime Jell-O,
Okay.
celery, bell pepper, pineapple, and American cheese.
First off, celery, particularly the bell pepper, the crushed pineapple, and the cheese, and something lemony, that's going to be delicious there. You know, if I can make a banging salad, not with Jell-O, but with fresh lemon juice, with just those ingredients. But the Cool Whip and the Jell-O, and that's just, yeah, this is just throwing me off.
Crazy.
Yes,
Let's
it is.
go to the stove right now and get this thing started. Take your crushed pineapples and pour it in the pan.
Okay. All right. Warming up the crushed pineapple. Sure. You know, I like roasted pineapple. I have pineapple juice in my bulgogi recipe, and that gets roasted off or seared on a pan. Okay.
Get your Jell-O mix. You're going to do 1 large Jell-O, lemon or lime, or you're going to do 2 small packets. I grabbed a large one.
Okay. I mean, that right there makes sense to me. Okay. Even though I don't like it in my Jell-O, but okay.
Just going to mix it up right now.
All right. Mixing it up. Stop right there. That's good.
Afraid
That's
later
enough.
on, if I
You
use a
don't have
wooden
to do
spoon,
anything
it's gonna stick
further.
with the wooden spoon. All right, so
Just
we're going to get
stop
this all
now.
mixed up.
I will be okay with this right here. Just stop here.
Once the Jell-O is dissolved, you're going to add, I chopped up the cream cheese. You're going to add all your cream cheese in there. And you're going to mix that until it totally mixes in, totally melts down.
Oh. What is that? I don't even like flavored cream cheese, so to see this is pretty wretched. Listen, I'm not trying to pick on Jack in particular, okay? I hate bullies. I was bullied my entire adolescent life. I'm not into bullies. I'm not looking to bully this dude, all right? I'm just observing this as a culinary professional. And listen, if you're a grown adult and you can't take some, you don't have thick enough of a skin to take a little bit of sarcastic dry humor and or a little talk, then that's on you. But that's gross. That's it. That's gross.
Cream cheese pretty much melted down.
Oh.
You see the chunks of pineapple in there.
Holy shit.
We're about ready to add the rest of the ingredients. We're going to add the chopped celery, bell peppers, pimento, the nuts. We're going to mix that in. I can't even begin to explain to you how amazing tasting this was.
How amazing tasting that is? What is that? I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say right now.
It looks horrible, but I'm telling you, Aunt Myrna never has failed me yet. All right, here's a crucial ingredient. Your whipped cream.
It's really all going in. Oh boy. Oh man. Oh man, my heart. My blood pressure. As far as a pro chef critique on this recipe, don't do it. He is correct on adding the whipped cream at the very end without the heat going on. Adding the whipped cream at the end will aerate it, soften it up. And if you have the heat too high, it'll kill that aeration. Moving on with this abomination. And that pan is too small. Please don't let it spill over. You're gonna have a hard time mixing that in. Actually, no, spill it over. Just spill it all over the floor. Just throw it out.
And I don't recommend using, it's the Cool Whip. I don't recommend using imitation or fat-free or sugar-free because they have a different reaction. You want the regular, real Cool Whip or real whipped cream. If you don't have Cool Whip, just use real whipped cream.
Who is the person who created this recipe and was like, I am making something banging tonight. Wait till you try this. And as they're putting this together, they were just like, wait till they taste this. What am I watching right now?
Pour it in the dish carefully. Mixing around so the pineapple is all throughout the. Just make sure all your ingredients are all.
Why did you guys recommend this to me? Oh my God.
Smell. Wow, the lemon and the pineapple are just busting out. And crazy enough, the last step, you're going to sprinkle on some cheese on top.
This is a cheese salad? You are calling this a salad? Where's the leafy greens? Where's the vinaigrette? Where's the... Oh.
Use American cheese.
I think I have a migraine right now.
Because it's not going to have the same flavor effect. Now I'm going to chill this overnight, and then we're going to take a look at it in the morning. It's going to be solid. It's going to be cold. It's going to be sweet. It's going to be delicious. Okay, well, I realized I didn't have to wait overnight, and the family wants to try this out. So we've only been chilling this for about 4 hours, but as you can tell, it's completely solid and cold, and it looks beautiful.
It's gonna solidify. Oh my God, I'm a little lightheaded right now. I've not really interjected much culinary professional tips or anything because there's nothing redeeming about this. I'm sorry, buddy. I am sorry. I will try everything once. If Jack put this in front of me, I will try it once. I will give it a fair shot. I promise you that. I may have to start a second channel just recreating Jack's recipes. This is, I'm very curious to taste that. Not because I want to, but for the sake of science. That's gonna solidify faster because of the whipped cream and the cheese. Those are, very stable items that solidify when they get cold. So not only is the gelatin gonna solidify, but so will those products. So that's why it's solidified so quickly. I'm really digging to the bottom of the barrel trying to find something culinary wise to talk about.
Look how awesome that looks.
awesome? How awesome. You made me lose. Everyone saw my bald head. Not that I give a really, but.
Let's serve up a little section here and try it out. And you just cut it almost like a dessert. And you just scoop it out. Look at, can you see it? Can you see that? It's beautiful. Place it on a plate. Come on.
Come on. They're talking to it like it's alive, like it's a pet.
Pudding effect.
I got to see him eat it.
I'm going to give that a try. Look at how beautiful that looks. Mmm. Wow. So good. I know it. Of course, I don't know if mine came out as good. So, here's to delicious tasting.
Dude, he's saying, but look at his eyes. He can't be enjoying this right now.
It blows my mind that it's so sweet and dessert-like and has all those vegetables in it. And American cheese on top. It is really, it's so good. I can't explain this to you guys. It's sweet and it's crunchy and it's got a custard feel to it on your tongue. Cool. All right, I'm gonna chow on this, give some to the family.
Give some to your family. I would pay to see his family eat this food. I mean, they're probably not alive because they've been poisoned by that McCormick chicken. All right, that's it. I can't watch anymore. I'm not even gonna watch the bloopers.
Got a little bit of golden brown around it.
Golden brown? It has a golden brown spot the size of a quarter. Not even, that's like a dime.
Nice crisp exterior. We're doing a wet buttermilk brine, then we're gonna do a dry buttermilk brine. This is an experiment. That's what I love about this show. If I got some inkling to try something, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna let you know which one's better.
Let's talk about brines really quick. For me, as far as brines go and their application to food processing, really it's the application of salt. So whether it's a wet brine and you apply the salt to whatever product you're doing, meat or vegetables, it's going to be done in a water solution. And if it's a dry brine, essentially it's a rub. It's another way of saying a rub. You generally want the rub and or the wet brine to, the wet brine or the dry brine to sit overnight, generally around 12 hours. The bigger the product, like an 18-pound turkey, you may want to go a little longer. Don't really want to exceed like 48 to 72 hours, then it will start to manipulate and change the texture of the food in a way that I don't think is really that good. But yeah, for me, it's mainly about the salt. When people say they're brining in buttermilk, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that's more of a marination. But again, the point of a brine is to impart salt into a food product. Let's see what Jack does. I've reacted to a few of his videos at this point. This was a highly requested video. I haven't been very impressed whatsoever. And I have a feeling I'm not really gonna be impressed in this. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're going to start a drinking game in this video as well. I don't know, if we make the word brine, I think that may kill some of you, so let's not do that.
Right now, our chicken is getting to room temperature.
If you're gonna brine something overnight, you don't need to take the food product to room temperature. There's no need, because it has to sit refrigerated overnight anyway. And also that can be a health hazard. But right before cooking, if you let it come down to room temperature, that I agree with to an extent, especially if you're doing it at home. The professional kitchen, you don't really have time or the space to do that, nor do I recommend it for the purposes of DOH and all that stuff. But if you're doing it at home and you leave it out for an hour or two to come to room temp, fine. Yeah, there's no need to bring the product to room temp for the brining process.
I don't know if I need both these buttermilks. I may only need one, but I'll show you how we're seasoning it. We're gonna season, the same dry seasonings are going in the dry buttermilk mix. We're going to rub it onto the chicken, set it overnight, let it do it like a dry brine, okay? But this one, the chicken's soaking in buttermilk. We're gonna be doing a wet brine, all right? I'm not following a recipe. I just pulled out a bunch of ingredients that I want to put in my buttermilk.
I mean, with a brine, you do want to go with a recipe of some form or a baseline. Generally, rule of thumb for a brine is about 1 to 2 tablespoons of salt per pound. So for a 1 pound piece of chicken, 1 to 2 tablespoons, depends how salty you want the product. For dry brine, essentially, I don't go with that same ratio. It's just evenly coated all around. Everyone's a little different of how heavy or how light, but generally if you have it evenly coated all around the product, that's gonna be how much you want to make. Every time I do a rub or a dry brine, I always end up having excess, but I use it for for another time, which is the good thing about a dry brine. You can make a bunch of it, put it into a container, and use it as needed.
I don't think I'm gonna need 2 of these. I think we just need 1 of these. So we're gonna season this buttermilk, right? And I'll get you the recipe down below.
I thought you just said you don't have a recipe. Okay.
All right, we're gonna do pepper.
All right, black pepper.
And you can go heavy because it's going to be a brine, so it's not going to be whatever sticks to the bird, whatever doesn't.
Kind of. I mean, when you brine something, it's very hard to explain, but when you add spices and flavorings and aromatics into a brine, not necessarily buttermilk, but a water-based brine with salt and a little bit of sugar and maybe cinnamon stick and black peppercorns and stuff, the flavor is almost like a blanketing effect versus a dry brine where I feel like the spices come through a lot more direct and a bit more, has a lot more impact. Both are great. Both give you different results. A wet brine, not only does it impart salt, which intensifies the flavor, but it also imparts moisture because your product is literally soaking in water. With a dry brine, it's not as moist, but if it's something with a skin, the skin is really nice with the dry brine. The skin tends to be a bit more tender, like easier to bite into. You're not really fighting it as much. And the flavors are a lot more intense. I don't necessarily agree with that in a wet brine. The only flavor that's going to get imparted is the spice that sticks onto the protein. When it sits overnight, all the flavors and aromatics, especially in something like buttermilk, which really takes on flavor very well, and aromas, that's going to get imparted into the whole of the protein.
Here's the salt.
Okay, salt. Yep, standard.
There we go. Here's the oregano.
Okay.
Putting some herbs in here too. Oh, that smells good already. I'm hungry. And I just had my 10 a.m. shake. It's the morning time right now that I'm filming. This is basil.
Okay, basil. Sure.
Now this is a seasoning we picked up at Sam's Club, and it is a cilantro lime seasoning. You can go to Sam's and look for it.
Speaking of looking for things, if you don't mind, look for that thumbs up button, hit it. It's a little thing for you, but it does a lot for me, and I would greatly appreciate it. And if you're not already, make sure you're subscribed.
I'm thinking we need this. Not sure why. So we will put cilantro lime seasoning in here. There we go. Put a lot in.
Sure.
The heavier, the better.
It's really
Okay,
just
and this
winging it,
is exactly what it looks
flake.
like. Red pepper flakes.
Okay.
Gotta have some heat. Love the heat.
I know from the comments you guys told me that this guy had a stroke, which is why he's using only one arm. It's kind of sad. My grandfather actually passed away from a stroke, and my mother had a stroke, which she managed to fully recover from, which was a miracle, honestly. So yeah, I feel for this dude. I mean, I've heard some not so flattering things about this guy aside from his cooking, but I don't wish that upon my enemy,
Now it's time to...
Yeah, to me, that's a
much of this we
marinade.
can get in there.
That's a buttermilk marinade.
We're gonna fill
I've
the
seen
bowl up with this
recipes
buttermilk.
online where they say, buttermilk brine. Again, to me, this is a marinade. Doesn't mean it's bad. Let me make that very clear. Buttermilk, marinades, brines, whatever you want to call it. There's many ways to call the same thing. Buttermilk is awesome, okay, when it comes to poultry cookery.
Flip this chicken halfway through your brining. So it's marinated all night long.
Okay, overnight.
Just want to be honest with you.
I mean, he said it himself. It's been marinating all night long. Listen, if you're soaking in buttermilk, to me, that's a marinade. Yeah, that simple. Take a shot. just for the sake of taking a shot. So you can see that is a silicone mat. Those are awesome. Silpats are freaking great. What's concerning me is that I don't see a roasting rack or a metal grate that'll elevate whatever product you're cooking so that the hot air can also penetrate on the underside. Especially with the chicken, that's pretty essential. For me, the main reason why that's so essential is because when the chicken sits directly onto the pan, it's gonna trap moisture and you're gonna have that gross, anemic, soft skin that I don't enjoy whatsoever. Also, I'm a little concerned he's gonna be roasting this. Not to say that you can't roast a product, a food product that's been marinating in buttermilk or, something like yogurt, like a tandoori chicken or something like that. Can be absolutely delicious. But, something like a tandoori chicken, usually the chicken pieces are cut into chunks and then they're put into a tandoori oven at a very high heat and it's cooked very fast. A whole chicken like this being buttermilk soaked and then roasted like that, I've never done it. I'm sure people have done it before, but I don't think it's gonna come out to a very nice product whatsoever. The buttermilk is, kind of chunky, not necessarily chunky, but it's thick and it's gonna kind of sit on the chicken inconsistently. So you're gonna have some spots that caramelize and some spots that don't. Whereas something like a wet brine, you pull it out of the liquid, you pat it dry, you can be pretty sure it'll cook consistently all around, which is why I think for the most part, when you marinate in buttermilk, deep frying it is a great way to go about it because the buttermilk not only does it tenderize and impart flavor, but it's a great tool to attach your breading to the chicken.
Oh, that's the
neck.
The neck.
He never removed the neck.
I don't know. We'll just put that right there.
He doesn't know? Weren't you the one that put it into the marinade? Like, can you imagine taking that whole thing, dunking it into a bunch of seasoned flour and frying that whole thing? I mean, it would be a little tricky. You'd have to really control your temperature. Maybe flash fry it and then finish it in the oven after you get it to the color that you want. But if he cut that up into pieces, put it into seasoned flour and fried it, that would be great right there. Honestly, I think he would have had a great dish, but this is Cooking with Jack. So you should take another shot. You know what? Let me know in the comments below if for a future episode you want me to join you taking these shots. I'm not going to do it with vodka or hard liquor, but maybe with a beer, we'll do something like similar to a power hour where I just take a sip every time I say take a shot.
Okay, we're going to roast this in the convection at 350.
Okay. You're just going to leave it on the pan like that? Not going to truss it? You're not going to, I don't know. The roasting, and he's also got it breast side down, which is really terrible cookery. If you're not gonna have a roasting rack, at the very least, have it on the backside because there isn't much protein on the backside. That's the spine, right? This is the main gripe I have with Jack. He's had a channel for a long time, but he hasn't seemed to have improved at all. I mean, I've only reacted to, this will be the 4th video of his. I did a reaction of Uncle Roger reacting to him, but yeah, it just, from what I'm seeing in the thumbnails, and I watched a few minutes of a couple other episodes here and there just to kind of scope it out a little, I don't see any improvement. And to me, that's such a shame, but also like shame on you, dude. You do something so publicly, but you've been doing it for so long and there isn't an improvement in your skill set. That's a waste, honestly. Just make the effort. I don't know when this video was filmed, but yeah. Ugh. He's gonna roast that in the convection oven at 350 degrees. It is coated in this buttermilk. Nothing wrong with that. To me, 350 degrees is not going to be enough to get good color on this, especially the fact that it's coated in buttermilk, which has a lot of moisture, which is going to take a longer time to get the caramelization because there's so much moisture. The water content has to cook out first before the Maillard reaction can start. Unless he's leaving it in there for a significantly long time, which is also not good because then you're going to start to dry out the chicken. Yeah, this is not looking good, man. And he's got it breast side down and the wings are just sticking up. I mean, this chicken is like, belly side down and just arms out. Those wings are going to be dry as hell because, again, he didn't trust this chicken. Such a waste of chicken.
But this has been in a wet brine of buttermilk.
Marinade.
So buttermilk and spices.
Take a shot.
I showed you already what the spices were.
And I didn't even pick a word. I'm just going to randomly say it, and you guys got to take a shot, okay?
350 for approximately 50 minutes to an hour. Usually takes about an hour to cook chicken, so.
An hour. You guys have brought up this video many times. I already know that this chicken is going to be super undercooked, but this guy just does not know what he is doing. And he's putting out cooking videos. Okay, I can tell you right now, an hour is not going to be enough time. Not even close, number one. Number two, you should do your research a little bit more. You know, in my scenario, I don't do any research for any of these reaction videos because I've been doing this for 2 decades. I will say, however, I have said things incorrectly, but generally I'm within the ballpark and I'm close, right? But I've been doing it for 2 decades, nearly 2 decades professionally, day in and day out. Dude, you are putting out these cooking videos and you couldn't just put in a little bit more effort. You know, you're clearly not a professional. So Nigel, for example, I hung out with him a couple times when he was stateside. And, he told me he does a lot of research and work before he films his Uncle Roger videos. And you know what? He's not a professional, so he's doing his homework. And that's what leads me to respect him, aside from his hilarious ass comments. But
1 hour later.
Oh my God. Oh my God. At the edges of that pool of buttermilk, you can see that it has caramelized there. Why? Because the moisture content had cooked out, and when the moisture content cooks out, the Maillard reaction can begin and it gets a deep brown color. But the chicken itself has a lot of moisture, right? So that's gonna prevent the skin from browning. The buttermilk is all moisture, pretty much, right? And also, I can just tell from the plumpness of this chicken that it is not cooked enough. Aside from checking with a thermometer and temperature, another way is, and feel as well, another way to check for doneness or an indicator of doneness. I wouldn't use my visuals to figure out how done something is. I would use a combination of all these 3 things. But another indicator is visually how shrunken and how firm does it look. And you can clearly tell, like, it's still pink on the bottom side. You know what I mean? Like, if it's pink on the outside right now, how freaking pink is it gonna be on the inside, particular, by the hip joint, by where the breast and the thigh meets, inside the bone? That looks terrible. That is literally one of the worst chickens I've ever seen in my career. Take like 3 shots.
Got a little bit of golden brown around it.
Golden brown? It has a golden brown spot the size of a quarter. Not even, that's like a dime.
Nice crisp exterior. It feels moist.
Did he say, did he say crispy? Is he delusional?
Nice crisp exterior.
He said, he actually said it was crispy. He's touching it and he said it's crispy. This man is, YouTube recently changed their algorithm so you can't curse as much, but this guy is f***ing delusional.
It feels moist. Feels good.
It's definitely moist because it's still raw. It's still alive. I can already tell before he cuts into it.
We're gonna give this try in a minute. Let it cool. Let it rest. Remember to always let your meat rest.
Oh, now you want to go with the culinary terms.
This did a great job.
What? Dude. What? You did a good job. I shouldn't expect something, expect much more from a guy who's making Aunt Myrna's, chicken, the cheese salad and the McCormick bag chicken. Oh, God. Oh, maybe that's why he said it looked crispy. Goodness gracious.
You can see you got a little color going here. Oh. All across you got kind of a little bit of a golden brown. Some of the buttermilk kind of burned around the perimeter.
Yeah, you
doesn't
think?
Really matter.
You think?
It's all going to wash right off. But this chicken.
Wash? Don't tell me you're going to wash this chicken. If you wash this chicken.
So this is a wet rub. Let me just cut off.
Oh, God, now he's calling it a wet rub. I know he meant to say wet brine, okay? But not even he has his... Please don't. Guys, take a shot because please don't tell me you're going to hack this chicken on the silpat. Please tell me you're going to remove the chicken from the expensive silicone silpat and then cut on the cutting board.
Give it a taste.
No. Oh, my God.
There we go.
Oh, God. There's still a minute 20 left of this video. I don't know if I can take it, guys. I know you guys, like, I disagree with you guys about putting a metal utensil onto a non-stick pan. However, it depends what kind of non-stick pan, especially these days. But I am firmly against putting a knife onto a silpat, onto a silicone mat. I think he's just being lazy. At the bare minimum, remove the, it'll look better. Your already terrible chicken will at least look a little better presentation-wise by removing it from that silpat coated in all that buttermilk and at least cut it on the cutting board.
We're gonna try it out, see how the flavor is.
You can see how pink and red it is from look at how far the camera is, and you can see how underdone it is. He really does have an iron stomach. My God.
Then we're gonna compare the flavor to the dry rub. And I'm using dry rub of the powdered buttermilk.
And now he's calling it dry rub rather than a brine.
Here we go.
Remember in the Aunt Myrna's cheese salad video when he took that one bite and I was just like, this guy's clearly full of... Listen, the seasonings he put in there, the buttermilk and all that stuff, it's going to be good flavor, okay? No doubt in my mind about that. His execution is awful, terrible, 0 out of 10, -10 out of 10. But oh my God, look at the bone that he's holding, the chicken leg bone. You can see how red it is. I mean, this guy's calling it crispy and browned and just like, I would have respected him more if he made this video and was like, I can't put this out, which I've done before, okay? Where I filmed a whole video and I'm like, I can't put this out because I know I can do it better and I learned too much on the spot, right? That can work well in a video as well, but he's just delusional, man. He's not even smiling. He's just like, yeah, damn, this is kind of shit. But for this, I don't want to waste this footage or time.
It's interesting. There's kind of a creaminess to it.
Yeah,
I don't know how to explain. Kind of a sweetness from the buttermilk that's inside the chicken.
I wouldn't really say sweetness from buttermilk particularly, but okay.
It almost tastes like a Thanksgiving turkey, even though it's a small little chicken, right? But it's got all those spices that it took in overnight and did a great job. Can't even talk. Let's try it again. Did a great job and is really good.
Holy crap. Oh my God. That was bad. Guys, this is just as bad as you had all described it. A different pot going into what's now a cold pot, and then the shredded cheese, which is at best room temperature.
It just doesn't make sense.
It's not making sense.
It's like wiping your ass and then taking a shit.
My name's Ed Cotton. I'm the chef and partner at Jack and Charlie's down in the West Village in Manhattan. And I'm excited to be here.
We're going to do something special. My son's classroom is doing, tomorrow they're going to be doing a international day. So everybody has to cook a dish from their heritage and bring it to school tomorrow. So I figured, hey, why not? I wanted to do a video on how to make a lazy man's lasagna.
Lazy man's lasagna. Have you ever heard of this before?
I actually have.
You have?
I think I've made it.
What? Really? No way.
Yeah.
Wait, what does that mean? What does a lazy man's lasagna mean?
So, Lazy Man lasagna, we took like rigatoni and just kind of used all the usual suspects when making a lasagna and just kind of just tossed it all together. And I think I was a teenager when we made this. There's a lot of lazy man things that I've made throughout my life.
I am completely blown away. So where did you hear of this coveted lazy man's lasagna before?
I don't know. I mean, I'm originally from New England, so it's like there was like lazy man lobster pie. There was like lazy man lasagna. There was a bunch of lazy things.
Oh my!
So I don't know if it's indigenous to New England or I have no idea.
I have no idea. If you guys out there in the audience know where Jack is from, where he films his videos, let us know in the comments. But I'm completely blown away and shocked by this. So I have no idea what to expect.
So let's show you how to do lazy man's lasagna and we're gonna run through the ingredients. Then we're gonna, as we always do, we're gonna show you how to throw it all together. All right? Let's take a look at the
Throw it all
ingredients right
together,
now.
huh?
Exactly.
Okay.
I have a feeling that I've made this exact recipe.
I think this is exact. You said rigatoni, right?
Yeah.
I can't see the label on the thing, but it looks like either ziti or rigatoni, right?
Yeah.
So we got ricotta cheese in there. It looks like a block of mozzarella and just canned. I think that's Classico pasta sauce. What's your views on Classico pasta? Because you make some fantastic pasta sauces.
Yeah. I kind of I haven't used like that type of brand in a number of years, you know. If I do buy a canned pasta sauce, it's usually like I don't know. It's not. It's something that looks a little bit more traditional, I guess, and not mass produced.
Grab your 2 favorite jars of sauce at the store. Okay. Grab a thing of ricotta cheese.
Okay.
You're gonna need about a pound of mozzarella. Sometimes it comes in a square. Sometimes it comes in a ball. You're gonna need 2 pounds of macaroni.
Looks a little big to be macaroni to me.
Yeah, I don't know. People use. I hate the word when people just use macaroni for everything, and macaroni means this and that.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what the hell is what he calls macaroni.
Normally we would put meat in this sauce, but since the classroom that we're serving this to may have vegetarians, we're gonna leave the meat out. First thing you're gonna wanna do is grind up the mozzarella. Okay, now normally you can get shredded, but it's more expensive. I think it's like twice the price. So I'd rather just grind it up. I'm not that lazy in Lazyman's lasagna.
I don't know. Is he breaking the rules of Lazyman lasagna? When you made this as a youngster, did you use pre-shredded or you grounded it?
Oh yeah, pre-shredded all the way, bagged up,
Polio?
shredded. I don't even remember the brand, but we weren't fancy with a block of mozzarella.
Right, so this guy's already kicking it up a level.
Yeah, he's already kicking my ass.
Dude, I mean, aside from your current restaurant that you're at, can you please tell? I'm completely shocked by this, that you've made this. I guess not. You did it in your teenage years, but can you please let the audience know some of your other accolades of your career? You know, just so that they know who they're watching right now.
Oh, all right. Well, I've done a couple things throughout my life. Many moons ago, I was blessed and fortunate enough to work with Kat Cora on Iron Chef America many years ago, when I was still rocking like my diamond earrings and stuff like that. And I did that for a number of seasons, and then later on in life, also I was fortunate enough again to be casted on Top Chef, season 7 in Washington D.C., where I was the runner-up, and the finale was filmed in Singapore, and it was really cool. But yeah, I did that, and then I did a number of things. I was on Beat Bobby Flay.
Fellow Beat Bobby Flay alum here.
Yes, and I'm glad I did, because I didn't want to be embarrassed on national television for losing with like my signature dish. You never want to lose on your signature dish. I've done a few things, throughout my career.
Well, you recently judged Beat Bobby Flay as well, right?
Yes.
Yes, dude, congrats on that.
Yes, I guess he was too scared to invite me back to compete, so he asked me to come back and judge.
I never got called back. Maybe it's because I beat him at tacos, though. You know, that's like his thing, so maybe he has it out for me. Who knows?
But no, it was great, though. It was great to judge.
Ed here is quite accomplished, and he has made a Lazyman's lasagna before. And Jack here has already stepped up the game by shredding his own mozzarella.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I'm 45 years old. Okay, so the last time I made one of these dishes, I think I was 12. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm not currently making this dish.
Definitely.
So let's start with the sauce. We're gonna slowly, now I'm not the best at pouring this stuff, but we're gonna slowly put it in the pan here. There we go.
Okay, first thing that screams out to me is like, why didn't you just heat it up in the pot that you're gonna mix everything in, so you like clean one less dish?
I have no idea.
Right? Like he has that extra big pot, might as well have heated up the sauce in there, and then he could.
Yeah.
Right? I would imagine like the Lazyman's anything is also to try and, make it as easy for you as well.
I agree.
Then you're gonna take your mozzarella that we shredded. You're gonna put that in next, okay? And obviously in the heat, that's just going to all start melting. So it's going to be beautiful.
I love the
that in
plate.
there. Then the hot macaroni.
All right, so we got sauce that was heated in a different pot going into what's now a cold pot, and then the shredded cheese, which is at best room temperature, and that's gonna warm up. That's gonna cool down the sauce, right?
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
It's not making sense.
It's like wiping your ass and then taking a shit. It just does not make sense.
This is the key, is to mix in the cheese first. Let's get that just kind of started on the melting process. Just a little bit. You're gonna see that right there? You're gonna mix all that cheese in there. See it starting to melt?
Make sure it
Not
looks
all the
like
way.
vomit.
Just get it warm. There we go. And then you're gonna dump the pasta right in on that. There we go. Look how beautiful that is. Still hot, burning hot. I'm gonna throw that in. Whoop, there we go. That'll work.
Okay, is this kind of similar to how you put it together when you made your Lazyman lasagna?
I would like to say all the components are accurate, but the steps and the procedures may be slightly off.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was saying, I've reacted to some of Jack's other videos before, and as far as the ingredients set, like, you can make an absolutely delicious dish out of this stuff, hands down. I mean, even pre-jarred lasagna, I don't think, guys like you and I would prefer to make our own sauce, but I mean, in a pinch, or if you're, cooking for family and you need, of course, right? There's a place and time and place for everything.
For sure.
But I definitely agree with you that his steps are just, ass backwards.
Slightly skewed.
Yeah.
You can always add more cheese if needed, but let's see where we're at first.
The
It's all
kids are in for a real
experimenting.
treat.
It's not like baking. Baking has to be precise. Pasta doesn't. Okay, now you see. Look how beautiful that is. It's getting all melted together.
That's pretty rough there. That's
Yeah. I've seen lots of that on the sidewalks. Late or early morning, Friday mornings or Saturdays, subway stations.
I mean, clearly, the adding the pasta and the cheese had cooled down the sauce, and now that cheese is not even melting anymore, if that's what he's trying to achieve, right?
Not exactly sure what he's trying to achieve at this point.
I guess, but does Lazyman's lasagna go into a tray and get baked as well?
Yes, in theory.
Okay, in theory.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what his theory is.
Okay.
But
Oh, well, I mean, for today, you are my Lazyman lasagna expert.
yeah, it should get plated into a tray or spooned into a tray and then baked in the oven.
Okay.
Now we're gonna put in these. Now, once again, I'm doing a double batch. Sorry. It's the fun part of cooking. I'm just gonna scoop that right out there. Put that in there. And since I'm doing a double batch, I'm gonna do double ricotta.
Jesus.
There we go. Come on.
Hopefully nobody's
And this
lactose
is one of my
intolerant.
favorite cheeses. I grew up putting this in my macaroni all the time.
Forget about the
I didn't even wait
vegetarians.
for ravioli night.
You're gonna have kids in their pants.
That it's mixed in.
To me, that ricotta is a bit excessive. Just a touch.
I would like to say yes. It's a little, save some for dollops on top of and baking it in the oven.
Yeah,
but
right.
I don't know.
I mean, if this were I would, maybe rather than mix, I guess it's Lazyman, so you're supposed to mix everything together and make it easy on yourself. But I mean, I feel like it would have just been just as simple to layer the pasta and the sauce, kind of like you would with a lasagna in the tray, right?
Yeah, like you can do it a quarter layer at a time or whatever.
Right.
Quarter, and then throw some garnish in there and dump another, macaroni on there.
Yeah, but I mean, it truly does look like vomit.
Yeah.
It's gonna almost be really clumped together, but it's gonna
Almost. Did you hear that? Almost clumpy. I mean, I agree with your word choice. I feel like his views on his recipes are a bit skewed.
Yeah.
Just well-intentioned,
Yeah.
but skewed.
Yeah.
Now it's time to plate this. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fill these up for the kids. This thing, it's burning hot.
He's grabbing this hot pan with his bare hand. You see that there?
It's burning hot. Okay, let's try this again. All right,
Time to break out the
this
glove.
isn't one of my smoother videos. but it's good. I promise you that. Here we go. Just gonna start dumping it right in there. I hope I made enough.
The audio on that.
Yeah, I think I did. Oh my gosh. It's coming together, I swear. It's a lot more fun when you have family around to laugh at you. Okay, so, whew. That was difficult.
What do you think so far, bud?
Yeah, I'm just slightly confused, but I haven't even seen him taste anything.
Yeah.
I didn't eat no salt or pepper or no fresh herbs, no nothing.
Did you put fresh herbs in your 13-year-old Ed? Did he know to put fresh herbs into his Lazyman lasagna?
You know what, Brian? I actually had a garden out in the backyard. It was a tiny little herb garden because I used to make pizzas and stuff. So now I used to just snip herbs. So I want to say yes, I would throw some torn basil in there and stuff like that. But also, my dad was a chef too, so I was raised the right way.
He instilled fundamentals at a very young age. Hey everyone, if you can hit the thumbs up button, and if you're not already, hit subscribe. It's a little thing for you, but it really goes a long way for the channel. Appreciate you, and back to the video.
So that's what it looks like. Now let me give you just a few more tips before I say goodbye. The first thing you do is I saved a little bit of cheese. Okay?
More
Save a little bit
cheese.
of cheese. You can take a little bit of this and just gently sprinkle the tops. I would say just more for decoration than anything. You got tons of cheese in it. But it looks nice, gives a little contrast to it.
Contrast.
Yeah.
There's no texture contrast in this dish at all.
I don't know.
Now I'm gonna put these in the oven in the morning before I take it to the school. But you can bake these like a baked ziti and they'll get a hard...
Isn't that exactly the dish he's making right now, baked ziti?
Yes. It is. It's just under a different name.
Another thing that concerns me, he says he's going to bake this tomorrow, so it's not going to his kid's school until tomorrow. I mean, that massive pasta sitting in the fridge. Hopefully it's going to sit in the fridge overnight.
Not on the counter.
Not on the counter, but that goes into the oven. He has to like get that into the oven at least preheated, minimum half an hour. And it's going to take at least an hour for that to heat through, right? I don't trust him that he would even preheat the oven.
No, probably stone cold. Just bake them off now.
Yeah, bake them off now. Actually, you're probably better off just baking it off now. I mean, another issue he's going to have is, you know, when it sits overnight like that, everything's just going to kind of glue together, and I don't know.
You know, the pasta's going to absorb even more of the sauce.
Yeah, and it's just going to become super moist. Now, when you make your lasagna, do you go raw with your pasta sheets, or you cook them first?
If I'm making a lasagna at home, I'll buy the no boil pasta sheets. But at the restaurant, we'll roll out fresh pasta, blanch it, and all that stuff. But at home, you know, we're limited with like equipment and stuff like that. So I have no problem with the no boil Barilla pasta sheets.
Yeah. That's typically how I do it at home. I don't make many pastas and many lasagnas these days. I'm more of slinging sandwiches all day, but yeah.
And lastly, the one thing you don't want to do, these plastic lids that come with these trays, don't put them on right away. Because what you're going to do is you're going to collect all the moisture under here, and then it's going to drip back into your lasagna, and it's going to get real wet and loose, okay?
It's going to destroy.
It's gonna
It's going to destroy the lasagna. The moisture is going to destroy the lasagna.
I mean, that is a solid tip, right? I mean, but excuse me. But when you consider the context of what he's made here, you know, I think it's kind of moot.
Yeah.
And there was just a little tiny bit, just a little bit left over. So I'm just going to save this.
That's a little bit?
I mean, that looks like 3 pounds.
Yeah, between the sauce and cheeses and all that stuff, that's 3 pounds.
It's a little snack for him.
I think he's gonna taste it on camera.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to eat in front of you because I like doing that. Oh, okay. It's amazing now. It'll be even better tomorrow. You have a good one. That's Lazyman's lasagna.
Gonna be better tomorrow. If anything, it's at peak flavor right now. texture or flavor. We don't know if he overcooked his pasta or not. He didn't bless us with that B-roll, but yeah.
Yeah, thank God.
What you think, buddy?
A for effort, and I really hope he doesn't do this as a profession. Like he's like a local chef in his town. Let's just pray to God.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a restaurant or anything. He just makes videos like this, so we're all safe.
Everyone's safe.
Everyone's safe. The public is safe. You know,
not safe from the best sauces.
Not. Definitely not. Yeah, I kind of feel the same. I feel like he's well-intentioned, but his execution is just kind of piss poor. You can't judge a guy too much, you know, who's clearly isn't a professional. But this is my feeling on it, and this is what makes it okay for me to do these reaction videos, because sometimes I feel like I'm punching down a little bit, you know. But this is a channel about a professional chef reacting to food videos, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
And overall, if you're gonna put a cooking video out into, you know, and put it on a public place like YouTube, you better get ready for the scorn and or the praise, right? I mean, as chefs, we experience this all the time.
Yeah.
How do you deal with the reviews, negative and good, and you know, the ups and downs of?
When I was younger, it really bothered me, and I would get upset about it. And then as you get older and more wiser, I guess, you start to look at some of these reviews from people, and they really don't know what the hell they're talking about. You know, we got a review one time. Someone didn't like the atmosphere outside on our patio on Greenwich Avenue in the West Village. They said the restaurant didn't even have music, and the outside didn't look nice. This is Manhattan.
Right.
I can't change the landscape of Manhattan. So it's just like people want to complain about random things like that, but I don't let a lot of these things bother me anymore. But if there are things that are valid, French fries were soggy, or, you know, temperatures on, you know, the food arrived, it was lukewarm. Yes, okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's for every bad review, there's always one or two that has a nugget of truth in it. You know, most of the time it's very subjective, and that's just par for the course for us as chefs to have to deal with and kind of navigate that. But at the end of the day, I think what it comes down to, I think any chef that does this on a professional level, you know, or anybody who cooks on a professional level, ultimately you just learn from your mistakes.
Yeah.
And it's like it's basically you're putting building blocks together to get to a certain experience level where you can execute, you know, at a high level. But even when you execute at a high level, we all make mistakes too.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna put that shit on the internet, get ready to
Yeah,
on.
I agree. I mean, I think he was well spoken, and he was enthusiastic about what he does and what he makes and all that stuff. But, you know, I think you should, I don't know where he's based out of, and I don't know if that really has a lot to do with things, but if I were to create a video like that and I was him, I would want to do my due diligence. I would do a lot of research and make sure that, like, this thing's gonna be
smashing.
Yeah.
Smell great. They're almost done.
I hear a sizzle.
I hear a sizzle,
the pan's not
but
hot
it's
enough.
gray.
But yes.
It's gray. And the egg. Oh, this is raw, and there's egg binder. It's
Hey man, Rocky did it.
Derek, thank you so much
Sorry.
for joining. Why are you being sorry? Don't be
I
sorry.
was waiting for you to finish. I thought I
No,
interrupted.
don't worry. We can interrupt each other all we want here. Derek, let everyone know who are watching, who you are, and where you work.
What's going on? My name is Derek. Right now I'm the chef de cuisine at Beauty and Essex in New York City. I'm a recovering musician, and I found my way into food, so I'm still here.
There you go. I used to be the chef de cuisine at Beauty and Essex, and Derek is actually the guy that got me the job. And then
Only to replace him.
Only to replace me later. So Derek, so good to have you here. Good to see you. It's been a while. And have you ever heard with cooking? Have you ever heard of Cooking with Jack?
No, man, I have not. But I'm excited. I love bison, so let's see how this goes.
All right, let's check this out.
Got a whole pound of bison left, so we're gonna make a bison burger.
Oh no. Do you see that thing in the corner? I see B, C-U, a C-R, what I'm assuming is a U, and ita.
Yeah, breadcrumbs.
I'm pretty sure that's breadcrumbs.
I hope we don't put that in.
I
hope we don't put it in our burger blend.
Sounds like he's gonna make
A meatball.
a meatball or a meatloaf.
I'm not gonna get all fancy on this, but I am gonna add a little something extra.
So we're not going to get as fancy as the tacos.
Pound of
Okay.
ground bison, garlic powder.
Garlic powder
Little
again,
bit of-
okay. Out of all the dry spices, I'm pretty much fine with ground powder. You
Yeah,
know,
no. In this application, sure. If you're seasoning meat, you want to season it internally. You don't want to add the moisture of fresh vegetables. I
Right.
get it.
Yeah.
I keep garlic powder. I keep plenty of dried stuff.
I prefer fresh garlic, but in this application, I think.
You know what? For me, when I especially like when I think back to those tacos, for me, the thing about garlic is I want that browning. I want
Yeah.
the garlic to go in a hot pan. I want to smell that change of the raw garlic turning to that toasted garlic, and I feel like it's one of my favorite things when I'm cooking.
There's an incredible depth of flavor with like cooked brown garlic. It's
Right before it gets bitter, it's so good.
yeah.
There we go.
Okay, onions.
Here we go.
all right.
Crack an egg in there.
This is not a burger.
Oh no! Hat down! What's
teriyaki sauce.
is
Is that
that?
molasses?
Just for
Wait, what did he say? Wait. No, let's
Little kick and flavor. So I don't know. We missed it.
top it off. Yeah, I mean, first of all, that looks like the pancake syrup pour from IHOP, but I don't know what that is.
A little jealous of that vessel.
Best. Oh,
What was it?
it's the best. Let me get my hat back on. My head's cold. It's a little cold today, guys. He has a line of sauces called like the best barbecue sauce or the
okay.
best teriyaki sauce, I guess. Yeah, that looks like industrial teriyaki sauce thickened with like agar.
I think they'd use agar. It's definitely a gum. It's xanthan.
Xanthan. That's what xanthan gum. But he put an egg in the burger.
Yeah, no, this is no longer a burger.
It's no longer a burger. No way.
No hope of being.
And like, for a lean protein, particularly a lean protein, you don't need not that you need a binder for a burger, period.
You don't.
Yeah. So it's completely moot. I would have been okay with the onion.
Yeah, of course. If you want to season your
yeah.
meat, we're going to make a burger blend. You want to
season your meat.
You want to season it from the inside. Great.
Yeah.
I just don't understand if we're making burgers, why we're adding an egg.
Yeah. Well, what do you think of the teriyaki sauce?
I mean, it looks like it has the consistency of an oyster. It looks great.
Yeah.
a lot of flavor.
Oh God, more. Oh, you saw how
You're
that
thinking,
poured?
too, there's a
quite
lot of liquid
gelatinous.
in there. How am I going to hold that all together? I'm going to
That's not liquid.
Fall
That's-
apart when I fry it. Well,
Arguably
Oh.
a
that's
liquid.
why you get the breadcrumbs out.
Oh
Oh,
no.
breadcrumbs.
He
Too.
oh.
They add a little substance, but they also hold it.
This is a little bit of a horror show right now.
Yes, it's
Okay, here we go. Ready? Ugh.
So one thing too to think
Nice.
about, we had already discussed the differences between bison and beef.
Yeah.
And we already noted that bison is what? It's drier than
drier.
beef.
Yeah.
Now we're adding bread to it,
Yeah.
which is going to further dry it out.
Yes. His justification was that, if it looks too liquidy, basically he's drying it up by adding breadcrumb, but it's just not necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, for me personally, when I do my burgers, I'm just a straight up salt and pepper, sometimes not even pepper, right before it hits the grill.
Yeah, no, you really
Right?
don't need anything.
On both sides. Just patty, salt, onto a grill, preferably charcoal if you can. And that's it.
Hey, I have nothing against a hard sear and a cast iron.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Actually, I take that back. Cast iron and/or a
This
good
is also
charcoal
me in
grill.
my New York City apartment living without any outdoor space, so I have zero grill.
Yeah.
Nice. See how it's kind of.
Don't spank it. Please don't spank it.
Not wet, but sticky. Beautiful.
Yeah, you
Well, there's
think?
your patty right there. No, just kidding. All right, let's make some patties right now.
No, that's your meatloaf.
Now remember, these patties cannot be. They can't be well done. Okay. Not with bison. It's got to be medium rare or rare. So if you don't like medium rare or rare burgers,
If you're not intending to cook this well done, then why did you need the egg to bind it? You know what I mean? There's just no logic in this.
We can't. There's nothing he can do to excuse the egg.
Yeah.
There's no reason. Again,
The egg and the breadcrumb just took this to another level.
he's gonna surprise us. He's gonna serve the burgers in sauce after he fries them.
beautiful. All right. There's one. They're perfect consistency when they try to almost stick to your hand, but
That's
they
not
don't.
true.
That's not true.
Two.
That has nothing to do with anything whatsoever. The more you manipulate protein, the more you're beating it up, the more the protein fibers or the protein itself is just going to excrete what proteins are made of, and guess what? That stuff's sticky, you know. So
Well, that, yeah, you know, and also the more you handle it, the tougher it's going to be.
and the tougher it is going to be. Yes, absolutely. So like I remember at a past restaurant, you know, when we made burgers, it was literally from the grinder. We, you know, got all the beef, the different cuts of beef, whatever that blend was, put it into the grinder, and as it came out of the grinder, we were forming the patties.
Right.
Not even patties, we were forming balls. And
Right,
we,
just to smash them.
and we smashed, not smashed, but we flattened them
Okay.
out right before it hit the grill. And that was it. Salt and pepper was one of the most amazing burgers ever. And the texture was really nice and soft and tender, but juicy and all that stuff. And guess what? We didn't manipulate the protein at all. In fact, the chef insisted, like, manipulate it as little as possible.
It's smart. It's smart. It was probably delicious.
Oh, they smell great. They're almost done.
I hear a sizzle.
I hear a
clearly
sizzle,
the pan's not
but
hot
it's
enough.
gray.
But yes.
It's gray. And you know, to what you were saying earlier, when you work with bison, you really have to, any lean protein, if you want to get browning on it, Maillard reaction, caramelization, whatever you want to call it, yeah, you need fat to facilitate the heat transfer.
Yeah, he should have had some oil, some butter in there.
Yeah.
I mean, the butter would have been great for this.
Ooh, butter would have been great, actually.
Still a little pink on the sides here. I'm just going to wait a few more minutes. Never, by the way, never, write this down, never press down your patties.
That's true.
No?
What do you mean? For what he's doing, he's not doing a smash burger.
Well, I was just about to say, what about a smash burger?
Well, I mean, a smash burger, you're not looking for juice. They're dry. They're smashed.
No,
they're like
I don't.
that thin.
I don't agree with
Okay.
that. I think a smash burger, like you know, the whole thing about it is usually you have more than one patty,
True.
and then in between each layer, there's usually a piece of cheese. So if anything, it makes it more moist because
Well,
you're able to incorporate more between each patty.
I guess, yeah, I see that. When I think of smushing it, I think of like I think of a smash burger. I'm thinking of the texture. I feel like you get the crispy beef on both
Right.
sides, and then you'll get the moistness from the cheese. But
Right.
I feel like, you know, when you're smashing something like this, like a lot of people tend to do,
Right.
that's when you're losing moisture.
Okay, that I agree with. And you know what? Smash burger and, like, let's just call this a traditional burger.
Yeah, like a quarter pound, a third of a pound patty.
Yeah, I mean, completely different burgers at the end of the day. Both delicious, but completely different. And I think the average person at home is just doing a traditional burger.
Yeah, for the
typically.
most part.
Yeah, for the most part. But yeah, it's just not enough sear on there, man. Ugh.
He's not done. He could flip them again.
Okay.
It's all the juice out of them. Look at those bad boys. Okay? Never do that. I'm going to show you how to build a hamburger. That's right. Normally
Show me,
I don't.
baby. Show me
I just
what
show
you
that
got.
product, but let's show you how I put it together. Grab yourself a bun. These are the
Knew it was
Hawaiian-
gonna be
James
untoasted.
Hawaiian bun.
Wait. Maybe he's gonna bring the pan over or something. Hey, give him the benefit of the doubt, Derek.
Teriyaki,
Oh,
'cause it
he is
teriyaki
doing untoasted.
Untoasted, he's got more jelly.
On the bun. Beautiful. Look at that.
All right, why toasted bun? To preface this, I agree with you. I think default for any burger, unless it's like a backyard bar, no, even a backyard barbecue.
Yeah,
I
you have
always
the
make-
grill. You have
yeah,
the grill. Throw it on.
yeah.
Heat up your bread. Come on.
Yeah, always heat up your bread. But why? Like, what's the why?
For me, I want that texture. I feel like it also strengthens the bread.
Yes.
So then when you're
Yeah.
putting your sauce on it, it's not just going to fall apart. and turn to
That's
mush.
exactly
Yeah.
what I was looking for. Toasting it makes clearly like dries out that top layer, but also makes it more robust to hold together better.
And it tastes good.
And it tastes good. And yeah, finally, it tastes awesome. And texturally, you know, when you have like the right toasted bread on, oh man, I can't beat that.
Grab yourself a piece of cheese so the heat starts melting it.
That's not going to work.
It's not.
Tomatoes right on top.
Okay. All right. I didn't see this while I was, you know, moaning in pain. But I was about to say, if I was guessing how he was going to build the rest of this burger, he's going to put cold stuff on top of that cheese.
That he's hoping for the for the heat of the
Cheese,
burger to
yeah,
melt.
it's going to rob the heat out of the burger. So you always want to melt your cheese while it's cooking. You know, the last few seconds, just so it starts to melt. And yes, it'll carry over cook once you remove it from the heat source on the bun, and it'll continue to melt. But if you're taking it, you're just putting a cold piece of cheese now, it's not going to work.
Now, I don't know if you have these. They always have them at Subway. They're called pepper rings or banana peppers. Or
Those are delicious.
These are delicious,
Whatever you wanna
but
call
I don't
it,
know
I
how
like
I feel
this.
about
Gives
that
a
with
little
teriyaki sauce.
Put that right on there. Beautiful. And top it off once again. Little drop of teriyaki there.
He's really into that teriyaki
He's really
jelly.
into that teriyaki.
That's my teriyaki. Okay. We're going to put this right on top. Look how beautiful that is. Uh-oh.
I mean,
It's awfully big, isn't it?
all right.
Wow. And center it on the plate. There you go. All right, here we go. Now, I have to warn you, once again, this is going to be rare. So, if you don't like rare, you might want to leave the room now.
All right, he's
There we
warning
go.
us
Oh,
it's going
yeah.
to be rare.
Gorgeous.
I'm not liking where this is going.
I
For the
know, it's
reveal,
gonna
the
be
big
beautiful.
reveal.
I just know it.
That's blue.
Pink.
That's raw. That's just raw. It's not rare. It's raw. It's black and blue.
There's no black. It's just blue.
Oh, true.
It's
There is no
steamed-
black.
it's
Okay.
steamed and blue.
For those of you watching are not familiar what black and blue means, it's a type of generally steak preparation.
It'd work on a burger. if you're-
Yeah, it works on a burger too. Let's just say a protein preparation. Wouldn't want to do it on chicken, but you get the outside super seared. I mean, as dark as you can get it.
Which requires
short.
a very hot pan, which we have
Yes.
yet to see in this show.
Exactly. No, yeah. This is just like lightly seared, steamed, roasted.
Pan roasted? Not really.
This is a steamed roast meatball patty.
So, you know what? I mean, one thing that shocks me too, if you think about everything that we put into this burger right
Yeah.
here, you know what I didn't see once? Salt.
Oh, yes.
I didn't
you're
see
right.
any salt.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure there's a certain level of salt in the teriyaki jelly. I'm
Yeah.
sure there's a certain level of salt in the Italian breadcrumbs. But I mean, there was no salt added to the inside of the meat.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know, like whenever I cook a burger or a steak, I'm literally crusting that salt on the
Yeah.
outside. Salt, and like you said, sometimes pepper,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna put a good layer of that
Yeah.
as soon as it goes in the pan or
Yeah.
on the grill. And we didn't see any seasoning. on
You're
that.
right. We didn't see any seasoning, and that heavy layer of salt on this particular burger patty is super important because, smash burgers, you don't have to salt too heavily because it's so
flat.
It's so thin.
The surface
right.
area, yeah.
And you usually have multiple patties, smashed patties. In this case, it's such a thick patty, you're not going to get any of that flavor in the middle.
I mean, you're just gonna taste the teriyaki and the breadcrumbs.
Yes. And the egg. Oh, this is raw, and there's egg binder.
Hey man, Rocky did it.
It serves zero purpose.
Yeah.
I can hear the emails coming. Look at that. Oh my God.
Not those emails.
Take
No
the
one cares
dough
how you're
off,
eating your
put it
meat.
on a bun. But anyway, there it is, right there. Let's give it a try. Well, there it is. It's gorgeous. Okay, before I try it, I just want to say thanks to Crown Blue Bison. Don't forget, when you cook bison, it's either rare or medium rare. You go to well done and forget it. It's going to toughen up, all right?
That's all protein. It gets tougher if it's well done. All protein.
Yes, true.
So let's give this baby a try. Mmm. Mm-hmm.
And this is how I got salmonella.
Well, you haven't seen some of his poultry cookery videos.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Has he done chicken sashimi?
not yet, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, actually, pretty much. Yeah.
He's got the teriyaki jelly for it.
Okay, man. Oh, jeez. Why did you guys send me this? Really, the commenters have.
Oh yeah, they have spoken.
Yeah, they have spoken, and they sent
Dictated.
me dictated more or less. Trying to keep this thing fresh as hell.
That? Whoa. Dude! Why does it look like a moldy piece of bread?
I mean, that looks.
You already know my name, Sean. You know where I work. Sunday in Brooklyn. I guess this is where I rattle off my professional credentials,
yeah.
I guess. Cool. I've been a chef for a little over 7 years now, which is kind of young in the industry, especially when you're standing next to giants like Brian over here. I have a lifelong passion for roasting people and watching YouTube videos, so I feel like I'm in the right place for that. I'm really excited to get into the nitty-gritty. I absolutely love talking. I have a huge passion for it, so hopefully I get to flex that muscle a little.
Have you you ever watched Cooking with Jack before?
I feel like I may have. Like I have this like when you said it, I had this like vision in my mind of like somebody recording something, and it looked like they used like a camera from like a VHS type camera from like the 90s, and it's in a really dimly lit kitchen with like wood furniture. It's giving like Buffalo Bill from Hannibal vibes. Like, is that what this is?
You'll see soon.
Okay.
Let's do this, baby.
I'm excited. You said this is church chili?
Church chili.
Oh,
you know,
man.
at church on a Sunday in Brooklyn.
Yeah, it all makes sense.
Yeah, it all makes sense.
I'm just curious if this is for the altar boys or from the altar boys, if you know what I mean.
Oh, God. I can already tell this is going to be a good one.
Oh, no. Football finger food. I love that. Lazy man's recipes.
Church chili, baby.
There we go.
There we go. Well, you know what? I'm stopping here. I know we just started the video, but let's take a quick look at all the ingredients. Okay. All right. Now, Sean.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've made a chili before.
I actually have an extensive history with chili.
Really? Dude, this is so awesome. It just happens every guest I have on here has something like, you know, they can really relate to the material. So anyway, tell us about your history with chili before
Specifically
we go on.
beer chilies. I used to... this is a little bit before I was like full-time working in restaurants. I used to do pop-ups at breweries in New York City over the summer. And it was like predominantly burgers. Like I would just show up with like 3 induction burners and 3 like big old cast iron skillets, and I would like just cook like really like to this day probably the best burgers I've ever made.
Hell yeah.
Professionally.
Yeah.
And it was super fun, and it was only in the summer, and I was like sweating bullets the entire day, and I drank a lot of free beer.
Hell yeah.
But after the summer, when you can't have the gates open in the breweries, because you know most of these places are just like warehouses that they like put seats in, I was like, all right, cool, like what can I do with that one with smoke out the place? So I was like, beer chili would be the move. So like I would like go 1 week and I'd pick up like a growler of whatever cool stout they had, and then I would like make a vegetarian version and a regular version. There were some really cool ones. Like I remember Finback used to do this beer. It was called Latte, and it was like a coffee chocolate cardamom thing. Like that made some like really, really cool chili. It almost like tasted like a Masaman curry, if you know what I mean. It was really fun. So yeah, I'm very into beer chilies. This is great.
Dude, this is perfect. All right, great.
Hey guys, okay, today is my church event called the Chili Bowl. And what they do is they do flag football 7-on-7 teams, and they do a chili cook-off. So I've entered for the first time. I'm gonna try and win the chili competition. I don't know, there may be 3 people that show up. There may be 100 people show up. I have no idea.
Okay.
All I know is that I've kind of altered some chilies and things I've liked in chilies I've done from the past. So I've got it right here. I'm just gonna show you guys what I'm making. This will air after the competition. I'm probably never entering the competition again, so I don't care if people know my recipe.
Hanging up his chili shoes, I
But I
guess.
don't want to know the recipe before the event happens. Okay, so it's
Okay. Much clearer view of the ingredients. Sean, what do you think of this ingredient set here? You know, you are right now, as of this moment in this room, you are the chili connoisseur, because I definitely don't have an extensive history with chili. What do you see?
There's a lot of schools of thought when it comes to chili. I'm of the mindset where I don't mind beans in my chili, but I've met a couple of very angry men who said if you put 1 bean in a bowl of chili, you've now got a bowl of beans. So this guy's like already making a stance with the bean chili.
Okay.
Depends where you're from, obviously, but you know I'm okay with the beans.
Okay.
What kind of sausage is that?
That looks like sweet Italian sausage.
Okay.
It's
not bad.
Yeah, not bad. So it sounds like many foods, chili can be very regional.
Oh, exceptionally regional.
Can you give me a little more insight into that? Like, where would you find beans in a chili?
I'm not from where chili is made. I'm from I'm from here.
Yeah.
So when I was doing these beer pop-ups, a lot of people would come up to me and they would just spew these opinions at me as to what chili was, and I just kind of absorbed a lot of it. I don't think I like have a flag in any particular camp. As long as it tastes good, I'm usually pretty happy. Is there anything that's like really throwing me off about this photo? I don't know yet.
Okay.
Nothing's scaring me just yet, which is usually a good sign. I don't like cooking with IPAs though, because I feel like whenever you cook with IPAs, it just tastes like a dive bar no matter what you do.
Yeah.
This is some of the magic. This is Chipotle's in adobo sauces.
Classic. I love Chipotle's. Love Chipotle's.
And that's it. I'm not putting any chili powder in or anything. It's going to be the smoky goodness.
I think you could
of
use
this.
both.
Yeah, probably.
And then if I need chili powder, I'll put it in. But as far as I know, this is the recipe.
That scares me. As far as I know, that's the recipe.
It's a confident man.
Sounds like there is no recipe.
Yeah.
And I've reacted to many of his videos. There's never a
This
recipe.
guy's more of a jazz player. He's not really playing off the book. Yeah.
You know,
This guy's noodling.
And then I got a can of corn, tomato
corn I'm not a
paste.
fan of.
IPA beer Laguintas.
Oh no.
This is an IPA.
Laguintas.
This is what I use on my sausage sliders.
Lagunitas.
Remember, and it foams.
No, he said
Laguintas. Laguintas, yeah.
I mean, obviously, whatever he says goes. So that's what we're calling it for the...
I mean, I don't usually start pronouncing it like that unless I've had 5 or 6 of them. So
Up.
He's ahead of the game.
Caramely tasting. This is an amazing beer to cook with. Okay.
oh no,
Sweet Italian sausage, and then let's clear
Mystery
this off
item.
because this is what's going to win it for me. I think.
oh what is that?
Is this beautiful?
Okay.
Bundle of hot dogs?
Before this opens, I already know what's in here because when I was looking for this video, right under his video was a video by August the Duck, and August the Duck reacts to a lot of Jack's videos. And man, all right, it's scary.
Okay,
It's scary.
okay.
Yeah.
Smoked
Like a ham
brisket.
hock or something? Oh, it's brisket.
I cooked it for 12 hours. This is leftovers. You guys remember last year I had a smoked brisket and it was
so much aluminum foil.
He said last year he had a smoked brisket. I don't know when this video came out. I'm sure it's on the older side, but I'm just going to assume whenever this video came out, he said last year. So if this was filmed in February, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that it was made in December, which is not great.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I'm hoping this is a fresh brisket.
I'm
I mean, he really like he's that's a lot of aluminum foil. He like trying to keep this thing fresh as hell.
Is that? Whoa.
dude.
Why does it look like a moldy piece of bread? Is that fat?
I think so.
Oh my god.
I think that's like a 7-month-old.
Is that
brisket.
oxidized?
I think that's oxidized.
Or is that straight up mold? Because that like the brisket isn't that fatty like that. Like
Yeah.
not like that.
Yeah.
Let me see a close up.
Look at that outer crust
Bark.
there. That it's just.
Why does
just
it look
gorgeous.
shiny? It
So
looks
we're
like it's, like,
we're gonna
sparkling.
Cube this up and reheat all this, and this cooked for 12 hours. This is the meat. We're not using ground beef. Yeah. Nobody uses ground beef anymore if you want to win it.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'm a
all
big
right.
ground beef guy.
Yeah. I mean, lots of people put
Yeah, you
ground
had
beef in.
Meatballs? Did I?
All right, let's talk about this brisket right now. I mean, a way of preserving food is by freezing, right? Now, a home freezer is actually not very cold compared to a commercial freezer or an industrial freezer. Industrial freezers go very well below 0 degrees Fahrenheit, right?
Probably like 15, 20 maybe.
Yeah. You know, the deep freezers are even lower than that. The colder you hold something in a freezer, the longer it's going to last. I mean,
Correct.
you know, that's pretty obvious. But in a home freezer where you are opening and closing numerous times, you know, I'm pretty sure this guy went to grab ice cream or, you know, frozen vegetables or something. I mean, that looks really old.
You think that was in the freezer?
Yeah,
Because it looks kind of wet. It has
Well,
that like
it-
sheeny, like a.
he said last year it had to be in the
Do you
freezer.
think it's the same one? Like that's really what's throwing me off here. I really hope it's not.
I hope it's
But
not,
it has
too.
that like wetness, like you know,
Yeah.
like when you like defrost something
Right.
and it's wet because the ice
Right.
formed on it. That's what that might be. That.
The key ingredient on this, I'm going to tell you right now, I use ground Swedish coffee,
Oh, that's kind of cool.
and I think it was brown sugar and chili powder and
All right, that's a
onion
solid
powder.
rub.
So, but it's the exact description is down below. All right, probably the hardest thing we're going to do is just cook our sausage. That's all we got to cook.
In the casing, too,
Everything
huh?
else is already made.
Usually you'd
so
open that up, no?
Yeah,
Let's get
yeah,
that.
100%.
Get that. in
And
the
also
pan
his
right
pan's
now.
not hot enough. You know what? If you don't mind, hit the thumbs up. If you're not already, hit that subscribe button. It's a little thing for you, but goes a long way for this channel. Let's keep watching.
Yeah, baby. Nothing like a sizzle. I love it. Okay, this is
going
when
to
it gets
Sizzlers.
interesting.
Oh, Sizzlers. Oh my
when
God.
you put everything
Such a
together.
throwback.
All right, so
Ooh.
you
I
cubed
love
it.
The meat. The meat.
Okay.
I mean, I almost thought he was gonna like fry it or
That's
something.
the
No.
key. So we'll put that much in for now. That's the brisket. Same with the sausage. I can't put all the sausage I want in. Most of
Okay,
it.
all right.
So he didn't brown the brisket at all.
That's about it.
No.
Oh.
All right, maybe a little more. There we go. That's about it.
He might as well put in all the sausage.
He wants a snack while he's cooking.
I
you know?
think he should have seared that brisket before he put it into the crock pot.
Yeah, that's. I mean, because in my mind, like if someone was like, "I'm making a brisket chili," and I didn't see this video, I didn't know what they're making. I was like, that sounds cool. Like you know, like you take a brisket, you cube it up, you fry it up. It sounds good. It's just seeing it like this is a little upsetting.
Well, also, I don't think he should be using this brisket at all.
Just in terms of health. In
terms of health, yeah, for real. You know, like I'll be very honest, and please like enlighten me if you know this, but I think technically,
Yeah.
if something stayed in the freezer 4 months, and I wouldn't know, and because I never served that, but if something stayed in the freezer 4 months, in aluminum foil,
Yeah.
which, like is very volatile.
Not cryovac.
Yeah, not cryovac or anything. It'll have a lot of odors, but technically if it stays at a very cold temperature, it should be okay to eat.
Isn't it specifically like the fatty stuff that would absorb those odors the most?
Yeah.
And that thing looked pretty chunky.
Yes.
Oh yes, I'm already kind of like worried about this.
It's gonna just absorb a ton of odors. But, this is coming from a home freezer. Yeah, I would not serve that.
No.
Ever.
For me, it's like, I mean, if you're freezing something, what is it, like 30 days?
At most.
And that's if it's
that.
already been frozen
Yeah.
and it's already cryovac
Yes.
and it was professionally like.
Yes.
Anything past that, it's like,
Oh yeah. Also, when you refreeze something, that significantly reduces the shelf life. So if you receive something, it's already been industrial frozen, it's been held frozen, and you put it into your freezer, that will last no problem 30 days.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
If not, I mean, you could push it.
Yeah, you could definitely push it. But something that was defrosted, he cooked it, wrapped it in aluminum, and then into his home freezer. No, I wouldn't serve that. And he's gonna serve this to a church.
I'm about to get all DOH on you. How long was that in the danger zone for? Like
Beans.
raw onion.
Raw onion.
There we go.
Just dump in the canned beans. Okay.
I like how he saved some of the sausage, but none of the beans.
Okay. So right away you said raw onion. Why? Like, what would you have done?
You gotta brown the onion.
Yes.
You gotta brown the onion.
Yeah. Huge missed opportunity. And he's putting in the corn now.
I do actually like putting corn in vegetarian chilies, but like you have to brown the corn. It's kind of like something you do to make vegetarian chilies taste more meaty. Is like browned corn and like sun-dried tomatoes. And
But do you put the corn at the beginning stage like this?
you fry it. You fry it in the oil.
Oh, okay.
Or for me, what I would always do, it's like, I mean, if you're doing a beef one, if you're doing a fat one, it's like fry the fat, render out the meat. Then you can like take the meat out and then you fry all your veg in the fat from the meat. Classic. But yeah, no, this is going to be so watery.
Yeah, it's super watery. Like, he should have at least sauteed everything, reduced the moisture content, concentrated the flavors. For me personally, I would have liked to use fresh corn, maybe make the chili and then make some kind of like corn salsa that you put on top of the chili right before you serve for
You
a
want to
little
go
bit more of
crazy?
that.
Grill the corn, make a salad out of that.
Yep.
I mean, anything.
Putting it in at the beginning stage like this, straight out of the can, not a fan.
So I don't like these
Tomatoes.
crock pots though.
The garlic.
Like people think you just throw things in there.
See if I can shake out the paste. Come on.
No,
Come on.
you don't
Give
shake
me
out
the
paste.
spoon. Come on.
Oh, I guess he is. I guess he shakes things real good.
Right there. Salsa.
That was scary, huh? What is that powder? Is that garlic powder?
That's I'm pretty sure that's the ground up the pre-minced garlic in
Yeah,
the
that's
jar.
what I thought it was. It almost looks like good Parmesan, but I guess, yeah, it's out of the question.
Huge missed opportunity with the tomato paste. So
tomato paste.
Yeah. So typically, can you tell everyone what a pinçage is?
I didn't go to culinary school. I give.
Oh, you did? Okay. So when you typically for stocks like brown veal stocks and stuff like that, you have your onions, carrots, and celery. You saute that, and then you mix in the tomato paste, and then you cook that, and it gets lava hot. It's really like you have to be careful with it because tomato paste is pretty much all sugar, but it intensifies the flavors. I mean, you're literally browning the tomato paste along with your mirepoix, your veg, but the principle is the same for a lot of Western cookery. You want to cook that tomato paste.
I've seen a lot of people rub their meat in tomato paste also before they roast them, which is also pretty cool for stocks.
yeah.
I've tried that a couple times. That worked out pretty well for me. It's probably the same idea.
It's the same principle though. You're gonna cook the paste.
Yeah, even like the tomato sauces that we make, like we don't actually cook the tomatoes. Like we just fry the paste and the garlic and the olive oil, and then we like mix that into the tomatoes, and then we just blend it, and that's it.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
it's the easiest way to do it.
But the most important part is you're cooking the tomato paste to
100%.
intensify the flavor, but then you get the bright acidity from the raw tomato.
Pour the beer in. Yes, it will cook off the alcohol. I'm gonna be cooking a long time.
This is the other if you had browned them, you could have used this to deglaze it, and it would have been all
yes,
beautiful.
yes. Can you please run through what you would have done in this case? Like, what does deglaze mean? Like,
Or what you would really want to do is you want to fry all these ingredients out. You want to remove the water. You want to caramelize everything, and then you get those little crispy bits on the bottom of your pan. People have like a million different words for them. Some people call them fond. And then deglazing is when you take any really liquid, like you can use a million things for it, but if you were to use beer in a chili, you would deglaze with the beer, and then that would like pick up all of that flavor that you developed on the bottom of the pan, as opposed to you throwing it in the garbage or having to wash it off at the end of your cook, which I usually deglaze because it makes cooking easier, cleaner. It's like it just makes my pans cleaner by the time I'm done with it.
1000%.
And then
Reacting and bubbling.
the reason
Chemistry.
I'm going to take first place It's because of this magic right here.
The Chipotle.
Chipotle's.
I mean, that is going to go great in a chili, but
And you can treat the Chipotle the same way you would treat the tomato paste. Like,
Yes.
if you just like blended up that Chipotle and you had the tomato paste and you fried that off first and you threw your veg in there, it would have been delicious.
this is the thing that drives me crazy about Jack. He's putting out these recipes, but there's no technique behind it. He's
Yeah.
literally just throwing f***ing everything in at the same time, and it drives me nuts.
That's where the fun is. It's like where the when and how you add things is where the magic happens.
Yes, and I feel, and I think you as well, can take the same exact ingredient set, except for the year-old brisket, and
That would go in the garbage.
And make, yeah, that would go in the and make a half decent tasting chili out of what he had there alone.
This could have been delicious.
Yes,
Easily.
100%.
Like even with all the canned,
And the adobo sauce, it's all mixed in here now.
And the
I just took a quick look.
nuclear waste
yeah,
brisket.
looks like something you did in like Fallout, you know?
Make sure it's perfect. It's a perfect balance of everything.
All right, let it cook on high for 1 to 2 hours, then keep it on warm setting until serving. Okay,
I guess like what's the point of even like, I know this is weird to say sometimes, but it's like at this point cooking it is not even like really like doing anything.
yeah, more or less.
You're just boiling it.
Yeah, more-
like you're
yes,
just reducing it.
exactly.
There's nothing that's happening besides to like concentrate flavors that probably aren't very good to begin with.
Yes.
Which you might not even want.
Like he's gonna have an impossible time concentrating the flavors without manipulating the texture of everything in there to the point where it's just mush right? Like, so because by the time he reduces the moisture content using this technique, putting everything into a pot versus staging it out and reducing the moisture content, everything else is just going to be this mushy texture.
Yeah, it's gonna come out looking like grog or something. Some sort of like gulag meal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, this baby's there.
This is the competition over here.
The kid's away.
All the teams are getting ready for 7-on-7 football.
Also, like, I can't really imagine like something more, I guess, masochistic than eating chili and then running around and, like over an extended period of time. Like that just sounds like such a bathroom visit.
So here's the deal. I'm at the chili competition, and I can tell you right now I'm not going to win. Let me tell you why.
Oh no.
Number one, I don't cheat. But number two, they're letting everybody here vote which one they think is the best, and I don't think that's good. I think you should have neutral
This guy doesn't believe in
designated
democracy.
judges. So I'm going on record saying that I'm probably not going to win today. Because I'm not going to tell Jack and his friends to vote for me. I'm not going to do that. So everybody's going to go over and vote for the best chili possible.
Okay.
This guy looks like Bat Dad. You ever watch South Park?
Yeah, I've watched
This
this.
guy looks like Bat Dad. Like, you know, when the dad goes to the softball games dressed up as like Batman and starts fighting the other dads?
No, I've never seen that.
You should check it out. It's a funny one.
So he's upset that the consumers of the chili are going to be voting for which one's their favorite chili. Now, yes, there are contests where you have judges and the general audience gets to taste your chili.
Yeah.
But as far as I'm understanding, and I've done contests like this, like taco contests and stuff
Yeah.
like that, because before I was Chef Brian Tsao, the sandwich guy, I was Chef Brian Tsao, the taco guy, because I beat Bobby Flay with taco. But yeah, I've done both where you have a judge, but usually a lot of these contests, it's voted by the people. I
makes
mean,
sense.
I don't know why he's getting so butthurt about
Does he
this.
prefer the Saddam Hussein method where people are very strongly compelled to vote for you?
Chef Sean, what did you think?
I thought a lot. I'm thinking a lot still. I do love train wrecks, and I do like this is a cringy video because it's almost like the confidence that he exudes while he's doing this.
That's the
Like,
thing that- yes,
it's such a
yeah.
it's such like a baseless confidence. Like there's like no reason for you to be this confident with what you're doing. It's very scary.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know how many books this guy's read about chili. I mean, he might need to write one so that I can read it, and then maybe there's something I don't know about
Yeah,
it.
maybe they're, you know what it is? He knows something we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but like whenever I try to like cook something that I've never cooked before, I like, I maybe watch a couple YouTube videos about it, not from this particular creator. I might even like look up a book that has a couple
Absolutely.
recipes.
I do it all the time.
90% of the food that I make at the restaurant is either inspired by or like very much me just trying to copy what I saw without
Yeah.
actually seeing the ingredients of something on YouTube or a book or something.
And you mentioned earlier you haven't gone to culinary school, but clearly that hasn't stopped you
Yeah.
from moving forward in your career or being able to cook absolutely f***ing delicious food. Because, by the way, guys, if you're in New York, you need a solid place to eat, and in a beautiful neighborhood, definitely go to Sunday in Brooklyn, in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. I'm not just saying that to
We're
kiss
2 blocks
ass.
away. You could hit both of us.
Yeah,
in
actually,
the same
yes.
day.
Yeah, I mean, we literally trade avocados.
Trade avocados. We have an avocado
We have an
market
avocado
going.
exchange.
Yeah.
So I don't have ripe avocados, so I'll call up Sean and be like, "Hey, man, I need like 2 dozen avocados right now, ripe." He's like, "I got you."
We have an ungodly amount of avocados at all times. We sell so many avocado toast, it's actually painful.
You already fucked it up, you know? But like, let's show me now.
Okay. Frenchy, there's a very specific reason why I waited this long to bring you on. Welcome to the show. We are reunited again at last.
And it feels so good.
It does feel very good. Please let the audience know who you are and what you're about.
I am Chef Paul. I'm the owner of Le Rivage Restaurant on Restaurant Row in Manhattan, right in the middle of the theater district. And let me tell you, I missed you so much.
Me too.
And I am happy to be here today. So can we not waste time and like...
Oh, yes. Okay, so Paul wanted to...
imbibe. Because apparently if you drink alone, you're an alcoholic.
Yes, and he is forcing me to drink with him. And that's okay. I don't mind being forced by Chef Paul.
Oui, chef.
Oh, Frenchy, it's been too long.
Are these hipster glasses?
No, I got them from one of our sponsors, and I thought they were pretty badass, so I kept them. Cheers.
Santé.
Whatever that means.
Oh, we're sipping? Oh, oh, okay. Let's do that again.
No. I guess I'll catch up with you.
You'll catch up with me? Okay.
Guys, this is gonna be an interesting.
It's gonna be a good episode. I can tell you that.
So, have you ever heard of Cooking with Jack?
No.
Good. Now, you've made a French onion soup once or twice before.
I've made a couple in my lifetime.
So you've made a couple of French onion soups during your time. In fact, please tell the audience about your signature dish, please.
I am famously famous for dredging up this winner of a burger called the French onion soup burger. Oh, did I go out of cam?
Yeah, you went out of cam. I need you to move this way. Yes, I know. Listen.
But I want to be comfortable.
Well, you can be comfortable. Just be more comfortable that way.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Look at my fat ass, okay? Are we good there?
Better.
So now I gotta focus on my... This is.
Listen, this is YouTube,
This
all right?
is an amateur setup here.
We
I'm
keep
like,
a professional
amateur. Where's my lounge chairs?
I got light
they're
boxes.
They're usually condiments. There's usually like
I got
some
condiments.
Thin mint.
You didn't ask for condoms. I'll give you condoms.
I actually asked for a sandwich, to be honest with you.
We'll get
I
that
did ask
Can
for
we
a
start
sandwich.
this reaction, please?
Okay, let's do this. Jack. Okay, let's get back to Jack.
Okay, good. All right, listen.
Is it Jack, J-A-C-K?
J-A-C-K.
Yeah, it ain't French. It ain't gonna be good. I could tell you that already. Now, if you told me that it was J-A-C-Q-U-E-S, like Torres, another favorite person of mine, but let's see what Jack does.
Let's see this. All right.
Oh, and he has a soundtrack.
Now, actually, you know what? I'm stopping here because...
The lime green paint on the wall? Is that what you want to focus on?
No. Frenchie.
The red curtains?
Frenchie, focus on the cooking.
Okay.
Okay, please? Okay. All right? Don't get me canceled.
Okay, no.
All right, thank you.
So no commentary on people, geography, just the food.
Just the food.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will attempt this. It's got this special effects. Gotta give him that.
Hey, how you doing? Jack Scalfani here, and welcome back to the show. You're cooking with Jack, and it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a pretty complex recipe.
The whole point is an onion soup is not supposed to be complex. The whole point, it's like the most dumb recipe. It's a midnight mass recipe for Christmas where you're supposed to throw in together in under 10 minutes and it's supposed to work out for you. It's not supposed to be complex.
I love that you clarified that right from the beginning. I try to be neutral on this channel.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but you definitely bring out something fucking mean in me. for sure. I know.
Ingredients.
Let's look at the ingredients here. He's got some beef broth.
Where?
The canned beef broth.
Oh, okay.
The Swansons.
Okay, Swanson's. Okay.
Now, typically you'll make it with chicken stock, right? How do you make your French onion soup?
At this point, any good stock that's been reduced properly will work.
Okay.
Beef, veal, pork.
Great.
But
So we got beef broth here. It looks like Dijon mustard behind there. I don't know what's next to the Dijon in those boxes. On the other side of the Dijon, or what I'm assuming is Dijon, Grey Poupon. So I guess.
wait a second. Are you looking at this video for the first time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay then. So it's a discovery.
Yeah, it's a discovery.
It's a process.
It's a process. We're breaking this.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Bring the mic closer to you again, please.
But I want to be comfy. You see how I do? I got my thing, my swinging. Am I in focus here?
Yes. Sony's got great autofocus.
Am I ruining the magic of the?
No, you're probably making more magic. Listen, back to the video. I don't know what the hell's in that clear plastic container. He's got some white wine, and in front of that, I'm assuming, is butter and onions. Is he missing anything? Has he got too much? You know, I've made many French onion soups before. It's actually one of my favorite things to make, but from Frenchy's perspective.
Well, listen, I've veered off from the classic recipe because like people are paying for it. So the original recipe is really like a stupid recipe. It's a dumbed down recipe that's like it's quickly made. It's like a poor man's broth of a soup, but. You know, and I've improved on it, and hopefully every French restaurant has done that because the original soup is like it's a one and done thing. You can't save it. It doesn't last. It doesn't, you know. So this looks more of like an Americanized already from what I see in the overabundance of stuff on that table there.
Okay, but tell us what is in a classic, the dumb version of French onion soup that you're talking about.
Stock, onions, wine.
That's
End of story.
End of story. That's
salt, pepper, obviously,
right.
but that's it.
Yes, I got Parmesan and grape.
Wait, Parmesan? From where?
Parmesan. That plastic container is
But
Parmesan.
is there gonna be more cheese?
We have to keep watching.
And Swiss cheese and butter and broth.
Wait, he said Swiss cheese, right?
Yeah, he said Swiss cheese.
Okay.
Hey, if you don't mind, make sure you hit the thumbs up. And if you're not already, make sure you're subscribed and the notification bell is on. It's a little thing for you, but really does go a long way for this channel. And I would greatly appreciate it.
So it's going to be really cool. By the way, if you are under 21, make sure you get your parents' permission to cook with wine. We're going to be using dry white wine.
Technically, no,
Before
because
we
you're
do
going to
that, though,
boil
I want
it.
a
It's
few
going to
people
all the
that I
alcohol
wanna say hi
is going to
to.
evaporate. So no,
Yeah, there's no alcohol in there.
no alcohol.
Yeah, well, at the end product.
unless the kids are drinking it, then now you have serious problems.
I think that's what he's afraid of, Paul.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably what you did, right?
I
You were
didn't drink
working
it. I was scared of my old man.
Okay? Because I don't know if you've ever had French onion soup, but inside the soup on the top is a layer of bread. And we're going to cut it, and we're going to toast this in the oven and get it kind of stale. Get it as hard as we can because
Stale.
when we put in the French onion
Or
soup, we don't
toasted,
want it
I
to
think
get
is
soggy
what he
right
meant.
away.
It's going to toast it to get it stale.
So let's cut this bread up. We'll get this French onion soup started. Come on in close. Let's do it.
All right.
Listen. Technically, you're supposed to get rid of the old bread and the stale bread, and there's one way of getting rid of it because it's a cheap soup, and you're supposed to get rid of. But if you're doing something, if you want to go out of your way, toasting it is actually like okay. That's extra points. You're making fresh croutons.
Okay,
You're making fresh croutons. For me, that's a plus.
Okay, all right.
And let's toast those bad boys. Get them nice and hard. And then
Nice and hard.
That's what. Never mind.
Calls for 6 onions, about 3 pounds worth. We're gonna get 6 cloves of garlic out of here. And we're gonna slice the garlic and we're gonna cut up the onions.
Garlic. I'm not a big fan of the garlic. If you're doing it traditionally, you don't have time enough for to get the proper way of. No garlic.
No garlic. Okay, no garlic. All right.
I mean, listen. I've
what
seen
I
it.
do.
I've seen it with the
I
garlic.
cut off almost.
But for me,
I
no.
cut the end off one end.
I respect
You're
that.
putting
the other
yourself
end,
at risk with the garlic because
almost
you
the
could
whole
pick that
thing.
up.
Right, because it can burn.
Look at me sounding professional. Did you hear that?
Yeah,
that
it's-
was like some good advice.
Yeah, I almost thought you were a different person for a second.
Okay, let's go. You already
like that.
fucked it up. But let's show me now.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Too much?
No, not at all. They're not at all. All right, let me cap this because I'm already getting tips.
Really? Wait. And then before you cap it, give me mine.
All right. To clarify what Paul's talking about, Jack cut off the root end, and when you're working with onions, you never cut off the root end because that's what's holding everything together. And the moment you try to start processing this onion with the root end cut off, it's going to fall apart.
Cry too. You're going to cry.
Then you're going to cut slices basically like this. Some thick, fairly thick slices.
Okay, so we got to spend more time
onions.
cooking it.
Okay, yes. Clarify what Paul's saying here is, listen, generally for the onions, you want to cut them thinner. You're increasing the surface area and you're going to expose more of the onion to the hot pan, thus having an easier time caramelizing. If you cut it that thick, the edges are going to get caramelized much quicker than the center. So that is why you generally want to cut on the thinner side.
Thank you for translating. Am I not speaking English?
You're not clarifying. You're not.
Yeah, it's not my job. That's your job, not apparently now. Okay, next.
All right.
Be much, but just enough to saute the onions and garlic. Okay, while the butter is melting.
I would cut it a little bit so to give it a higher heat factor, you know, like maybe a little bit of olive oil. But French people would not do that. So traditionally, he's right. But now I cheat by, giving it a higher heat level with,
Right. So
either clarified butter.
When you're using pure butter like that, what Paul's talking about, by cheating, he's going to add some plain olive oil, right? Not extra virgin, right? Olive oil, which has a higher smoke point, so it's going to be able to withstand a much higher cooking temperature. Am I correct?
Oh, so we're doing
Frenchy?
like an educational thing.
Well, I try to, but you're like, do you know how hard that was?
I thought
to
you were
say
trying
just
to
now?
be entertaining. Oh, okay. Okay, so if you need me to, like if we're doing Cooking 101, then sign me up. Yeah.
Give it a head
I'm
start
not in
because once
with
the
I'm
onions
not
come in,
part
they're
of
going to
the
take
garlic.
over.
Okay, you're not
So
part of
just
the
give
garlic club.
Garlic just a minute.
As much as I love
Put in your
garlic.
onions.
That by the time you brown those onions, that garlic is
Singed.
Make sure your flame ain't too high. I think
Or-
mine might be a little too high. So
Do you think he's overcrowding the pan?
Oh no, not at all. I would actually get a little pan and create some height on that pan.
No, you can curse.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Jordan, the editor, or what wonderful editor Jordan.
bleeps it out?
He bleeps it out. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
That's wonderful. I need someone like that 24/7.
this looks like a lot, but it's all going to shrink down and shrivel down, so don't worry about
That's
it.
what she said.
Make sure you keep things moving around. Put on some music, kick back and relax. This could take about 45 minutes.
45 minutes. Here's why you had to cut those onions smaller. I don't have 45 minutes to waste.
Yes.
Seriously.
We'll be right back, right after this message.
Wait, he has
Hey,
commercials?
how you doing? Jack Scalfani here to tell you about my line of sauces. It's called the best barbecue sauce you'll ever taste.
Yeah.
It's so good, we made a...
Called the best barbecue sauce you'll ever taste.
There it is. If that's not good enough, we made the best
I
teriyaki
need
sauce you'll ever taste.
to get this
Bam!
sauce.
And to make it even better, we just
I
released the
need-
best gourmet seasoning you'll ever taste.
Yes.
Have you made videos on this?
No.
Does he use these?
Yes. Actually, I reacted to it. The video I did with Ed, he put a ton of that teriyaki sauce on his
And?
burger. Well, it would. Yeah.
But
All right. So do you want to, guys, let us know in the comments below. Do you want to see Chef Paul and I buy some of these and, taste them on camera for you? Let us know.
We do free shipping anywhere in the United States. Go to thebestsauces.com.
the question is, do you do return free shipping? Because I feel like that's what's going to be happening.
It's unbelievable. Butter, onions,
So
and
people
garlic
see
smells
how
amazing.
it's, you got, it should all be the same color. If
Yes.
you got
Yes.
multiple colors going, you're heading in the wrong direction.
See all that brown goodness on the bottom? Look at all that. See all that brown goodness? It's beautiful. That's going to get lifted up right now with the white wine we're going to put in.
Now.
Oh, that
quarter
brown
cup
goodness! I had a zinger there
dry
too,
white wine.
and that I can't say on your goddamn show.
Don't fucking get me canceled. Please. All right. He's saying he's going to put the white wine now to deglaze. I'm not sure if he knows what that means. Are those onions, in your opinion, nearly brown enough?
Not even close. But like, how do you push through this though? You got to do the whole show. You got to go through the whole video. It's already It's already fixed.
That's kind of the point.
That's
my
the
friend.
point?
Yeah. Frenchie, there's a very specific reason why I waited this long to bring you on. Because the people have been loving these guest appearances by my chef buddies, but you, I have been waiting.
We're gonna simmer this, so I gotta lower this right away. Get that down to a simmer. There we go. Much better. Don't want to burn it. Just.
Hey, feel free to tell me to stop anytime if you want to comment, you know. You know what we need to do is we need to do a French onion soup video. We
Yeah.
need to show the people how it's done.
Yeah, and it should be, and it, again, the root of the soup is celebratory. It's like, it's supposed to be like you came back from midnight mass, you know, for Christmas, and you had no time to do anything else. You made this. This was the recipe that was created because you had no time. You had to get something on the table real quick. You had that done, and and most people were poor back then. They had like the bread that they threw that in, and that was it. This is root peasant food. This was like midnight mass celebratory. That's how I remember it. I could be wrong. Not that a French chef would admit that, but
It's time to put the last few
he's not
ingredients
beautiful.
in.
No.
3 cups of chicken broth.
Wait, he had beef broth earlier.
Or maybe
Uh-oh.
we just said that.
This may not all
It
fit.
was in the can.
It's gonna
It
be
was in the
interesting.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna put in
Put in
the
what?
mustard in first, just in case it's.
Wait. wait.
Unleash! Unleash!
Wait.
Unleash Chef Paul!
Why is it mustard? Just because it's French, it's going to go into the goddamn soup? French mustard? The
Mustard
only
later.
reason he's putting
So,
this
1
mustard
teaspoon
in
of
is because it's
Dijon
French.
mustard.
Just because it's French doesn't mean it goes into every f***ing recipe. Oh no, bro, you're far from okay. You are far from okay. What?
Beef broth.
Okay, well, that's a good ingredient, but it's
It
too
worked.
little too late.
It all fit. Da, 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 da. Okay, you're gonna let this simmer for another 20 minutes. Then we're gonna season with salt
No,
and pepper.
but like I got that
Then we're
flavor in
gonna
my mouth now. I got the Dijon mustard in my mouth with the stock. It's like I don't even have to taste it. I know what it's producing in my mouth already. I mean, that is no good.
I mean, this is like, you know, Jamie Oliver, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Jamie Oliver does a lot of this with his Asian cuisine. He just like fucking puts soy sauce and fish sauce into just because it's Asian.
But he's British. Why are you watching him?
Well, to watch him it up.
Okay, this still has about 10 minutes left of simmering.
10
but I just
minutes
took a
more
sneak
of
little
simmering.
Sip of it and,
So what? There was the
it's a little
45
bland.
original minutes, right?
For the sauteing.
And then another 10 minutes. Put it to bed.
So it says to do a little salt and pepper for flavoring. So I'm going to do that right now.
let's make
so
sure
it
we get our
cooks in.
flavoring
I'm
from
not
the
gonna wait till
pepper.
the end.
Stop.
There you go.
Okay.
A little salt,
Salt. Good idea.
just to kick up the taste a little bit.
Yes,
Yes.
kick it up.
Yeah,
Actually, I think I've reacted to many of his videos. I think this is the first time I'm seeing him put salt on.
Oh, yeah?
Legit.
it in, and it's going to be absolutely beautiful. That ought to just top it off. Oh, yeah.
Wait,
look how
why is there a
beautiful that
plate?
is. Look at that.
A paper plate.
It's just gorgeous. You could totally smell all the seasoning in there. The garlic, the onions just are amazing, and the white wine. All right, we're gonna plate this now.
We're going to plate it. You mean plate it, or is he going to assemble it? Is that what you're going to do?
I don't know.
Because later on we're gonna put on a
What?
cookie sheet. We don't want to burn the cheese onto the cookie sheet.
We're burning the
So let's
cheese.
plate it first here. I'll show you how to do this. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do
Okay.
is we're gonna fill this container with soup.
You can call it soup, babe, all you want. For all eternity.
first
It
thing you
ain't
do,
going to
remember
make it so.
Remember the bread? Remember the bread I told you about? Yep, that's right. You're gonna set it right in there. Then you're gonna take some cheese. You're gonna cover the entire top with this.
Folks, the best part of this dish so far is this goddamn Swiss cheese. And let's pray to God that it really is Swiss cheese. Because I'll see when it melts what it looks like. I'll tell you.
We're going to sprinkle.
No.
Kind of fill the holes on the side.
What the f is Parmesan cheese doing on top of another cheese on top of so-called soup?
All right, for your soup, what cheeses do you put on?
A Gruyere, which is
Yeah.
like a French,
Yeah.
Swiss. But listen, you can...
Do you need more?
No,
whiskey?
I got my
Okay,
glass
all
here.
right.
But like,
buddy, it's good to see you.
So there you go. They're all cheese.
so how is
and
the
breaded,
Swiss cheese
and
gonna melt
it just
or
smells
get crusty from the Parmesan cheese on top of it? So you got to burn through the Parmesan
Yes,
cheese
correct.
to get to the Swiss.
And the Parmesan cheese is already much drier than the
Yeah,
Swiss.
so that's gonna just carbonize.
Yeah.
Is that a word?
We'll use it for
I'll
today.
make that work.
Okay. But does he still have the label on him?
Wait,
Do you see this?
no.
Yeah.
Where?
Look, the side where my mouse cursor is. That's.
Well, when that burns, that'll add to the flavor. It's called smoking, people. We are gonna smoke these onion soups. And the glue, ooh, even better. Holy sh! Wait a
Look
second.
how beautiful that looks. Oh, the cheeses smell great. The Swiss and the Parmesan.
Wait a
mixed
second.
Together.
Waiting. I'm waiting.
What trick did he play on us here?
Doesn't look terrible.
Doesn't look
It's not
terrible. I
burnt.
gotta say, it doesn't look terrible. Okay, so the oil. So I'll tell you how he wins. He used a cheap Swiss cheese, and what happens to cheap Swiss cheese when you broil it? The oil seeps out of it. The oil actually drenched the Parmesan cheese and toasted it.
Oh, the bread even softened.
Oh
up.
yeah, congrats! There, I told you as soon as he cuts into it.
Oh wait.
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Piece here. Look at that.
Okay.
Me.
That's beautiful. There's
Hey,
onion,
hey.
and garlic, and cheese.
Okay. That cheese was melty. There was a crust. You know. We have to admit here.
Listen, I
we
would
predicted
totally
wrong.
eat that.
Yeah.
You know how you go to McDonald's when you're super drunk? I would do that at that same moment,
Okay.
and I would enjoy it.
Okay. All right. Hey, you guys heard it. You know, real French chef here, real Frenchy. Yeah, can you prove that you're French? Can you say something in French? You know, because you don't have an accent. I don't think people are going to believe you.
Je m'appelle Paul Denamiel, et je suis le chef du restaurant Le Rivage.
That was pretty hot.
Sexy, right?
Yeah, I'm soaking right now.
Oh, you wouldn't be the first, and you're definitely not the last. Listen, that actually looks like a good bite.
Yeah, it does.
You know, it ain't onion soup though.
I mean, listen, his onions were definitely cut way too big. I don't hate the wine though. Okay, Parmesan, not a huge fan of, but I guarantee you that toasted Parmesan on there will taste delicious.
In comparison to what most onion soups are across the country, that's a better version. Because usually you have like a melted mozzarella or like provolone or something. It's not even crispy or anything. Like my soup is crispy. It's like you dig into it and you got a thick layer, so it's crispy, and you stretch it out. You got that cheese, you got the and it's dark and it's flavorful. It's the brothy. Ooh, sexy. But this, it ain't onion soup. But I'm telling you, somebody's enjoying that.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy that? You made that and you enjoyed it. At the end of the day, you win.
Good point. Very good point.
A+ material. Amazing. The salt and the pepper helps. Don't forget the salt and pepper.
Yeah,
Go to my
definitely
blog.
don't forget the salt and pepper.
French onion soup. I'd make this in a heartbeat again. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Cooking with Jack.
Hey, Jack, we love you.
Jack's really helped this channel a lot, and I gotta say, I'm surprised. Listen, aside,
I was on it until the very end, and then
okay, not a fan of the Dijon.
no, definitely not.
Definitely not.
It doesn't belong in that format.
The onions were cut poorly, and the onions were not caramelized enough.
Listen,
Don't
call it a French onion soup burger.
A French onion soup. You said burger.
Oh, I said burger. I'm so sorry. That was a slip. That was a Freudian slip. You'll explain that later.
No, I won't.
They want Frenchie back?
They wanted Frenchie back, and I am the man. I am a man of the people.
You are the man of the people.
Mom.
Oh, he's gonna sous vide the omelets!
Chef Paul Denamiel, welcome back. The people hath spoketh, and they wanted Frenchie back.
They want Frenchie back?
They wanted Frenchie back, and I am the man. I am a man of the people.
You are the man of the people.
Yes, and
Okay.
I brought you back. Thank you for coming back.
But what do you mean they want me back? In what way?
Are you not familiar with the YouTube's comment section?
No.
No. Well, let's just say basically every other comment was, Paul is great. Paul is great.
Oh,
Brian
that I
sucks.
like.
Brian sucks. Well, no one said that, but they said they loved you.
Okay, no.
I mean, everyone basically said you are probably their favorite guest that I've had on here so far.
And how many guests have you had?
Quite a few.
Good.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, over about 10 at this point.
As if I wasn't conceited enough. You know, this is going to go a long way now. Feed my ego.
Dude, can you move this way again? You keep doing this every time you film here. Just move. Yes, thank you.
So I literally have to, so I can lean, so I can bounce around
Yeah,
a little bit?
Yeah, that's a good position. Great, wonderful. Don't fucking hide your face behind the mic. Can you please look?
I like this. Like, it's a little bit of an escape.
Yeah.
You know? The wife was like, again? I was like, oh, yeah. I was like, is this going to become a habit? I said, I don't know.
Oh, yes, it is going to become a habit because I get my dosage of Paul. The audience gets their dosage of Paul.
Okie dokie.
And with that said, I got you some French wine.
Yeah.
And,
French wine.
Yes. Well,
Are you going to pour?
no, you never pour for yourself. Korean tradition, you never pour your own glass.
Then
So you pour for me.
I will pour for you.
No. Oh, okay. So that's my glass.
That's
Okay.
your glass now.
Okay. All right. And then now I'm going to pour for you. Okay.
I love how you got me something I am forced to sip that I can't chug.
I actually said that to myself. I was like, we are not doing whiskey again.
Now we got to be like elevated and we have to be like, you know, pretentious and French and
Now remember, let's go over some ground rules. We're focusing on the food, just
Okay.
the food. Don't get me canceled. Otherwise, have fun. I did a poll and I asked people what they want to see us react to, and this was one of them. I put 2 other videos, and over 50% voted for this.
But does he have like a following of his own? Does he
Yeah.
like, is he,
Yeah, definitely has his own following.
let's do this. Lazyman's omelet.
Hey,
Pause.
First of all, I don't know how much lazier you can get with an omelet.
Yeah, that's like so that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
It's something that's going to be super easy. Yet, it's the interview test for
Yes.
every chef.
Yes, I have mentioned that on a previous
You have?
video. Yeah. So the columns on a chef's hat, a toque, represents
Exactly.
the amount. I think it was 51 or 52.
No, 100 pleats.
It's 100.
Supposed to be, right?
I thought it was like 51. Listen, obviously we both don't remember. Either way, each column.
If I'm wrong, you're going to edit that out, right?
No, I'm leaving it in and making you look stupid. But each one of those columns is supposed to represent a method of how you can cook an egg.
Right.
And yes, especially
101.
It's 101.
It's 101.
Okay. But it's also a great way to test new cooks to see what their skills are. And I've done this test. I'm sure you've done this test as well.
And it was a test for me. For my own goddamn family, I had to run through these tests to work for my uncle. Oh, yeah, he was not a pleasant man.
So now a French omelet, yes, does take some skill. But I mean, a basic... is it even considered an American omelet? I mean, just a basic omelet where you fold it over? I don't know how much easier it can get.
That's a diner omelet.
Yeah, a diner
You
omelet,
got
yeah.
that slab and you're just pouring the whole thing out. It cooks in like, that's rapidity. You need to be like going fast with that, right?
Right.
I think the diner omelet is what everybody is most accustomed to.
Yes. Now, the coveted omelet is the French omelet
Yeah.
with the fold over each other, the nice fancy. I take pride.
Most Americans would send it back saying it's not cooked enough.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, because French omelets are supposed to be
soft.
soft and creamy. Even the scrambled eggs, soft and creamy. That's the way I prefer it because I have class. Wow, I just made myself sound like such a dick. With that said, I'm going
just
to...
in case, did you still have some of that whiskey
Yes,
left?
I do. Oh my
Just
God.
making-
No, don't make me.
No, I'm just saying because do you want ratings or you don't want? I don't know. Okay, we got that. We're okay. I just need it there as a crutch.
Okay.
It's there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm assuming 99% of the audience that consumes Jack's content, when they think omelet, they just think of the diner fold over
Yeah.
omelet. That is already super and easy. So let's keep watching.
Jack Scalfani here, and you're cooking with Jack. Another
Wait,
Lazy
he's got a
Man
pot.
recipe. The Lazy Man videos have been crazy. I think it's the #1 series I have. You guys always want the lazy videos. So we're going to be doing Lazy Man omelets. And I know some of you may know this method, but I'm going to teach you this method in a moment. First of all, grab one of these pots and fill it up with water.
Okay. Wait a second. Am I jumping the gun or is he going to do a bain-marie? Does he know what a bain-marie is?
No, I don't think he knows what a bain.
Oh, come on now. We were wrong about Jack last time. At the end, it was something edible.
Wow, look at you being all nice to him and shit. I'm not used to that.
Let's get into cooking. That's what the show's all about. Here we go. You got the pot of water boiling? Good. Put that over here. Just keep that boiling. We're going to be using that in just a minute. We're going to bring you in close and show you exactly how to do this. It's quick, it's easy, and you can cook more than one omelet at a time. I love this.
Did you hear him? He said you can cook multiple omelets at the same time.
Well, a good line chef would be, but in one pot?
In one pot.
Or you have to get several pots?
I think, well, he only talked about the one pot.
Let's see.
The water's boiling still, hasn't gone to a boil yet.
I already
Got
know.
it. He's got mise en place there. I love that.
All right, what's mise en place? Let the audience know.
It's just getting all your together.
Yeah, you're putting your prep, right? Because when you get an order, now again, remember, I'm always looking at things from a professional chef's perspective. When you get an order in for anything, but in this case, an omelet, you're not in here. He's got, looks like mushrooms, tomatoes, bell peppers, and ham. You are not going to cut that to order. You're not going to get the chunk of ham and cut it when the order comes in. You have to have each one of these items prepped out. You don't want to be cleaning and cutting the green onion when the order comes in, because by the time the dish is ready, it's going to be way too long. You also don't want to over prep because
Like this explanation is way too long.
listen, people come here for education, and well, I don't know. Now that you're part of the show, it's
I'll be in the entertainment.
Thank you, son.
I'll be the...
All right, he's got his mise en place. There's that much going for him.
Hand everybody in your family one of these bags, a Ziploc quartz bag, okay? Give them a Sharpie and say, right on here, what you want in your omelet. So let's say
Those are Looney
Johnny
Tunes
wants
bowls.
veggies, okay? Veggie omelet. All right. Dad wants a cheese. Probably want to put their name on it too. Dad cheese, so you can distinguish who's whose.
Ew.
Okay? And then Mom,
He's gonna sous vide the omelets!
just ham and onion.
Okay.
Ooh, we won't be kissing Mom after
He's
this,
gonna...
will we? There you
Listen!
go.
He's getting fancy.
That's not an omelet. It's
not an
You
omelet.
don't sous vide an omelet.
He's gonna sous vide the omelets.
He's gonna.
Do you want to explain that to all your viewers? Huh? Or do you not want to jump the gun and ruin the surprise of Jack's lazy omelet? Oh, okay.
If you guys don't know already, and yes, I am gonna f***ing explain it to them for
Yes,
the
go ahead,
educational.
you do that, and I'm gonna. Where's my phone so I can do some research of my own?
Listen, you guys know what sous vide is, right? Go on to Guga's channel, sous vide everything. Basically, you are cooking something slowly in a hot water bath, more like a warm water bath. It's done low and slow, and basically it's to achieve an internal, a very specific desired internal temperature. It's a very great way. It's a great way to
Basically, like if you had like scuba gear on and you went into a hot bath, you're sous videing yourself.
Okay. Anyway, and generally, you'll take the item out and sear it off in a pan to give it some color and more depth of flavor. But that is not how you make an omelet. An omelet is you cook it on a hot pan with some oil.
The extent of time that this takes to get the ingredients in the bag. Well, listen, I'm getting ahead of myself, per usual. Roll the film.
Let's see.
Bare hand food contact.
There we go. Got some onion in there. Grab some ham. Throw the ham in there. Whoops, get over here. Okay.
Yeah,
Mom likes
put it
ham.
all in.
All right. Put that off to the side. Let's get Dad's. Dad needs some cheese. Put a little cheese in there. There we go. Maybe in a pinch more.
Is that Sorrento cheese?
I'm going to hear about this. Look at all the cheese you put in there. Now for the
Not
veggie.
sure.
Get a pinch of some mushrooms. Tomatoes. And
This
you can
wine's
have them
nice.
do this. You don't have to do this. Just give it to the kids.
Listen,
Yeah, put a
honestly,
little
if you were gonna do a lazy way,
go.
and we could improve on this lazy way, right?
Now you can
Yeah.
You would cook off all those ingredients first, right? If you're really going to do
100%,
it
yes.
the lazy way, you would.
But is it lazy at that point? That's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work to do.
It's just
Unless you're like prepping for the week and then you have it all ready to go and then you do all of that. But like, what scenario do Do you need
Like, who has over that many people for breakfast where they would be like, you know what we could do today? What would be a fun activity?
dun 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 dun
Yeah.
Brady Bunch? That's
You're
good for
better
them.
off just-
Alice would be doing this.
You would just be better off making it to order. I mean, it does not take long to get an omelet together.
Or you do the big ass omelet and just cut
Or
into
a frittata. That's the way
Who
to
doesn't
go.
love a frittata?
You
Frittata
can
is
zip them
really a
closed, put them in
lazy
the
quiche.
refrigerator, or you can do
True
it the
that.
morning of.
Yeah.
Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take each one of these. We're going to drop 3 eggs in them. That's right. Never done this before, so there could be a chance
never
for
cracked an egg
disaster
before?
on this, okay? So bear with me.
This should be entertaining then.
Oh, at least he's cracking it on
you
a
go.
flat surface.
1 egg.
Yeah, and if a piece of shell falls in there,
Yeah, for real.
It worked. See the egg in there?
Wait. But
2 egg.
is he gonna?
Ta-da.
he's not even mixing
He's
it.
not even beating the egg. Should have had the eggs beaten already, right? Because now you're making poached egg.
You're going to zip it closed. Don't burp it, but don't put a lot of air in it, okay?
Don't put a lot of air in
Mix
it.
it, break it all up.
Because that'll ruin
There,
it.
he's
Make sure the
mixing it
yolks
there.
are broken. All right, we got all 3 bagged
Oh
up.
my-
We zipped them closed. Now
You
we're
know what's gonna
drop 'em in the
happen,
bag.
It's
right?
gonna look like an egg turd.
It's gonna look like a brain. It's gonna look like a yellow white brain. It's
Take
like
'em over
Young
the stove
Frankenstein
right
if it's
now.
in
Here's boiling
color.
water.
It's hanging
Take all
on
3
the
bags,
shelf there.
Drop them in. You're going to cook them for about 8 minutes.
8
and they're gonna
minutes
Oh.
in boiling
when they
water,
get
or is
really,
it
really
simmering?
big, you're going
Looks
to
like it
burp the
doesn't
air
look
out
like
of
it's
them,
boiling.
and then cook them again until they expand, okay?
Wait,
What?
go back.
You're going to cook them for about 8 minutes, and they're going to the air's going to expand. When they get really, really big, you're going to burp the air out of them, and then cook them again until they expand.
This is so much effort. This is not a lazy man's
No,
thing. Not at all.
no, defeats the purpose of
Defeats the
lazy.
purpose.
And I am professional. You know, I'm like professional lazy, shortcut, middleman. You know, this is, and the whole point. There's nothing wrong with being lazy.
Yeah.
Because if
Yeah.
you can if that's the whole point of like if you're doing fast food or if you're doing a high volume,
Right.
shift, lazy,
Well,
comes in handy
listen.
if you're figuring out smart ideas.
All right, but I think that's not lazy. I think that's being efficient, right?
yeah.
If you have to,
The lazy people are efficient. So
And they're getting really puffy with air, so
Oh.
I'm going to burp them now.
puffy's not a word I've used in cooking.
Oh, yeah. All right, so you burp them.
Yeah, this is
Then
so
close
much
them up.
work.
yeah.
I'm like,
Now, when they
ugh.
expand,
Now these are food safe bags, right? But is it still safe?
No, it's
if you-
leaching into your food. The
Right, I was
plastic-
about to say, right? Like if you put it in cold,
There is no
it's fine.
plastic that's
yeah.
safe.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It's leaching into your food.
You're watching the Cooking with Jack show.
Wait.
We'll be right back right after this message.
Oh, I forgot that he has commercials.
Hey, how you doing? Jack Scalfani here
this
to
is-
tell you about my line of
Oh,
sauces.
I forgot
It's
about
called the
these.
best-
Okay, so I have been searching endlessly for these sauces since the last time you were here because
And?
people want to see us react to this, dude. I cannot find them anywhere. So for everyone out there, if you have a jar of this stuff sitting somewhere in the back of a cupboard, please send it to me, okay?
And if the expiration date is past due, even better.
Even better. Hit me up in the DMs on Instagram. My Instagram link is down below. And you know what? While you're down there, make sure you hit the thumbs up. And if you're not already, make sure you're subscribed. It's a little thing for you, but does great things for the channel. So dude, I cannot find these sauces. I've gone onto websites that says it's in stock. Can't check out. I'll call them, be like, yo, if it's there, I will drive there and pick it up. There's one place in Connecticut, but they're out of stock. I think these sauces were released like 10 years ago.
make sure you have a towel laid down because these things are going to be wet when you pull them out.
Wait,
And I'm gonna tell-
why are they broke? They broke, right? Yeah. Well,
So when Paul says it broke, means the fat separated from the protein, essentially. Yeah, it's just way overcooked. You can tell. He really should have pre-beated those eggs before he put them in the bag because you can clearly see the separation of yolk.
it will give him some muscle, some strength.
Why do you do it this way? Before we open these and take a look, see if it worked, you do this so that everybody eats at the same time. How many times have you done breakfast? One at a time. Another thing is you can do this on camping trips. Throw them all in one big pot. Everybody eats at the same time. The beauty is everybody eats at the same time. That's what's great about this. This
Why? I had some. No, I have to curb myself. This is one of those instances.
No.
Yeah, no.
Come on.
No. That's like, no, push play. Sorry.
The perfect omelet. This is the Lazyman's omelet.
It's definitely not perfect.
omelet. Here, click right there.
And so far, how much time have we spent on this? How is it 15 minutes?
Like you and I can get a whole onion, bell
All of it.
pepper, and
Without mise en
everything
place.
without mise en place. We can bang this out from scratch easily in half that time.
Oh, come on.
Okay, less.
Less.
Fine. I'm being generous here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Half that time, right? Yeah. That means 7 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And you have to cook 20, 30 omelets in an hour. How does it, the math isn't there? So no, it's got to be less time even.
Yeah, actually, very good point. But I'm talking about cutting, doing the mise en place as well.
Okay.
Right? That's gonna.
No, you're right. Okay.
Did he salt these?
No.
Oh. There's no way you're gonna get, even if you sprinkle salt on top, there's no way you're gonna get that flavor inside the egg.
Okay, pour my wine, please. You want to be Korean. Be Korean. Because it's so important to you right now. I gotta go to my roots. I'm gonna be Korean. Oh. Meanwhile,
I have no idea how to get these out, so I'm just gonna cut it and see how that works.
Why don't you just? Oh
wow!
Oh God!
Ta-da! It's beautifully cooked.
You know what
inside
this
and
makes me
everything.
think of? You know how you try to make food look gross for Halloween?
Yeah.
And but it's like, ugh, I wouldn't eat it. But you have to make like, hot dogs make look like cut fingers or things like that. This is a Halloween dish. What it is exactly, I'm not sure, but this is a Halloween dish.
Gorgeous.
But you see how it's white and yellow? That's from not even mixing the goddamn egg.
That looks like an infected cut on like that looks like an infected thigh from a zombie movie or something like
I know there's an eye looking at me in the middle there. It looks like Moby Dick on a bad day, He's with the flu.
Take a look at the veggie omelet. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Oh, even worse.
Look at that. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
See.
Beautiful.
Beautiful is not the word I'd be using.
Funny, you can see all the insides all cooked too.
It's puke in a bag. So you got off the plane, you puked in your bag. You don't know what you did to it, right? You don't know what to do with it. Put it in the sous vide, you boil it up, and this is what you get. I have a feeling I'm not going to be as nice this time to Jack.
It's about the food. It's about the food.
Great. Look at that.
Yeah,
That's the veggie omelet. Cheese omelet. Oh my gosh. Look.
That right there looks like a prepackaged burrito. Doesn't it?
Listen.
Actually, out of all the omelets, that
I've been drunk enough that I like me a burrito. No, remember those frozen burritos?
Yeah, I remember those.
Oh man,
those were the best.
Those were amazing.
Yeah. Did you put a fucking snapback sticker on this bottle? Jeez. You son.
You only noticed that now?
I only noticed it now.
Well, that was me.
Wow. That was totally cool. I can't believe it worked. All right. So, cheese omelet.
At the end of the day, it did work. It cooked the food. It's edible. Now, is it an omelet?
It's definitely going to feed people. Let's go with that. It's going to feed people.
Is it an omelet, though? No.
It is not
It is not an omelet. I'm sorry to tell you, that is a poached egg.
Those
are poached eggs.
Unfortunately, the word is coagulated.
Yeah, true. Actually, a poached egg would still be submerged within water.
Yeah, this is a coagulated mess.
So pretty much anything you want to put in an omelet, this will work. Oh, I was so worried. I never know. Do these things the first time. So check it out.
Wait a second.
Wait, this is his
Wait a second. That's his first. So he's doing the same. We're watching this for the first time, and he's doing this for the first time. So it's not even tried and tested or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
So but is this a thing? Like he does things for the first time?
I mean, freaking clearly.
So this is not a cooking show. This is like he's just banging shit out
He's
and
just going for it, filming it, and putting it on the internet for better or worse.
You gotta love Jack.
I admire his bravery. Sorry to tell you, this is not an omelet. Like many of his dishes that he tries to make, it is not that dish.
I'm really trying to be nice. My lawyer said you have to change your, and I'm trying.
I'm gonna try it right now and let you know how it tastes. I'm gonna go for the cheese one.
Wait, but let's look at his face for real. Can you pause it?
Yeah.
There's no smile. It was like, he's like, I gotta fake this one. I gotta fake this one.
It's perfect.
Perfect. Perfect. I'm not swallowing it yet. Oh, and I'm chewing it.
Okay. So, anyway, there you go.
There you go.
Lazyman recipe. Don't forget to comment what country you're from when you're making your comments. We're going to see who the best is, okay?
Closing thoughts, Paul Dinamiel. Frenchie.
Do not be lazy.
Just do it
Just make an omelet. Even if you burn the omelet in the pan and it's dry and it's gonna be better than that. And salt and pepper will make it 100 times better.
Holy sh! And the main reason for that pink hue, actually no, I'm not so sure now.
There's nothing really exciting about eating this thing, really.
How can you say that? This is the most exciting thing that I've ever reacted to. Despite what you may think, it was actually the audience who want to see you tortured more by reacting to more Cooking with Jack. Are you ready for this?
Do I have a choice?
No, not really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
So for those of you who haven't seen Ed before on the show, we reacted to Cooking with Jack's Lazyman lasagna. And today we're going to be doing his chicken polenta dish. You ready for this, bud?
Yes, I am.
I did a poll on the YouTube community. I said, what do you want to see Ed Cotton to react to? So I'm not a masochist. The audience is.
You guys are.
They're the ones that hate you.
Oh, okay.
But I know we just started, but I had Chef Paul Dinamiel on, our mutual friend. And I actually had to start it off with saying, like, Paul, I brought you on here, but just remember, we are reacting to the food, not the person. And I had to specify that to him.
Yeah, I'm sure you had to really go over a lot of things in detail with him.
No, there was like a good 15-minute powwow of,
Yeah.
things certain lines I don't want him to cross. I'm not worried about that with you, but
No, it's I can keep it PG-13.
yeah.
So I haven't done international dishes in a long time, and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, these two Italian dishes hit me. I didn't know which one to do, so I decided to do both of them. You saw the soup, which is absolutely amazing, and now we're doing something called polenta. That's right, it's really easy, a few ingredients, and we're going to be using some chicken with it because I wanted to plate it just right.
So you need chicken to plate polenta just right?
I believe so. I learned that in culinary school.
Yeah, and we went to the same culinary school. I learned the same thing too.
I may have not been in class for that what do you call it? I don't even know what I'm trying to say.
Well, I know what you're trying to say, because funny thing, me too. I missed that exact same class too.
I wasn't informed in the Italian cookery class that you needed chicken in order to plate the polenta correctly.
Cook it as kind of like a mashed potato, or you can kind of bake it and make it like a fluffy cake. So let's get
wrong
started.
there.
Come on in, and I'll show you how this is going to be done. Not a lot of ingredients, so I'm going to start by cooking my chicken. I'm going to put some Italian herbs. I'm going to do a little rosemary, a little thyme, a little oregano, maybe some basil.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to bake that, maybe some salt and pepper. And then I'm going to prepare the polenta.
Would you put basil at the beginning like that?
Probably not. I think the hard herbs are good. I would use fresh, but like when I say hard herbs, I would say the rosemary and even sage and oregano and stuff like that, and lots of olive oil.
Yeah, lots of olive oil, definitely fresh. I think basil would be better reserved for the end.
That burst of flavor, like fresh basil flavor right towards the end,
Yeah.
really awakens everything.
Let's talk polenta before he gets into it.
One of my favorite things.
Dude, polenta cooked properly is off the chain. So, but how would you do it, Ed Cotton?
Is this like one of those bubble gum, like you can boil polenta, you can fry polenta?
Well, don't Forrest Gump it,
I used to do this one dish. It was a soft polenta infused with rosemary, finished with mascarpone cheese, and then I would do a really, really insane wild mushroom ragu over the top with that. All the good mushrooms.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like porcinis and morels and all sorts of great stuff. Oyster mushrooms.
Putting that back on the menu in spring?
I could.
Please. Just for me. Like, only for me, though.
Not a problem.
Okay, all right. I figured.
Polenta's it's a great thing. Even like garnishing like like a marinated heirloom tomato salad. You make a hard polenta, and then once it's cold, cut it into little squares or whatever, and just like lightly toss it in some rice flour or a little wash with some semolina, and then fry it.
Dude,
it's just fun
sounds
stuff.
So good.
So I'm excited about this one.
Yeah, you and I both. So I didn't have polenta until I went to culinary school. I was introduced to polenta very late in the game. All my, I had lots of Italian food as far as pastas and stuff like that from my neighbors living in Flushing, Queens. But this was before Flushing, Queens became more Asian than Italian. But back then it was more Italian and Irish.
We have butter. We have got yellow cornmeal, chicken broth, Parmesan cheese, a couple cloves of garlic, some finely diced red onions, which I pre-diced yesterday, a little salt, a little pepper, and that's it. And this pot is what I'm going to use today. It's one of the Rachel Ray cookware that I've been using all year long.
Finest cookware on the planet.
Thank God he's using that. It's going to come out that much more like beautiful.
Yes, it's going to have that Rachel Ray essence all over it.
So far, so good. At the end of the year, I'll tell you all about the Rachel Ray cookware and how it held up. We'll look at it together. But this one right here, I have never used. Look, it's brand new. I just washed it out. So we get to use that today.
Hope you did.
All right, let's get this chicken in the oven because that's got to be fully cooked before.
All right, as far as the ingredient set you saw there, I mean, any comments?
The cornmeal. That's my only gripe. I would not really use that particular brand of cornmeal to make a polenta.
Right.
I'm just a snob.
Right. You're being a full-on snob. For people out there, if you can't get authentic Italian imported polenta, cornmeal's your next best thing. But certainly if you are going to make a dish called polenta, featuring polenta, I would imagine you should put in a little more effort to get the real stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, in your experience, any difference between the two?
It's all in like the milling and the flavor. Some of these, even like the Anson Mills, the flavor is completely different than whatever the hell that thing is.
Yeah, and and I think sometimes too it comes down to the varietal of corn that they use.
Yeah.
As well.
The white polenta is fantastic as well, but there's so many different varieties out there. But I always gravitate towards like, something that's a little more artisan. Mm-hmm. Yeah, instead of mass produced.
Right. If it's available for you, go that route for sure.
Yeah.
Not law, but definitely a good rule of thumb, I would say.
Yeah.
Should use white onion. Is it the end of the world? Not really, but as far as the overall ingredient set, yeah, I mean, you can make a decent polenta out of that.
Yeah.
We're going to do some rosemary, a little salt.
Rosemary was in the
grinder, I guess?
Black pepper.
Okay, he's using dried rosemary.
Ooh,
not
oregano.
a fan. Dried oregano is okay. Still prefer fresh.
Basil. And you're asking why am I putting all the greens on? Is because since Italian polenta, Italian seasonings.
Okay, now we know.
Yeah.
All right, we have to reevaluate how we've been making our Italian food.
Anything Italian, you just put on all that stuff, and it's instantly Italian.
Well, if you put soy sauce in anything, it instantly makes it Chinese.
Yes.
I mean, there's...
I know, it's so stupid.
Yeah.
And then a little like the Korean chili paste. Boom.
Yeah. Automatically Korean.
It's Korean
Yeah, it's
barbecue.
back. Like, that's...
A tablespoon of Korean chili paste, then it's...
Yeah, if you take a pizza and put gochujang on, it's automatically Korean.
Okay.
And a little thyme.
And you and I both said we'd prefer fresh spices.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this in the oven, and then we'll get started on the polenta.
So no oil or anything.
No oil, nothing. Yeah, that's a little concerning.
If it's Italian, you gotta have some good olive oil. You know what I mean?
1,000%. I mean, the way I would have done it, chop all the fresh herbs minus basil. We would put that at the end, mix it with the chicken, maybe even put a little bit of garlic in there.
Yeah.
Definitely extra virgin olive oil and let it sit overnight. Here, he's just going completely dry, and he only did one side. I think that was a missed opportunity. He should have done both.
Unless he has something up his sleeve that we don't know about. There's a reason why.
That's true.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on this.
The only thing I didn't do was prepare the garlic, so we're gonna get a few of those going.
Got some big bling there. though.
Finally
Yeah,
dice
for real.
up.
Also not DOH approved with all the jewels on there.
Creamy and fine, so you don't see ingredients in it. So the better you can chop up your garlic, just take your time. There we go.
You and I don't have the time to take our time.
Start with a little bit of olive oil in the pan.
It's got the olive oil now.
I'm using a medium-high heat. Recipe's down below. Take all my onions, pour them in. Come on, boys and girls.
Looks like he's going to
in
sweat
there.
his onions.
Yeah.
As you said,
We're going to saute these till translucent. Remember that term we talked about?
Okay.
Just a few minutes.
Sweating it out, you know, concentrating the flavor a little, removing some of the moisture, mellowing out the alkalinity of the onion. Yeah, okay, yeah, spot on. Should
Make
salt
sure
here
you're
a little
using
bit.
an oven-safe pot, okay? If you don't know what an oven-safe pot is, it's a pot that can go in the oven up to 450 degrees.
What? I did not know that. Oven safe pan you can put in the oven.
I learn something new every day.
Place your garlic in there. Make sure you get it all out. Don't ever want to skimp on garlic.
No.
I love garlic.
I agree with that.
There you go. And then go ahead and saute that garlic in there. My wife is upstairs. I can already smell this. It smells amazing.
She's hiding from you. She's locked in the room, chained to a radiator. She's not going anywhere.
Hey, if you're enjoying this content, hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. But if you want to be extra nice, consider becoming a patron. By becoming a patron, you get to take advantage of some awesome perks like early access to new episodes, patron exclusive content, and even extended versions of certain episodes. Be sure to visit the link in the description below for more info. And with that out of the way,
Turn your flame back on high. You want to bring this to a boil. Okay, now that it's at a boil, here comes the tricky part. I'm going to lower it back down to medium. Keep the boil going.
so far, Ed Cotton.
Well, one, I didn't hear him say any quantities on the amount of chicken stock was inside there. So what's really important when making polenta, and I've effed it up a bunch of times, is the correct ratio. How much liquid per, like, is it 2 cups of liquid to a half a cup of polenta? You think that it's very soupy and all that, and then next thing you turn your back to it,
It's a brick.
it's like beyond spackle.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yes, this is one of those things that does require precision. And also, you know, polentas vary from brand to brand. It may, you know, you may notice this brand needs a little bit more water or a little less water because it comes down to the milling process. It comes down to the varietal of corn as well. So yes, like this is one of those things you really want to have your recipe right. You know, you need some experience with it. But you said something that's really important to me, and I try to emphasize, which is that that you failed at this numerous times.
Oh, yeah.
I always say at the end of every episode, don't be afraid to fail because it can only make you stronger, which is
True.
like the foundation of every good chef's career, right? You got there because you literally f***ed your way up.
Yeah.
Right?
I have a funny, I don't know if I should tell this story.
Please tell this story then. You can't say that and not tell the story.
It's because I want to tell the story. So years ago, we're talking years ago in the 90s, okay? When I first started cooking. So my hollandaise broke.
Hollandaise is a notoriously tough sauce to
It
make.
is.
And also tough to keep and hold on the line. You have to make it fresh.
Yes, it's very temperamental.
Very temperamental.
Like
That's
me.
the word.
So my hollandaise sauce broke, and we were doing like a grilled pork chop with polenta and stuff like that. So I took a little bit of the polenta, the soft polenta, nice creamy polenta. I put that into a bowl, and I didn't know enough how to bring back a broken hollandaise sauce. Like, you know, there's all sorts of tricks to bring it back from being broken. So I took a little of the polenta, I put it into a bowl, and I drizzled. You
tried to fix hollandaise with polenta?
Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. Obviously, I wasn't thinking.
Yeah.
But I tried to slowly add the broken hollandaise to the bowl of the creamy polenta to try to get it like looking like a hollandaise sauce, so I could get through the rest of service without anyone knowing that I broke my hollandaise sauce. Needless to say, It didn't work out.
What did the chef say? Did you actually put that up at the up on the window?
I don't know. This is so many years ago. I think I looked at it and I was like, I'm not fooling anybody with this.
Yeah.
To slowly incorporate the cornmeal, little at a time. There we go.
I'm not a fan of those red onions.
Alex, turn your flame off. Oh, that's beautiful.
Or the whisk.
Is that gorgeous? Okay. Here's what you're going to do. Cover it.
I mean, he was correct there. Put it in a little bit of
Yeah.
at a time. Keep it moving, right? Because by keeping it moving, you're not going to get clumps.
Yeah.
Place in the oven, 35 to 40 minutes. You're going to mix every 10 minutes. Put this in the oven at 350. Mix every 10 minutes to prevent it from clumping. Okay, let's get this in the oven right now.
Yeah. All right. So this is where I have a problem.
Yes. Please let us know your problem.
Okay, I've done stovetop.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't necessarily think the baking thing. You can achieve a great soft, creamy polenta just by keeping it on the stovetop, and every so often just coming by and just giving it a little stir and this and that. I don't think you need to bake it, but if you're going to be doing other things, I guess you could throw it in the oven, but I've never done that before.
And you've been cooking for how long?
30 something years.
Ed's been cooking a full decade longer than I have, not to make you feel old, but in 30 years, he has not baked polenta once. In my entire career, I have never seen polenta, if you want the creamy polenta, I've never seen it go into the oven. It's always on the stovetop. And you just, like you said, come by and give it a quick stir.
Yeah, but he also said to prevent it from clumping. I mean, it shouldn't. If anything, it would have clumped earlier when he was adding the cornmeal to the pot.
It's 35, 40 minutes later, so let's see what happens to the polenta.
Here, look at this. Ready? Pooyah!
Ooh.
Look at that steam. Give this a good mix.
Hey.
Yeah, it's smooth.
Beautiful.
For the most part, minus the red onions.
All right, so now's the time to.
Okay.
Handle's hot. Don't touch the handle.
What did he say?
The handle's hot. I think he went to touch.
Oh, I thought he said it was hammer time.
You can't touch this.
As you're stirring this, you're going to want to use your pot holder, okay?
Oh. Ah, yes.
Put in your butter.
Nice. That's the best part, right?
Black pepper. However much you
Look
want.
at that butter melt, baby.
Salt. And get it all incorporated.
I don't know if that was a piece of paper that fell
It
in
looked
there.
like a piece of butter wrap.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah, what is, that's not salt. Okay, all right.
Foreign object.
Salt. And get it all incorporated. Always use your mitt.
Yes.
You're going to have a tendency to want to grab the handle with your hand. Do not take your hand out of the mitt this whole process, okay?
I feel like that's just a lot of filler. I mean, I think that would be very obvious. Just my opinion.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Put the cheese in.
Parmesan cheese, okay. You know what I think is Parmesan cheese?
Incorporate that now.
All right.
I'll give it a shot.
Okay, yeah.
I'll take a spoonful.
Yeah, I don't think that'll taste terrible. I don't think it'll taste bad. Certainly, I've seen better polentas made just on the visual cues.
Yeah.
But no, that's not half bad. Look at those dry herbs on the plate.
I mean, it's all about
Do the
the
best I can
presentation.
to serve a big glop of this right in the middle.
Glob. Never refer to food as a big glob of something.
Oh, this is what the
Place that
people
right
have been telling me about.
Smack dab in the center.
I mean, that's art.
It's a very pink chicken.
And it's just
I mean, when you look at the edge of the bones, it looks like it's cooked through, but I think it didn't get a full Maillard reaction or a caramelization because the oven was at 350.
And there you go.
That's
this
it.
This is Italian herb chicken over polenta.
oh my god.
So my honey's home today, so she's going to try this for lunch. But for right now, let me just try the polenta by itself first. because that's mainly what we taught. It's like a, wow, it's totally solidifying. Look.
I'm looking.
Wow. It's like a really thick pudding. Oh my goodness.
Thoughts, Mr. Ed Cotton?
Well, God rest my grandmother. If she's looking down at this moment that we're watching this video,
Yes.
and she's in disgust of this wonderful man Jack calling this Italian chicken.
It's definitely not an Italian dish. Sorry to tell you. Yeah. I fully agree with you on there. It is a...
I've done some extensive travel in my life, and I have not seen this particular dish in the countryside of Italy.
Are you sure there was a part of the country you didn't visit?
Maybe.
People have been talking about this video for so long. They've been wanting me to check it out. Jack is notorious for undercooking his chicken. The video that you saw was probably the most edible thing he's ever made on as far as the content that I've watched.
Yeah.
There was one video in particular where the chicken was just completely raw, and I was expecting that to be the case for this video as well. But like I said, if you look at the bones, and if you want my opinion, this dish, I mean, let's just put that out there. But as far as the cookery and what everyone's telling me in the comments section, as far as you can tell from the ends of the bone, I'm pretty sure it's cooked through or close to it. And the main reason for that pink hue, actually, no, I'm not so sure now. That looks like really, right there, really like translucent, which isn't a very good sign when it comes to chicken. I am digging really hard, guys, to find something redeeming about this.
I mean, this is something that you'd see in a steam table at a bodega.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Minus the polenta.
Right. Minus the polenta. Yes, actually, that's very true. Yeah, they would put this as Italian chicken and pretty much put this exact thing. But the main thing is that the oven wasn't hot enough to give it that proper Maillard reaction. If he coated it with some oil, it probably would have transferred the heat better and actually given it some brown.
Yeah.
That polenta is definitely way too gummy, and it is not soft at all. Very dense, and definitely not enough stock. And I think it's because he was eyeballing it.
There's nothing really exciting about eating this thing, really. I mean, there's no real...
How can you say that? This is the most exciting thing that I've ever reacted to on this channel.
Yeah, I mean, it needs some, like, a slow-cooked tomato sauce or something like that spooned over the top of it. I mean, there's so many more things that you could do with this thing, and, like, he's extremely proud of this. Yeah. So cover the goddamn chicken with something so we don't see this.
First thing that happens, a little bit of the cornmeal comes through, and then a little sweetness, a little salty, the garlic, and then the cheese. That doesn't even look as good as it tastes. That looks good. It tastes amazing. All right, so let's try it now with a piece of chicken. All right, here we go. Chicken with polenta on top, and it's burning hot. Burning hot. Oh my goodness. I gotta go.
I'm so glad that this was like a very informative educational video.
Oh, it definitely taught us a few things.
Yes.
1000%.
I mean, I'm gonna go dig back into my history of like my ancestors and everything like that and try to pull up this recipe.
And again, you clearly didn't go to every part of Italy. So, I mean, you missed this dish.
I'm gonna have to email him, ask him where this dish was inspired, what part of Italy this dish was inspired from.
I have nothing else. I'm out.
I would try a spoonful of it just to say I tried it, but
I began as a New York City health inspector in the early 90s, right after everybody got fired for taking bribes. So I was able to waive a lot of the requirements. And that was 30 years ago. I started my own business to help restaurants navigate through the murky waters of New York City government.
Murky waters that they are. With that said, you've worked with, I mean, practically everybody, big and small. I mean, can you let us know more about the types of places you're
I mean, everything from your mom and pop corner, pizzeria, takeout place to your largest catering facility that, you can think of. I've done it all in the 30 years. It is all, I don't advertise anywhere. It's all word of mouth. Earlier when you said if I had a website or anything to plug, I really don't. Like, people find me because I've been doing it for a long time.
Right. Well, that's the best kind of business you could ask for,
Yep.
right, is the referrals. Mark and I met through the Tsao group, or Beauty in Essex, when I was the chef over there, and he was consulting. And we just kept in touch since then, and now you help us out at Mission Sandwich Social, making sure we're up to code.
Yep, which you are.
Yeah.
So.
With that said, I asked the audience what they would like to see us react to. A lot of these clips I have already reacted to, but I really wanted someone from your perspective and your expertise to give some insight for our audience, because I really do think you come from a different angle.
Okay.
So with that said,
fair enough.
Let's dive right in, shall we?
Yes, let's.
30 minutes, 2.5 pounds of chicken that's seasoned with some vegetables. I'm going to cook a little longer because I'm putting them side by side, so it's going to take longer to cook.
Little context, he is doing a demo of McCormick bag and shake.
Okay.
Oh, no, not bag and shake. It's I think bag and shake, but basically you cook in the bag.
Okay.
You want to...
So he did one without the
let
seasoning.
it sit for a few minutes.
Okay.
So we're going to let this sit for about 5 minutes. Okay, so let's cut into the thigh here.
And then the one that's seasoned, that's the one with the McCormick bag and seasoned.
Okay.
See what we got. Oh, you can see the juice gushing right out? Let's pull the skin back and show you. See how moist that is?
Little pink there.
It does look a little pink.
Little pink. In my experience, when you've cooked chicken to exactly 165, the flesh part, and if you measure that temperature, it still has a very, very light pinkish hue. However, that doesn't mean that the bone, if you're cooking the protein bone in, doesn't mean that the bone is cooked through to 165
Correct,
degrees.
yeah.
So that's why if I'm cooking a whole leg like that and I'm measuring the temperature, I puncture the flesh, it hits 165 degrees. I actually let it go a little longer because, again, the bone may not be cooked through.
Yeah.
If it's just a pure chicken breast and I poke it in the center and it hit that 165, I usually take it out at like 162, then it'll be fine.
Yep.
But when bone is involved, you do have to push it a little farther.
Did he go over his time temperatures for?
Oh no, I don't think he knows what those are. To be honest.
All right,
Here we go, baby. Woo.
Look how juicy it is. Look at the pool. Oh, look at that.
Oh, a little cool. Yeah. Ouch.
Okay. The fork is spewing out blood.
Yeah, it's still clucking.
Yay!
A lot of juice. Didn't cook well right there, so I'm not going to eat that. See how that is?
Oh my God, he's going to eat around
That's
it?
when you cut in and you test your meat. Shouldn't be red like that. This is okay to try though, so I'm going to try this piece
Oh,
here.
boy.
Now I want to give you a cooking tip. It's really simple. If there's a spot of red in your chicken, when you cut into it, literally 1 minute in the microwave, boom.
Oh,
just
wow.
pops it right out. So cook it the rest.
Oh my God. Wow. I'd like to see his interview 8 hours from after he ate that pink chicken. Because he probably did the next shoot from the toilet.
Yeah. So it's like factually known he's given himself salmonella a few times.
Yeah.
And, we were just talking about factory farmed, raised chicken versus homegrown and stuff. The point you were making is you have one chicken that's bad out of 10,000 chicken. Yes, the numbers seem...
Not even when it comes to chicken. Chicken, we go into it with the assumption that 100% of every chicken has salmonella. And 100% has to be cooked to the required temperatures to make it safe, to render it safe.
Blood, big no-no. Pop it back in, like... That's the telltale
nothing a microwave
sign.
can't cure.
That's not how.
No, that's.
It drove me crazy seeing this particular scene and that he's doubling down.
This
on
particular video should come with a warning.
Oh, that's a good tip. I promise you it'll work. And don't panic. It's not a big deal, okay? All right, so let's try this one first. I'm going to try the McCormick one, which is dripping like crazy. Here we go.
So,
blood generally is moist.
Chicken, what temperature do we have to hit, Mark?
165 to make it safe.
Yeah, and that's just across the board with chicken.
Yep. And like I said, we're under the assumption that every chicken has salmonella.
Right.
And we have to cook it out. He's also, he's not only endangering himself, but he's also now contaminated the fork, the knife, the chicken next to it.
Yeah.
The board the plate that it's on that now has the raw blood dripping onto it. So he's contaminated the whole scene is a crime scene.
And this may seem like a small thing, but the reason why it's so important is, okay, let's say this was served at a restaurant. Let's say this made it to the table. The customer cut into it. Ew, I'm not going to eat that. Sends it back. Well, the damage is already done because, like you said, the fork, the knife's been contaminated. There's a very good chance it got onto the customer's hands. The server has to pick up the plate. The plate's contaminated. It's going back to the dish pit. The dishwasher probably is busy as hell, not paying attention, and he got the salmonella juice all over him. And yes, everything's about to get washed, but he's not washing his whole body at that moment. You know what I mean? So yeah, it can so quickly spiral out of control.
Yep. And not to pick fun or anything, you look at him, he looks like he's a burly, kind of guy. He might be able to, his body may be able to literally stomach some salmonella from this chicken. If, like you said, you served it at a restaurant, and let's say, again, not to make any assumptions or anything, but let's say a little old lady who weighs a third of what he weighs, she may not be able to
pull through it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. Whew. All right.
Here we go. Gonna crack an egg in there.
Okay.
All right. So give you a little, I chose this clip and I paused it at this exact moment for a couple reasons. But before we get into that, to give you a little context, that is ground bison meat.
Okay.
And he's going to be making burgers. Mark is not here to judge whether an egg goes into a burger patty or not. We are here to talk about just the health aspects of it, the food safety aspects of it. Your observances, do you see any potential dangers in this?
Well, I mean, him using two hands to crack an egg is not probably ideal. What people tend to forget is that when we look at eggs that are raw, we're not so much concerned with the inside of the eggs. It's the outside of the egg. It's the eggshell itself that carries the salmonella bacteria.
Right.
So even though it looked like let's say a store-bought commercial egg, it was white, it was probably bleached. If you look at an eggshell under a microscope, there's a lot of cracks and crevices where bacteria can hide. And when you think about where that egg came from and the canal it passed through to get to where it is now, you should think about washing your hands after handling raw eggs and as minimal hand contact as possible with them.
Yeah, most people actually don't know the contents inside the egg are actually sterile.
Correct.
It's actually what's on the outside or what's on your hands that you introduce into the egg can actually be what contaminates.
Yes, that's our concern.
Yeah.
The egg itself in raw state is a sterile environment.
So as long as you work clean, that's why we're okay to eat sunny side up eggs, make mayonnaise from scratch, which requires raw eggs.
Exactly. Yep.
So question, I get my eggs from my dad's farm. He has a farm in South Jersey, that he's going to be retiring on soon. And when we get it, they are crusted and gross, and we always have to wash them ourselves. I'm not thinking about this until now. Would you say that the commercialized eggs that I'm buying at the grocery store could technically be safer than my dad's farm eggs?
Probably, but there's some variables. If your father's farm has 1,000 chickens on it, then we are concerned with salmonella, the birds being that close to, in proximity to one another. But if your father has 5 or 6 chickens that's providing all of his eggs, you're probably pretty safe. The commercial egg industry today is very safe. It's highly regulated, but when you talk about, let's say 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000 is contaminated. Well, it doesn't sound like a lot until you think about the numbers that are being sold in the supermarket.
Right.
Somebody's got a bad egg, and if they're not handling it correctly or, cooking it correctly.
I mean, we are talking in this country alone, it has to easily be in the millions that they're producing a year.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Between all the products that they're making. Yeah. So my dad has like a couple hundred chickens.
So it'd be fair to say, wash those eggs. You may even want to dip them in a sanitizing solution, the same that you're using at the restaurant.
Top it off. Some of the best teriyaki sauce you'll ever taste.
It's not
Just
the
for a
best
little
teriyaki
kick,
sauce.
little flavor.
We're not here to talk about the food.
Gotcha.
We're here to talk about food safety.
There we go. Now, you're thinking, ew, there's a lot of liquid in there. How am I going to hold that all together? I'm going to mix it. It's going to fall apart when I fry it. Well, that's why you get the breadcrumbs out. Love breadcrumbs.
So we're not making
Breadcrumbs do.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, a little
Thank
substance,
you.
but they also hold everything together. Okay, here we go. Ready?
Dive right in there.
Nah.
First off, listen, none of these are knocks on Jack directly. We are purely talking about food safety, and we also let's put it out and let's make sure we identify this. He's doing this in his home, probably for his own family.
Yep.
He's not serving the public.
No.
However, you are putting this online. You are showing potentially millions of people how you make this thing. So it's probably a good idea that you have higher than normal food safety
Yeah,
standards.
or make a disclaimer that, this burger is for myself. Not even your family, because you don't want to get your family sick.
All right, so let's talk about this part. I mean, I'll let you point out the couple.
Well, first of all, I would probably lose the ring. You don't really want so much jewelry when you're dealing with, any kind of food, especially raw food.
And as far as rings go, wedding bands are allowed, but anything, I'll let you.
It's just better. It's just better to have nothing at all.
Right.
Keep your fingernails, clean. Keep them, trimmed short.
Right. But particularly things with like paint on it or jewelry or.
Yeah, your hands are probably the number one contaminant worry of any food.
Yes.
So you are contaminating the food just by being there and then now sticking your hand in the bowl. Now we're still in a raw stage.
Right.
So, we're not going to eat this raw.
Oh, my sweet summer child. What do you know?
It's not something like that. But you may cook it,
Right.
rare.
And then that can be an issue.
Yes.
Now, bare hand is okay if it's not ready to eat.
Correct.
If this is still going to go through a process where it can kill any bacteria or viruses, then it's fine, right?
Yep.
But if you were making a salad, then big no-no.
Yeah. And the fact that he's making a burger is actually more dangerous than, let's say, if he was handling a steak, a bison steak. Because now we've ground it all up. So the parts that you're now touching can be the innermost part of that food, which if you're cooking it rare, isn't getting enough heat treatment to kill any bacteria that you may have introduced into the meat.
I know, it's going to be beautiful. I just know it. Oh.
Wow. All right, so there answers our question about how well done it's going to be cooked.
That is steak tartare.
Yes.
That would probably cost a restaurant, if a restaurant were to put that out.
That's why there are disclaimers required on menus about, raw or undercooked meat. So a customer can order it rare.
Yeah.
Or a customer can order it raw, and you can legally serve it to them.
Yeah.
But there are risks involved. Now, the customer at a restaurant takes that risk on themselves.
Basically, eat at your own risk.
Exactly, especially if you're ordering it like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
All right.
Pink, the way I like it.
Hey, if you don't mind, make sure you hit the thumbs up. And if you're not already, make sure you're subscribed and the notification bell is on. It's a little thing for you, but really does go a long way for this channel, and I would greatly appreciate it. This next one is pretty crazy. So he's gonna make a chili for a church convention.
Okay.
His technique's a bit questionable, has to do with time and temp, and then also just a product that he chose to put in there. I'll explain it to you when we see it.
What's going to win it for me, I think, is this beautiful
get ready, Mark.
smoked brisket. I cooked it for 12 hours. This is leftovers. You guys remember last year I had a smoked brisket, and it was amazing. Absolutely beautiful. Look at this.
Okay. All right. So that is a smoked brisket he made. Now, before I tell you more about it, anything you see here out of the ordinary, you'd be concerned?
The raw sausage right next to the cooked food. I'm guessing that he's going to throw it all together and recook it.
Right.
In which case you'd have to heat it to 165 degrees, which is higher temp than you would have to normally cook the sausage anyway. But because the meat was cooked already, he's got to reheat it.
And actually, real quick, do you mind if we went over the temperatures that you generally want to hit with certain proteins? You mind letting our audience know? So like, for example, medium rare is the 135, right? But for chicken, you want to...
Well, yeah, chicken has to, in New York City.
Yeah.
Okay, has to hit 165. Any poultry has to reach an internal temperature of 165 degrees.
Before you can serve it.
Yes, we throw in monkey wrenches. Again, keeping in mind what I do for a living, I fight the city health department, tooth and nail.
You're right.
The best way to cook chicken or poultry, in my opinion, is to sous vide it,
Right.
which you never hit 165 degrees. But you're cooking it for time, and time is going by, and time is what is almost more important than temperature.
Right, right. Yeah. So that's what I was getting at is, you don't hit the 165 degrees, but I don't remember all the numbers off the top of my head because I don't sous vide often, but I know for a fact with time temperature control, when you're holding food, particularly hot food, it should be at 140
Correct.
and above,
Yes.
right? For up to 4 hours, which is legal.
Yes.
After which you have to discard the food.
Yep. And your cold foods in the refrigerator or on an ice table, 41 degrees or below.
Right.
Anything else between those two numbers is what is known as the danger zone.
Yes. Danger zone.
Danger zone.
This brisket right here.
This is not the same chef, right?
It's the same guy.
Oh, it is. Okay, so he added a watch to the
to the mix. Yes.
Is that a work of art? Can you see that? Look at that outer crust there. That
Bark.
It's
Called
just
bark.
It's just gorgeous. So we're gonna.
Okay. And also, for everyone, guys have mentioned in my original reaction to this video, you guys are saying that on the bottom that's mold. I firmly don't believe it's mold. I think it's just runoff fat that's solidified. Now, Mark, this brisket is 14 months old.
Oh my god! How he mentions that
So he says.
You guys remember last year I had a smoked brisket.
Last year, so.
Oh, so last year he did a smoked brisket. Oh, he's saying that this is part of that from last year.
This
is the same brisket.
This is the same brisket he made last year. So people on the internet could go crazy, and they did some detective work for me, and I confirmed this myself. When you go back to his previous videos from when this came out to when he made a brisket, it was approximately 14 months.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so that's never a good thing.
That is never a good thing.
There's no freezer. There's no. No, what I'm saying, there's no freezer that's gonna keep protein. You can't keep protein for 14 months.
Yeah, so in your professional opinion, what's the longest amount of time you want to cook?
Maybe 6 months.
Right.
6, 8 months. If it's in a freezer and you took it from, let's say, your grocer, and you put it directly in the freezer.
Right.
You didn't have it out in the refrigerator. Use some of it, take some out, put it back. Use some, put it back, then put it in the freezer, then take it out. I'm giving you 6 to 8 months from fresh directly into a freezer.
Gotcha.
And vacuum sealed also would be,
right,
beneficial. I don't know.
For that regard, more beneficial to the quality of the product itself, right?
Yeah. Bacteria, you don't kill bacteria in a freezer. You just stop it from growing.
Right. Yes.
So-
That's correct. Yeah. Well, that's a 14-month-old brisket. So,
Okey-dokey.
and not only that, but went from the grocery store in a shopping bag to his home, cooked for 12 hours. Yes, the cooking process probably killed off any bacteria, but it was probably sitting out there while he was serving it, and then he froze it. So, yeah, it's just no bueno. And he's going to serve it to a church.
Oh, which is even scary because now you're dealing with a population that may be at risk. Anyway, you may have young kids. You may have older people. You may have people with conditions that are you got to be careful for when you're serving.
Yeah. Oh man. Now for this piece, right? Let's say he did vacuum seal, cooked, vacuum sealed it, put it in his freezer. How long do you think he has?
I would over 8 months, I would either use it or throw it away.
Okay, so like 8 months is that threshold. I mean, not to mention just the kind of ethics behind it. You just don't want to serve people 8-month-old meat.
Correct. Especially, like I said, people that may be at a high risk anyway.
Okay.
Look at that outer crust there. That it's just
brisket that
it's
keeps
just
on
gorgeous.
giving.
So we're gonna cube this up.
Diarrhea.
And reheat all this.
Now he's going to put the chili
cube,
together.
okay.
Yeah. Crock pot, I mean, staple of any kitchen who wants something simple to make, right? And put everything.
Set it and forget it. Set it low, 10 hours. Set it high, 4 6 hours.
But I am a little concerned because everything, if you watch, everything's going in cold.
The meat's important. So I can't put all the sausage I want in. Most of it I can. That's about it. Gonna drop my onions in there. Put my beans.
Okay, aside from the travesty of the cooking technique that's going on, because there is none, what I'm concerned about is that, the bare hand contact is technically fine.
Yes, the food's going to be reheated to 165 degrees, which will kill, any germs that we've introduced ourselves from our hands.
But now I'm concerned about the fact that everything's going in cold and the amount of time it's going to take for that crock pot to come to temp, right? I mean, isn't that
Yeah, for sure. And him and everybody else, there's a reason why pretty much every supermarket in the country sells thermometers, right? $6 for a decent thermometer. So he should be taking temperatures at certain periods of time to know that he's hit the magic 165.
Right.
To render the food safe. Especially, again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but we're taking it to now we're going outside our own family, outside our own personal space, and we're bringing it into a community that may have high risk individuals that are going to be more susceptible to foodborne illnesses.
Chopped up all the.
All right. Now that at best, all those components are room temperature, right? And if it sits within, because we established anywhere between 40 and 140 degrees is the danger zone. And if you don't get out of that danger zone within a certain time,
you have to get to, he's going to need to get to 165 degrees technically within 2 hours.
Right.
Okay. Is he going to do that? I don't know. I don't know what he's going to set his crock pot temperature setting to.
But it's definitely higher risk when you're starting cold.
Yes.
Right? In a crock pot. I would imagine if I were to do this, I would have at least set the crock pot on high and get the onions hot and get the tomato paste in there and just kind of get the process started.
Yep.
Then get everything in there, right? It's already a hot crock pot. So you're starting at a hot point and you'll reach that 165 definitely within 2 hours.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I am so happy to be here, man. We became great friends, and the fact that I'm here and having a good time with you, and I love your show, as you know already. This is going to be awesome.
We had a few slices of pizza,
yes.
Right? Leo over there. Guga, my friend.
Yes.
You are clearly YouTube's authority on meat cookery.
Oh, boy.
Specifically steaks.
Yes, I've cooked one or two.
So I've dug up from the depths of the internet some of the most amazing steak cookery you've ever seen.
Oh, you're getting me excited because I'm always willing to learn something new.
Have you ever heard of Kay's Cooking?
Oh, no.
Have you ever heard of Cooking with Jack?
Yes, I've watched your show.
That's what we're reacting to today. I need the knowledge from the man himself.
Wow, this is going to be interesting.
Hi people, and today I'm back cooking. And today I am making steak.
Nice. She's a lovely lady.
She's a very sweet lady.
It's like one of those ladies that, is just like motherly cooking, let's say.
Well, I'm not sure about motherly cooking, but she's cooking.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, looks like she's got a roasting pan here.
Yeah.
With a roasting rack. That's good. She's laying very thin steaks down. I don't think she's going to be able to get a sear on those at all.
I don't think so as well. And it's quite interesting, this method that she's using. I don't think I've ever used this before.
Maybe you will now after you see this.
I'm ready to learn, baby.
My steak is one of them strip types because I'm not keen on the big, thick steaks.
Oh, strip type, strip. So I guess thin strips is what she meant to say, because she said she's not a thick type.
Oh, okay. What does that even mean?
I don't know.
All right. I like her. Whoa! What just happened? How did that? Wait, what? Why are you laughing? This is not a laughable situation. What is that? How did that happen? It's like instant. Yo, that's faster than microwave.
That's freaking beef jerky.
Yo, that was so quick.
Oh my god! Look at that. Okay, I mean,
did she broil it?
I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure.
I think the steak died.
Steaks are partly done. Partly done on one side.
She did broil it.
She did broil it.
Yeah.
The heat source is only at the top. Ooh. The bottom has zero color. So that, there was no heat source from the...
Brian, she's going to broil the other side too. Oh, no, boy. But, man, this steak is... okay.
It's a little dead.
A little? You're so nice.
It's beef jerky now.
Man.
Okay.
I forgot to mention, when I do steak, I wash my steak, but you don't have to, but you can if
Okay,
you...
washing your steaks.
I'm not it's not a good thing. I never wash my steak. I just usually pat it dry.
Yes.
Because if not, you're basically spreading bacteria all over. There's
Yes.
no reason for you to wash your steak or your chicken
Right.
or anything like that.
Right.
So I also teach that that's the best way.
Right. People always wonder that. Do I wash my meats? Well, no. When the meat is processed, usually it's in a sterile environment. And like you said, by washing it, all the splashback, you are potentially spreading more bacteria. 100%.
Exactly. And it's not like you're going to wash inside the steak anyway. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? It's like not necessary.
And also, particularly for steak, the bacteria grows on the outside, which instantly gets killed when you cook it, so long as it's not rotten, right?
Exactly, of course.
If it's rotten on the outside, yes, technically, if it's big enough of a cut, you can trim it, like with a dry-aged steak, essentially.
Right.
And the center's still good.
Or like madness, like I cooked a brisket for a month. Do not do that,
That was
everybody. I highly recommend you not doing that.
That was like the second video I ever reacted.
Oh, really? Yeah, yeah, it was a great experience. But we threw everything away. That's what you don't know. We threw the cutting board away. We threw the knife away. We threw the sous vide machine away. We threw the container. We threw everything away because
it just funked everything up.
Yeah, and I had two cleaning crew come in to clean the studio because the smell wouldn't go away. It was bad.
Wow. Holy. All right, you heard it here, behind the scenes info from the man himself, Guga.
Do not cook your brisket for a month. It won't be good.
I know some meat you're not supposed to eat. Oh, eat. Not supposed to wash, but... Oh, that's fell. There we are.
Fantastic
Turn
flipping
them
action.
over.
It's great.
Quick fingers, ouch. Right,
Oh,
now I'm going to put these back in the oven grill.
She's gonna put it back in.
For them to do a bit.
She's gonna put it back in, my brother.
I am not sure how long anything
Why?
runs. Like I said, I don't time
little bit
anything.
longer.
I just keep my eye on it, check it. If it's burnt, it's burnt. If it's nice, it's nice. But I couldn't give you a time. Just keep your eye on it. That's all I can say.
I love how she's honest, though. She's very honest.
Yes.
If it's burned, it's burned. But I'm gonna put a little bit longer. And wow.
She owns it. At least she's owning it.
She's killing the steak twice. Right? Isn't it? Now it's beef jerky.
It's in them.
Oh wow! She's not gonna eat that. There's no way.
And that's just its. That's just its own juices. It's soaked in.
Oh my God! Did you see how hard she had to push it in that knife in there?
This is
Look at that!
shocking.
Look at that! It is so cooked, it completely rendered out all its fat and created a pool in the middle.
The steak is dead.
Now that was just the appetizer.
Oh boy!
Now we're reacting.
I've seen you react to Jack before, so I have an idea of what might come.
Right, we've done product reviews. We've gone on field trips. We've done specialty holiday.
Now, hang on one second. So I'm assuming that right there is the steak. It's got something there, seasoning.
Is that salt?
I think it's salt. It could be coffee creamer. It could be Wonder flour. Who knows? We don't know. We don't see the label. But what's got me a little weirded out is there's a tape measure.
Oh. Home Depot style.
Well, you know a thing or two about Home Depot and their music.
You call my music the Home Depot music.
Home Depot music.
Oh
100%.
boy, it's not Home Depot. It's free YouTube music that I started from the beginning, and ever since I started, it's still there today. It became the charm of the channel.
No, it's definitely the theme, but it sounds like Home Depot. Makes me want to build.
Yeah.
Makes me want to buy a hammer.
There you go. If I make a video and it does not have it, the complaints are too harsh for me.
Really? Have you?
Oh yeah. I tried to take it out. I can never take it out. Out of sous vide everything, that music will live there forever.
Awesome. I don't know. I may get my band to re-record that for you.
Oh,
make it a little bit more metal.
Okay, do it, and I'll put it
for
on
real.
a video.
All
Do
right.
it. Do
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
I will put it on a video.
Careful what you wish for.
Okay.
All right. All right. You heard it here. You heard it here.
I'll put it.
Lost Becomes doing the next Guga theme.
There you go.
Oh, I went to the store, and I bought the cheapest piece of garbage they had on sale. It was $1.99 a pound.
What cut cuts in your experience are on the $1.90 chuck?
Yeah,
Right.
so it's something that has to do with the behind of the cow. You know, the inexpensive cuts. Let's say.
So essentially, the areas of the cow that are more exercised, the muscles that are utilized more, are tougher and generally cheaper. And the hind legs of the cow, as well as even the front by the shoulders, those cuts are particularly tough and better for stewing. But they're cheap. And if you manipulate them, whether it's cutting them super thin and tenderizing them, they can be edible in a high heat cooking method. But generally, those cuts are better suited for low and slow.
Yep, I agree.
But it's called, what is it? Select Beef Cross Rib Roast.
There you go. Select. Oh, select. So USDA has several different types of gradings here in the US, unlike Japanese and other countries, but we have obviously the best, prime, then the second best, choice, and then the third not so good is select.
Yes.
And then you actually have another one that most people are not aware of, which is called no-row.
Oh, no? Oh, okay, I thought it was standard.
I'm not familiar with standard.
Okay.
I'm familiar with only 4.
Okay.
And it's called no-row. It's basically what they use for other consumptions, but not human, let's just say. So select is kind of tough, everybody. I'm not gonna lie. So usually, if you go to like even Walmart, they have choice grade, and if you dig really deep, you gotta dig in deep. They might have some select in there.
At Walmart, you have to dig deep.
You have to dig deep.
I didn't know you can dig deep at Walmart.
You can. Well, even Wagyu Walmart has it now. Did you know?
What?
Yes.
No way.
Yes, they have
Like
Wagyu A5. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Walmart has A5.
Video coming real soon, everybody.
Oh shit!
And
Really?
so does Costco.
Costco, I believe. Costco has a good meat selection. I mean, every protein. They have a good selection. But Walmart,
Walmart has it. You got to dig in deep, and it's not in all Walmart. It's selected Walmarts, but yeah.
Holy, you learn something new every day, people.
Anyway, let me show you how to do this. We're going to do a side-by-side comparison. I had the butcher take a thick piece and slice it right in the middle. So we have 2 pieces of the same steak. Okay, once again, I took 1 piece of meat and I had the butcher slice it right down the middle. Okay? So that it would be the same cut of meat.
Chuck steak.
Thick ass chuck. That is going to be one of the.
Yeah, no, I'm not even sure if that's the chuck steak. I think that's like. Actually, it is a chuck steak.
Next thing you're going to do is you're going to take sea salt or kosher salt. And that's a very coarse salt. And we're going to take that. We're going to cover one of them completely with sea salt.
Okay.
Now the rule is this. Find out how thick your steak is. Ours is about 1.5 inches. Okay? So you're going to have to leave this on. 1 inch is an hour. So 1.5 inches would be an hour and a half.
Have you heard this technique before?
I've actually done this technique before, but mine runs a little bit different.
Okay. Please enlighten us.
Yeah, I left it a lot longer than that. And the way he's sprinkling in there, as you season with salt, it draws out moisture.
Yep.
And if you put little amount of salt, the amount that he's putting there right now, it will immediately become osmosis and come back inside. So the way I did it was you have to put a lot of salt, because that way it just keeps going up and it never goes back down. So the amount that he's putting, since it's so little, it will go up on the salt and then go back down. So if you put a lot of salt, you'll just keep drawing the moisture.
So I reacted to your MSG steak video where you took a big piece and you just fucking caked that MSG.
You have to put a lot.
Okay, so that was the theory.
That's the idea, because if you put just like a very thin layer, it goes back inside.
It's gonna be salty as fuck.
Yes, exactly. You don't want to do that. So you want to really like pack it in. So I think that's what he's trying to do right now, which is to tenderize it with salt.
Right.
And I'll be honest, it worked for me.
Right.
But not like that.
Right. That is factual. Salt is it does break down the muscle fibers. It breaks down the connective tissue. That is factual. But I've never done this technique before, but it makes a lot of sense what you're saying. There's just a mass quantity of salt, so it just continues to draw out moisture.
Exactly.
Okay.
Again, you got to put that 2 of the ones that he's holding, 2 of the little cans. Yes, you have to put a lot. If not, it's just going to be extremely salty.
So then in that case, even though, all right, the steak is $1.99 a pound,
yes,
2
Brian,
containers
it's not
of salt.
it.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
No, get a tenderizer.
Yeah.
You smash the crap out of it.
This is going to open up the meat. It does something to the protein molecules. I don't know the science to it. I just know it works. And I'm just going to show you guys right now. So we're going to let this set for...
Yeah,
you're nodding your
he's
head.
just salting the steak.
Right.
It's not enough.
Right.
It will be very salty.
Okay. Well, Jack typically doesn't salt his food, period. So I would
really?
say, I would say this is an improvement.
Oh, damn, Brian.
I can be the mean one.
Okay.
I know you're the nice guy. I know you're the
I say it like it is, but okay.
That is about...
That's what the measuring tape's for. Yeah.
You see, I would have done it completely different. You've made fish baked in salt before. You know what I'm talking? So it's literally that. You want to create that crust. I would do the sides, everything, the bottom. You know what I mean?
I remember in your MSG video, you literally set a bed of salt MSG first and put the whole on top of that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you have to. If not, it doesn't do much.
I wonder if he's going to do the other side, though.
It's been an hour and 15 minutes.
I guess you put in the
see
fridge.
that all the salt has...
You see the osmosis process right there
Yep,
happening?
you can already see
So
this.
if he had more salt on it, it would just keep drawing up and it would never go back down.
It's really become moist. It's drawing all the water out of it. You can also see, if we turn this, let me move this one over a little bit. If you turn this,
you see?
You can see like the salt, there's a lot of moisture down in there collecting. And you can see where the water is coming out of the steak.
Which will happen if you put any salt on anything.
Right.
Vegetables, protein.
Yeah.
All right, first thing you do is rinse the entire thing of salt.
Rinse
There
it
we
off,
go.
baby.
Get all the salt off
Wash
it.
that meat.
And look, what you notice is, see all those openings? Look at all those groove openings. It's starting to kind of pull apart a little bit here.
Yeah, salt also breaks down, the fat as well. So everything just becomes just like pineapple, basically. Pineapple is a lot more effective because of the bromelain.
Right.
But salt works quite well as well.
Right. So pineapple juice is one of the main ingredients for my bulgogi recipe, and it leads to the tenderization.
Exactly. So that's why it's so delicious. By the way, I just had the sandwich.
Thank you,
guys. It's good. It's real good.
This has been not treated. How it kind of just...
Oh, please stop
straight out of the butcher counter,
molesting the meat.
Okay? And look at this. This is a lot more falling apart. You can
See, you can
the
clearly
groove.
see it does work, and I've done this before. So yeah.
Now the color's intensified as well. I would say it's because the salt drawed out moisture, but he did run this underwater again, so I don't know.
Usually when you run under the water, it becomes lighter, right? The meat. But this one, because it was kind of salt cured, basically, that's why it's kind of darker.
Okay.
So yeah, it does. You can clearly see that it's
separation?
working. It's not.
See
That's
that
not
separation
camera
right there?
effect.
The separation right in there. All these grooves.
I wish he
that are
did it on
created,
both sides, though.
It just seems to be falling apart in my hands. Okay, these just came off the grill.
Oh, it just
I wanna
cooked it
show
like
you
that.
some
Whoa, yo,
similar-
that's instantaneous. Boom. Yo, wow. What do you do? Did he grill
All
it?
right, well, let's look at this. I mean, there is a slight difference between the two. Just looking at it like this right now.
Is the one on the right still the one that is actually the salted one
That's
treated?
my assumption, and it looks lighter in color.
Yes. Now that's normal because if you ever use pineapple on a steak and then you try to grill it, because there's so much moisture on that steak from the pineapple and so forth, it's not easy to get a sear. So with salt doesn't work that usually. It's the opposite
Right.
because you draw out the moisture. So
But maybe it's because he rinsed it under water.
I have no idea.
But even texturally, it looks a little different.
Right. And it looks to me, at least, like if you present both to me, I will pick the one on the left. It looks better, right? It's better sear.
Yeah, same.
But it's what's in the inside that matters.
Okay, now I noticed while cooking, these were cooked over their own flame. Each one had a flame underneath it on the barbecue. They were cooked identically, same position, same amount of time. I pulled them off. But the weird thing is, the untreated one looks like it curled up a little bit right on this end. And I don't know if you can see it, but it kind of curled up and it kind of looked like it overcooked or got well done. But look at this one right here. This one's interesting because I like my steak rare. This looks rare, and this looks...
Jack likes his steak rare. He likes his burgers rare. He likes his chicken rare.
Wait, what?
You don't know that?
Chicken rare?
You don't know he be cooking chicken and still bleeding and eating it?
No, he doesn't do that.
Oh
Brian.
my God. I wish that was the video we reacted to.
Brian,
Dude,
are you serious?
I am dead serious. He's like, oh, this is how I cook chicken. And he cuts into it. It's fucking bleeding. And he eats it. He's like, delicious.
No.
Bro, I am dead serious.
He does not
It's
do
one
that.
of my best videos.
Oh, no. He does that for real?
He does it for real.
Wow.
The
I don't know
people
what
in
to
the
say.
comments call him the king of salmonella for... Oh my God, that's the next video you and I are gonna react to.
Oh, that sounds horrifying.
The one seasoned with
Cut
the
that
salt.
steak, Jack.
is the
I
one
wanna
not
see.
seasoned with the salt. I'm gonna cut right in.
I'm curious.
Oh yeah, nice and rare.
Oh,
okay, that's beautiful.
That looks
Take a look
great.
at this
Hey,
one.
it does not look bad
Right?
at all.
That looks
no.
pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'm not. No, I nothing to say there.
Hey, hats off to Jack. You know,
I have no hat, but yeah, Jack looks great, man.
I mean, as far as like a medium rare, done well, which we know he doesn't do often. Here, it's done beautifully.
Yeah, it looks all right, at least on camera.
Hey, look at that.
Yo,
Yeah,
it looks good.
That
right?
looks good. Look at how even the coloring is
Yeah,
there.
it's
Like,
nothing overly cooked. I mean, good job, good job. I guess.
Why'd you struggle so hard saying
I
that?
don't know, but because you said that a lot of things about Jack, and I'm surprised because it looks good.
I'm not saying anything about Jack. I'm just saying stuff that's factual.
Oh, true.
Facts.
Yeah, salmonella chicken.
I'm gonna take a piece of meat here. Wow, I know what I'm having for dinner. There's one piece
He
there.
looks happy.
I want the same size here. So we're gonna try this right now. We let the meat set. It should be perfect. This is the untreated.
He let the meat rest.
Good seasoning. Wow, lots of pepper.
Oh, he's seasoned with other things besides salt. Then he
Which
never
he didn't
told us.
show us.
Yeah, he didn't tell us. Okay.
It's really got a lot of flavor, but it immediately toughens up almost all the juices out of it, and it's now becoming harder to chew. Now the treated one. This is more like a New York steak. I think we've upgraded to a New York steak right here.
Yeah, no, it's not a New York strip, but I've done it before, so I know it becomes more tender, but it's not that huge of an upgrade, it is an upgrade. It makes the steak better, but I also think that this steak is a little bit salty.
Yeah, which he's
not going to say.
He's not going to say it.
No.
Listen, it's like basically what he's doing is he's taken, he's trying to polish a turd. What?
That's a perfect description.
He's literally trying to polish a piece of dog shiny.
It's breaking up real easy. It definitely makes a difference. I've done this before, but I had to share it with you guys. Delicious.
Still chewing.
I'm gonna get a little A1.
Still chewing.
I'm gonna sit down with these steaks.
Continue
and
chewing.
We're gonna have a conversation going. You guys,
Can't
try it
swallow
out.
it.
Write me. Send me pictures. Tell
You
me I'm
can't
not
swallow it.
lying.
Still chewing.
Please. All right. I'll see you on the next Cooking with Jack. Take care.
Oh, he's still chewing in the end. Hey, hats out to you, Jack, because it does work. Maybe the execution is a little bit different, but...
Listen, I've reacted to a lot of Jack's videos, and I have the consultant, the meat consultant here, and clearly... He did something right in this one.
Yeah, and it was cooked right.
Yeah, it was cooked very well.
Yeah, I would eat that.
This is leftovers. You guys remember last year I had a smoked brisket and
Last year he had a
amazing.
smoked brisket.
So it's been in the freezer since last year?
Look at how oxidized it is.
Sidekick to Brian Tsao, the one and only.
He says that he's the sidekick, but I'm the one that moved into his home here. I feel like I'm the girlfriend that moved in.
Know your place.
Buddy, we have reacted to many things. We reacted to a series of fried rice videos. But now I want to bring it back to our dear friend, Cooking with Jack.
Jack.
Do you remember the French onion soup?
Oh, of course. That was my intro.
Yes, that was your introduction.
That was my intro.
Yes.
What does he have for us today?
Today,
Have you watched this?
I have. Today, we're going to be reacting to church chili.
Church chili.
Church chili.
Is there a religious aspect to this?
Barely. I guess I guess after they eat this chili, they're all going to want to find God. That's for damn sure.
Roll it.
Let's roll it.
Oh, it's not cooked.
I mean, who knows? Maybe it's not ready yet.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right. Well, you know what? Before we start this video, in your eyes, Frenchie, what is the qualities of a good chili?
You're asking the wrong guy. What's the one thing I hate after peas?
Beans.
Beans. So I like a beanless chili. Is it Texas that makes a chili?
I believe it's Texas that makes
right.
it with
It's
beans.
all meat, right?
Yeah.
Just meat and gravy and.
Oh, is it? I thought they always made it with beans.
Somebody makes it without fucking beans.
Clearly, we are not the connoisseurs.
No, we're not.
Yeah, but I think you and I are capable of distinguishing between what is a good chili and a bad chili.
I think so. And from just the looks of this, it's already soupy.
Hey guys, okay, today is my church event called the Chili Bowl. And what they do is they do flag football 7-on-7 teams, and they do a chili cook-off. So I've entered for the first time. I'm gonna try and win the chili competition. I don't know, there may be 3 people that show up.
I'm gonna take a wild guess here that he didn't win that chili cook-off.
I've kind of altered some chilies and things I've liked in chilies I've done from the past, so I've got it right here. I'm just gonna show you guys what I'm making. This will air after the competition. I'm probably never entering the competition again, so I don't care if people know my recipe. But I don't want them to know the recipe before the event happens. Okay, so it's all awesome ingredients. We've got salt and pepper for taste, 2 cans of pinto beans. This is some of the magic. This is chipotles in adobo sauce. This is where the heat for my chili is coming from right here. And that's it. I'm not putting any chili powder in or anything.
I mean, he's got all proper ingredients. I don't know if it's a chili recipe, but I could take those ingredients and make something of it.
Yes! I'm very glad you said that because I feel the exact same way. But there's one ingredient there that you don't quite know about just yet. We just got to keep watching though. But
what am I missing?
I agree with you. I think all those ingredients there will make a half decent chili.
Or good sauce.
Yeah.
What's in the tin foil?
This. And then if I need chili powder,
What's in the tin? What's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the tin foil? Seriously.
Just keep watching.
Oh.
IPA beer.
Yeah, beer. Okay.
Laguintas.
Nothing wrong with beer.
Laguintas.
IPA. This is what I use on my sausage sliders, remember? And it foamed up, got all caramely tasting. This is
caramely
amazing
tasting
beer to cook with, okay? Then you got diced tomatoes, you got 3 things of black beans, garlic, 2 jars of your salsa, whatever salsa you like. We're gonna dice up an onion. I've got sweet Italian sausage.
I feel it should be chorizo, but
I was gonna say like some kind of smoked product, you know, like
andouille sausage. Or
what's the English version of the ham? Oh, ham hocks.
Ham hocks, yeah, ham hocks.
That's what I'm thinking.
But what's in that tinfoil?
What's in the box?
What's going to win it for me, I think, is this beautiful smoked brisket. I cooked it for 12 hours. This is leftovers. You guys remember last year I had a smoked brisket and
last year he had
amazing.
a smoked brisket.
So it's been in the freezer since last year?
Just keep watching.
Oh!
Can you see that? Look at that outer crust there.
I see sparkling. That means it's frostbitten, bro. People, it is frostbitten.
Look at that bark.
Oh my god. Dude, that's a health hazard.
Yes.
That will give you a tummy ache.
Yeah, and look at the color of that beef. Look at how oxidized it is.
It's the gray.
It's almost gray green.
It's definitely gray from where I stand.
Yeah.
Dude, that's frostbitten.
Yeah, no bueno.
That's like climbing that mountain and you got frostbitten. Those fingers are falling off.
So we're gonna dice up this brisket. Down below is the seasoning I used on this brisket and then smoked it on my Traeger for 12 hours. So you know everything I used, but the key ingredient on this, I'm gonna tell you right now, I used ground Swedish coffee, and I think it was brown sugar and chili powder and onion and garlic.
That's the coating on that thing?
Yeah.
Ground coffee?
Yeah.
Like coffee grounds or?
I think he said ground coffee, yeah. I mean, that's not unheard of. But the point is this thing is, so I've done a little research into this brisket of his, and it's 14 months old. Now, I actually had Mark Nealon, a ex-health department inspector. He's my health department consultant. He comes in every now and then.
Listen, under the right, perfect circumstances, you could technically freeze something if it was perfectly airtight and everything. But I'm sorry, that's...
A conventional home freezer, no.
No way.
Can't do it. And it's not even vacuum sealed.
Nah.
You know, that's...
And even vacuum sealed, I've seen it not work out.
Everything else is already made, so let's get that.
People, you could take the skin off of that. It'll crumble much better out.
Yes.
Oh, so he's gonna cook them whole and then...
Nothing like a sizzle. I love it. Okay, this is when it gets interesting. This is when we put everything together. I love the meat. The meat's important.
Okay.
That's the key. So we'll put that much in for now. That's the brisket. Same with the sausage. I can't put all the sausage I want in. Most of it I can. That's about it. All right, maybe a little more.
I hear you grunting. You're grunting. Why are you grunting?
First of all, I would have seen it. I would love to see a crumple on the sausage, right?
Yep.
But I
take it out of the casing.
Yeah, and just let it crumble and then cook. But I'm already ruined because of the brisket.
14-month-old brisket.
I'm just thinking of like the people at the event, like, you know, they went home, they went to bed, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, they're you know.
Remember what he said in the beginning of the video? I don't want them to know what I did before the event. This is coming out after the event. So can you imagine you're at the church event and you watch this video?
Well, that's a good thing because there's no liability. There's no lawsuit. Now, if you put this video out, now there is a lawsuit.
After you see him put this together, I want to hear from you what you would have done.
Pink.
Garlic.
That's a lot of raw garlic.
Come on. Come on. Too lazy to get a spoon. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Come on. That's what I'm talking about right there.
You know what that looked like, right?
It's getting full. It's getting full. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to pour the beer in. Yes, it will cook off the alcohol. I'm going to be cooking a long time on this. There we go. Beautiful. Look at it reacting and bubbling.
Yep, and then it's bubbling all right. It's gonna bubble for a while when it goes into your belly. It's gonna bubble all night long.
There is zero technique here.
Yeah.
He should have sweat out the onions, the garlic, add in the tomato paste, you know, make a pinçage. Basically, a pinçage is you take mirepoix, which is onion, celery, and carrots. You brown those off, and then you put in tomato paste. You cook that off, and you just really concentrate the flavors.
There's no caramelization whatsoever here.
And there's going to be a lack of flavor. You know, there was so much opportunity to develop flavor here. After you sweat out or brown the garlic and the onions and the tomato paste, then you can deglaze with the beer, concentrate that flavor. But this is not cooking. This is just dumping in a pot. That doesn't count as cooking.
This is rough. This is really rough.
I'm going to take first place. It's because of this magic right here.
It's
Chipotle's in adobo sauce.
He's putting in I forgot he put in the
Okay,
whole
so I
can.
chopped up all the chipotle peppers.
Church chili, baby.
What kind of church is this? This is not the church I'm going to.
The adobo sauce, it's all mixed in here now. I just took a quick little taste to make sure it's perfect. It's a perfect balance of everything.
This is a garbage can.
Yeah. Also, another thing I'm concerned about is he put in everything cold, right? That crock pot is going to take forever to get to temperature.
And that means everything's going to turn to mush.
Yes, and stew. But also, it's a potential food hazard.
That brisket,
health hazard.
that brisket is going to...
You didn't even finish your sentence. That brisket, what?
It's gonna be a slow. That's the beginning of the new pandemic. That's slow simmer. That's a slow COVID simmer.
This is where COVID came
cook
from.
on high for 1 to 2 hours, then keep warm, setting until serving. What? Okay, let's.
Now this is a health hazard because this church has young children, immune compromised adults.
Well, old people and children.
Old people, yeah.
Like, you know, the healthy are at
They're
work.
gonna shit themselves literally to death.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. Oh my God. Are we gonna see the other ones?
I don't remember.
And I'm not going to tell you which one is mine. I won't tell you which one is mine. Not at all. I can't tell you.
That's number one. There's not a premonition, people.
It is.
You see that
Here's the
old
other
dirty
one.
crock pot?
Yeah.
My money's on that one already.
And there's number 2, number 3, number 7. Hey, what happened to 4 and 5 and 6?
The 5's right there.
Okay, we're kind of out of order here. 12.
It makes me nervous. Don't do that.
14, 10, 15, it goes all the way down. There you go. You got all these going. Now who's doing the judging? Who do we know?
Everybody.
Everybody's judging?
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Every child, adult, teenager, they come through and they sample, and then they write the number they want.
Did she sign a waiver?
Calculate.
Does she know what she's getting mixed up with?
No, famous last words, right?
Right?
Okay, guys, so here's the deal. I'm at the chili competition, and I can tell you right now I'm not going to win. Let me tell you why. Number one, I don't cheat. But number two, they're letting everybody here vote which one they think is the best, and I don't think that's...
Oh, God forbid they let people vote on which one they like the most.
God forbid it's a democracy.
I think you should have neutral designated judges. So I'm going to go on record saying that I'm probably not going to win today, because I'm not going to tell Jack and his friends to vote for me. I'm not going to do that. So everybody's going to go over and vote for the best chili possible. All right, but it's all in fun. There's no prize. There's no nothing.
Okay, then what are you
And
worried
this is
about?
the only time I'm doing this competition, because I've already shown the recipe, so it's all okay. So here's beach. They put them against. They literally put beach players against.
Wait,
Chaz
this is
almost got
tag
that.
football, right?
It's all good.
He's filming all his victims right now.
This is actually more interesting than the chili.
I didn't win first, second, or third place, and I'm just a regular guy still. See? It's all good. Somebody else won. Congratulations to the winners of the Chili Bowl.
Did he just use his kids' event to do his episode?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is not the cool dad.
That is a rough dish right there.
Okay, is there more? Is there
No, that's it. That's it.
Wait, that's it?
That's it. Yeah, he lost. He didn't get first, second, or third prize.
So we didn't even see what it looked like after it was cooked.
Yeah. Now
that was a I'm sorry. This is not good. You should have. We need an end to the story.
No, that's the whole point. I wanted to serve you disappointment today.
But I'm frustrated.
Okay, but the point being, all the ingredients you saw there, minus the 14-month-old brisket, could have made a good dish.
I mean,
and this is what I was talking to you about. A little sneak peek. I know I've mentioned this several times, but part of the reason why we moved here is to have more space and start to,
and more access
to just everything. But to do cooking videos eventually, I really feel you and I could salvage that dish.
We could have salvaged
the
that.
same ingredients minus a 14-month-old brisket.
But like, it's gonna take a while if we need 14 months to rot a piece of brisket.
No, we are not serving 14-month-old brisket. But I firmly believe anyone out there with a little technique could have taken the same set of ingredients and made something delicious.
I mean, you take out the casing, you crumble your sausage, take that out, use that fat to saute your onions, and then you can slowly steep in
Right.
and then the beans at the last, because you want to keep some texture to those beans. I'm guarantee you there was no more beans. It was like all
complete mush. Yeah,
Mush.
probably looked like refried beans at that point. You hate mushies.
I hate beans. All those beans, peas, those pods. No good.
We all know how famously famous you are for burgers, but we also know how you feel about Jack.
Wow. 70 episodes. It seems like just last week it was 69. Anyway, just want to let you know we got one.
Hey, he got you.
He got me.
He got
He got me.
Frenchie, you know there's a big problem with our viewers.
What?
A lot of them aren't subscribed. Can you tell them to subscribe, please?
Why wouldn't they be subscribed?
Exactly.
Subscribed.
Yeah. Can you look into the camera and tell them to subscribe?
Guys, what's up? I'm here now. Subscribe. You have no excuse now. I know it was Brian before, but now I'm here. So come on, guys. Subscribe.
I got a call from a company. Here it is, Bison. Got a call from a company called Blue Bison. That's right. You can go to their website, Crown Blue Bison.
Oh my God, that's too close to Blue Buffalo, which is dog food.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it?
And they asked me, they said, hey, Jack,
I have a bad relationship with Blue Buffalo. Blue Buffalo was the epitome of like best food you can give your dog, only to end up giving my dog cancer from it. Yeah, I switched to it, and then within like 7 months, poor baby had cancer, and it was
like a thing.
It was a thing, and it was bad. It was bad.
Wow.
I don't know if do you remember my dog?
I
Jojo?
know. I know of your
everybody
dog.
knew my dog.
Yeah.
So smart, everybody says this about their dogs, okay?
Right.
But she had weird tics and attitudes and likes and don't like. So she was special.
And they're like, do you know what Bison is? I'm like, don't know what Bison is. I'm such an idiot. But I'm not gonna lie. So they're like, well, Bison's buffalo, and it's really good, and it's leaner, and it's got better qualities. So look at these stats on Bison.
So wait, let's just explain it to people.
Yeah.
Bison is the terminology for buffalo as a food product.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like beef is our food terminology for a cow.
Okay. Understood. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oh well, let's look at these stats. Bison. Wow. Clearly the lowest.
Right.
Out of it, but calorie-wise, right? He doesn't show the protein content. Maybe he will. Let's keep watching.
So anyway, they asked if I wanted to do an episode on bison. If I did, they'd send me some ground bison and I could do a video on it. I'm like, okay, cool. So I just want to say thank you to Crown Blue Bison for sending me this. It was really cool that they sent it to me. I am not being paid to promote their company. I do not have sponsors like that. I'll let you know.
Does he have
paying me, trust
sponsors?
me.
Did he ever get sponsors?
I don't know. I didn't watch. I mean, I've watched many Jack episodes, and I don't really recall.
We've seen him
having
promoting his own products,
his own
right?
product.
Didn't he have like sauces and rubs
Which
we never?
Well, I tried, and even people in the comment section really did try, but it is gone. There's none of this. If there is sauce, it is in the back of someone's cabinet, and they forgot about
expired.
it. And it's expired. And even if they sent it to us,
I wonder if anybody has a version of that of my French kiss dressing somewhere.
Oh my God,
that would be a collector's item.
That would be a collector's item. If anyone out there has a bottle of that,
do not eat it, people.
We all know how famously famous you are for burgers.
He's gonna make a burger out of it.
He's gonna make a burger.
Let's see this.
Okay, I got a whole pound of bison left, so we're gonna make a bison burger out of it. It's gonna be real simple.
Please don't make
I'm not gonna
one
get all
burger.
fancy on this, but I am gonna add a little something extra.
He's gonna add a little something extra.
How do you handle your burger protein?
We're talking layman's terms.
Yeah.
Like the more you touch it and pound it, the less it's going to retain. It's just going to become a mess. It becomes a meatball.
Yeah.
Like the difference between a meatball and a hamburger is that.
Right. That's the perfect way to describe an over-manipulated burger patty.
Mm-hmm.
So think like school lunch burger patties,
Exactly.
right? It's got this very dense, chewy, but finished with a grainy texture that I can't stand. But a really good quality beef is freshly ground and barely manipulated.
If you go shopping for burger patties, and for burgers, I would almost prefer you to buy the already made patties than buying the cheaper stuff and trying to make your own.
Right.
Because the already made burger patties they got the blend. It's already made for that.
Right.
So they kind of thought of the blend. Not always, gotta double check. But if you can see the shape of the noodles, meaning it coming out of the grinders and it hasn't been condensed, if you could see the shape of the noodles, that's a good sign.
Yes. Because generally when you make your own patties at home, there's usually a tendency to overwork it. Yeah, 100%. Very glad you brought that up. Now let's watch Jack make it.
Garlic powder, a little bit of Some dried chopped onions. There we go. Here we go. Gonna crack an egg in there.
Okay. Meatloaf. It's meatloaf. There are no eggs in a hamburger patty.
No.
And then what if you cook it rare? No.
It gets better.
Top it off.
What the is that?
Best teriyaki sauce you'll ever taste.
That is his teriyaki sauce. That's his teriyaki. That's the best teriyaki sauce you'll ever taste.
I thought it was like engine oil or something. Engine grease.
Here we
It's
go.
alien-like.
Crack an egg in there.
Sorry, just wanted you to see that one more time.
Did you see how he cracked it too?
Top it off. Some of the best teriyaki sauce you'll ever taste.
No, you're on the beginning steps of making a meatball or a meatloaf.
Yeah.
I mean, if he adds breadcrumbs to this, then I'm out of here.
Well, do you notice that over there?
No.
A lot of flavor. There we go.
Oh,
You're thinking,
breadcrumbs?
there's a lot of liquid in there. How am I
Okay,
gonna
people,
hold that all
this-
together? I'm gonna mix it. It's gonna fall apart when I fry it. Well, that's why you get the breadcrumbs out. Love breadcrumbs. What breadcrumbs do?
No, now
they add a
I'm
little substance,
predicting.
but they also hold everything together.
They hold everything
Okay,
together.
Here we go. Ready?
Now, before he goes in all fairness, putting breadcrumbs, well, number one, it's a very common ingredient in meatballs.
Meatballs.
Right?
Yeah. No, that's how you get your meatball consistency that you want. You're purposely doing what you're avoiding for in a burger.
Right. It's also very common in meatloaf, right? And, in all fairness, many people had mentioned this the last time I reacted to it, that it was a very common way to stretch out burger meat for poor, economically challenged people.
Yeah, my dad made plenty of these, but they weren't hamburgers. They were flat meatballs.
Yeah. Well, you got that ring on.
Okay, yeah, right. How much do you hate that? Oh, I hate working with food and having rings.
It's not even just like a band.
It's the crevices and everything. It's getting in there, the back. You're not cleaning that.
Yeah.
You're not cleaning that out. Ugh. Oh my God.
Nice. See?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Kind of sticky. Not wet.
Just make
sticky.
meatballs.
Beautiful. Well, there's your patty right there. No, just kidding. All right, let's make some patties right now.
Thought about it.
Now remember, these patties can't be well done, okay? Not with bison.
They can't
It's gotta
be wild.
medium rare or rare.
So just that in mind, people.
You are learning. You are learning.
Just keep this in mind, dude.
Don't
and
do
then
this.
that cutting board, that plastic sheet of cutting board there.
Beautiful. All right. There's one. You know they're perfect consistency when they try to almost stick to your hand, but they don't.
That is exactly the opposite. The opposite.
Once that starts to happen, that the proteins are like gluing together. Yeah.
It's glue. You've got glue there now.
Beautiful. There's three. They're almost done. Look at them. Oh, they smell great. They're almost done.
No.
Still a little pink on the sides here. I'm just going to wait a few more minutes. Never, by the way, never, write this down. Never press down your patties.
Hey.
It's such a bad thing to do.
Unless you're making sliders.
Smash burgers.
Right.
But that's a totally different technique. That's a totally different style of burger.
You're just looking for Maillard?
Maillard reaction.
I think the real word is Maillard. I think it's a French word.
Probably. It spells like a French word.
Like like the French mustard, maille, right? And then ARD.
When you did that, it was very mignon.
French. Mignon. It was cute, huh?
It was cute.
It was very cute.
Yeah. I will agree with him. You do too. That if you have a classic thick burger patty, you don't
squeeze it.
100%.
Press on it. Don't do any of it. Let its own body weight create the magic. No one, I guarantee you, no one has used that line in cooking terms.
Normally I don't. I'll just show you the end product. But let's show you how I put it
Did you go
together.
wash it? Just show us washing your hands
Grab
first.
yourself a bun.
It's stuck in that ring.
These are the King's Hawaiian buns.
Dude, we
So
just
sweet.
talked about that last
Delicious.
night. Those are
Then we'll
cheap
drop
Hawaiian
teriyaki,
buns,
because
though.
it is a teriyaki bison burger.
Dude.
Slide that right on the bun. Beautiful. Look at that.
Ugh, now you could press it.
Yeah. But look at it's gray.
It's
with like hints of Maillard reaction. He put no fat in the pan.
None.
None.
None? None?
Well, clearly, because that's a telltale sign when you have spotty browning like that there was no fat in the pan to facilitate the
nothing.
browning. Yeah, there's nothing.
We saw nothing. He just came at us with.
Which also means, because we saw how much juice came out of the ground beef, so there's clearly moisture in there.
It's gonna be a dry f***ing burger.
Or the moistest burger you'll ever have.
Well, is it cooked? Let's see.
Grab yourself a piece of cheese so the heat starts melting it.
You do this thing with your jaw when you get angry, it just protrudes out.
It's my Cro-Magnon genes coming out.
Slice of tomato right on top. Now, I don't know if you have these. They always have them at Subway. They're called pepper rings or banana peppers or pepperoncinis.
Oh, yeah, banana
whatever you want
peppers.
to call it. I like this. Gives it a little extra kick.
I love
right
those
on
in
there?
an Italian sandwich.
Beautiful.
Not
and
on a
top it
burger.
off once again.
With teriyaki, Italian breadcrumbs, egg.
This is not a good flavor combo.
Little drop of teriyaki there. That's my teriyaki. Okay.
Yeah, keep it to yourself.
We're going to put this right on top. Look how beautiful that is. Uh-oh. It's awfully big, isn't it? Wow. And center it on the plate. There you go. All right, here we go. Now, I have to warn you, once again, this is going to be rare, so...
Oh, he's warning
I
us.
want to leave the room now. There we go. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's
Lord.
rare, all right.
Ready, buddy?
Ready.
No. Oh my god.
No. Frack me.
Oh, I couldn't have asked for a better reaction.
No. No, I almost went into French mode there with like the French cursing and the whole.
Oh, look at that.
That is just raw meat, people.
That is beef tartare.
That is like you even have the sinew, pieces of sinew.
The sinew didn't even render.
Oh my
the sinew
God.
did not render. You know, to get beef to render, it just needs to be slightly above room temperature. You know what I mean? So that means
It's cold.
It's cold.
It's literally cold.
It's literally cold.
Okay, he's gonna put this in his mouth, right? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this.
Nice and pink. I like it.
It's gonna go the cold cheese. He's got continuity.
Oh.
The cold meat, the cold cheese, the cold tomatoes, the cold peppers, the cold bun.
Oh man.
That is a solid cold.
I don't think it's ever been done. Cold burgers.
It's just all cold.
Yeah, all cold.
All cold.
Yeah.
Holy shit, is that gonna be a first bite?
I can hear the emails coming. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Just take the bell off and put it on a bun.
Oh my god.
But anyway, there it is, right there.
Gotta love the knife skills on the tomato.
Is it on a slant?
Yeah.
It's a ski jump.
Well,
Dude.
there it is. Gorgeous. Okay,
No.
Before I try it, I just want to say thanks to Crown Blue Bison.
These poor guys sent him this meat, like,
And they butchered it. And he butchered
and
it.
he butchered it. Like,
They did have no idea that this was gonna.
but I'm just wondering, like, after they watched it, did they hit him up and be like, "You kind of f***ed it up and made us look like idiots"?
Yeah.
Hey, send us some bison meat. We'll make
Yeah.
you some burgers.
We'll make you some really good burgers.
I'm not even gonna go into this fight. I'll just let Frenchy take care of that.
This is fucked up. No.
Let's keep watching it.
Go to well done and forget it. It's going to toughen up. All right? So let's give this baby
I
a
love how he's
try.
validating the reason why it's raw.
Mmm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
When is reality setting? Oh, there. You can't.
Yeah, right, you can't look at those eyes. He's like, oh, that's actually pretty bad.
Up.
Yeah.
I fucked up. He's not swallowing that shit.
Woo. My goodness. Oh.
Dude, that was bad. Was it still safe to eat though?
Take the second bite.
Oh my god.
Yo, Frenchie just like unveiled the conspiracy right there.
Yeah.
Dung dung.
This is a significantly more complicated setup.
Well, gentlemen, Justin, thank you for making the time. Frenchy.
I insisted.
Frenchy insisted that I put this in the shot.
Yeah, you have it. So
you might be the only one who didn't put that thing in a jar. Actually, what's funny is, so when I spoke to you twos when we were making the design, originally they had me holding the guitar differently. Yeah. And I told them, I specifically said, make sure that however you make the design, it's like, it makes it difficult for people to get into a jar.
Yeah.
Not because I don't want them to put them in the jar, is I want them to struggle with it if they have that thought.
Right.
Wait, what's this jar thing?
All right, so
what the fuck did I just start?
So
this is not a podcast episode.
Okay, so let me have this in hand while you explain the story.
Oh, okay,
You
yeah.
may
So
not want that in your hands as he's telling you the story.
I mean, this is one of the only ones that survived the jar so far. So there's a story I covered of the My Little Pony cum jar guy, who it was this guy in 4chan who he had made a plan to like fill up a jar with Rainbow Dash, the My Little Pony character, and little by little gradually fill it up with his own cum. But yeah, but long story short, he accidentally burns the cum, refills it up. I interviewed the guy actually.
So Wang, welcome to the podcast.
I've gotten so many pictures of this in a jar, but thankfully none of them have been filled. They just put it in the jar as if they were preparing to.
Welcome to Pro Chef Reacts.
We haven't even started
We
yet.
haven't even started yet. But dude, it is good to see you. Justin is a homie, fellow metalhead. That's really where we met, but I've been a fan of yours. You've always been very helpful on my channel, and you finally get to meet.
No, it's great because I remember the first time you had Frenchy on your show, I called you up. I'm like, dog, if you make a podcast, it's gotta be with this guy because like the chemistry you guys have, like you can't teach that. You can't like, it's not something that like comes out of nowhere. Like it's just there.
Okay, don't use the word come. Try to use some other
So
synonyms.
ladies and gentlemen, it was actually Justin Wang's idea, the seed that he planted to start the podcast. Yeah, seed.
Again, come see. Again,
Okay.
you guys doing it?
We gotta move on from this train of speaking.
Do you know Cooking with Jack?
Yes, I was watching one of your videos with Cooking with Jack last night, actually.
Why are you asking him this?
Because we're gonna react to some Cooking with Jack.
You?
And listen, we saw him make burgers.
How many times are you gonna beat a dead horse?
As many times
As long as that dude fucking survives.
Yeah, for real.
But dude, you know I don't.
I know you don't like him, and that's kind of why we keep watching it. This is Aunt Myrna's party cheese salad. Are you guys ready for this
Party cheese?
Or
That's
cheese party salad.
That sounds like it's bad, even if it's like done right.
What do you mean a cheese salad?
What is a cheese salad?
No,
Do you
I
know
think
what-
you're missing some words in that.
Do you know what a cheese salad
No.
is? No, neither do I. Until I saw this video.
A cheese salad?
All right, let's watch this.
That's right. Last week we
Wait,
did.
wait.
Wait, what?
What is he doing with the? I got. Okay, Jack. Okay, here we go.
Come on, Jack. God has no place here.
No, you're gonna need Jesus after this video.
Oh,
Jesus is gonna jump off that thing.
This recipe with the coleslaw, amazing. This week we're doing party cheese salad. When I saw her make this in Alabama, I was like,
"Oh,
wait,
Alabama!
what the fuck?
Come on!"
There's Cool Whip and there's Dole pineapple.
Mm-hmm. What else is there?
Wait,
Frenchie?
what? Oh, so it was Cool Whip and pineapple and cheese.
Yeah.
In a bowl. Oh.
What else is there, Frenchie?
I don't see it. Cream cheese?
Yes. What else is there, Frenchie?
See bowls. What's in the packet? I don't have to
That-
go
that
back.
box
What's
looks-
in the box?
That box looks like
What's in the box?
That looks like a sazon, but I know this guy ain't using no sazon. So what is that?
Well, let's keep watching.
I'm not sure about some of these ingredients, but then I tasted it and it's like a dessert. It's really cool. So let's get this thing started. We're gonna cook all this on the stove. Then we're gonna pour it in this glass dish, which I've never used in my whole life. I think my mom gave me this, but I'm gonna have a chance to use this, and then we're gonna chill it. So it's gonna be awesome. Let's get started right now. Wait till you see this. I never would have put these ingredients.
Wait. Celery, cream cheese. What's in the jar?
Well, I know. I'm not going to tell you.
World what? World classic. I can't read that.
Yeah.
Cool Whip Jello.
Well, so the only cheese in the cheese salad is just the fucking bag of shredded cheese
And cream cheese, I
And
guess.
cream cheese.
And crushed pineapple.
Oh my god.
You got cream cheese, pimentos, Cool Whip, crushed nuts, any kind that you like. I'm using pecans. Lemon, or you can use lime jello, celery, bell pepper, pineapple, and American cheese. Can you believe this?
Dude, none of this belongs together.
What could you make with this stuff?
Separately?
Oh my god. Yeah. Yes. I wanted it. So Justin, I wanted to like take the internet's worst cooking videos and recreate them, but you know, they're obviously
make them good.
But try to make them good. And this is the one recipe. It's like there's no way you can make something good out. Like you have to make two different things.
I like what you do with Asmongold's steak in that regard.
It's pronounced Asmongold.
Yeah.
Because people in the comments.
Wait, how did you pronounce it?
Osmongold.
Osmond.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
like Donnie Osmongold.
Yeah, more or less. People are giving me my pronunciation, but you know what?
I mean, that's like people's favorite thing to do on YouTube.
This is crazy. Let's go to the stove right now and get this thing started. Take your crushed pineapples and pour it in the pan.
Classic Jack, just opening cans and jars.
Right, get your Jello mix. You're gonna do one large.
Combine all these ingredients over a low or medium flame.
Imagine being the guy who's trying to recreate Jack's recipes and like, just like you keep on looking back and forth to the screen to make sure you're not getting it wrong.
There you go. There you go.
Perfect.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure.
Editing.
That's just how his editing is.
I didn't remember that.
That's his thing.
That's just how the video is. No, that's too good. That's how you know he edits it himself too.
Remember when we reacted to one of Jack's videos with Guga and he like forgot to remove the text on the screen? Do you even remember we went to see Guga?
Oh yeah.
But remember we were
Miami.
Yeah. Remember we were reacting to Jack's channel when we were at Guga's? Do you remember that, buddy?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember there was?
Are you doing this for Wang? Are you on me right now?
I'm totally on you now. I would you with Wang here or not.
I think you're going a little extra. I think you're going a little extra right
Dave,
now.
you're gonna get put on timeout.
It is, well, I mean, there's truth to that.
The Jello is dissolved. You're gonna add. I chopped up the cream cheese. You're gonna add all your cream cheese in there, and you're going to mix that until it.
Why did he cut it if he's just
melts down? Cream cheese pretty much melted down.
Dude, you've lost me already. You've lost me already.
Okay, all right.
Like I don't understand why you insist on doing this to me. Because this is.
Oh, you know what? That wouldn't be like my favorite thing to eat, but it's probably not disgusting.
No. At this stage, it already is.
No. At this point, if he put in a lot less pineapple, you know, this would be some type.
Is this a cheesecake filling?
Like a cheesecake, yeah, for sure. Now, cheesecake is generally made with eggs. That's the stabilizer versus this is Jello. So the texture won't be quite the same as a cheesecake.
So what you're saying is we can substitute Jello for eggs for Jello in a recipe.
Yeah, you know. Actually, eggs would work better because bromelain, which is found in pineapple, is a tenderizer, and that will break down gelatin more easily. It'll break down anything, but eggs is definitely a tougher stabilizer, if that makes sense. So if you took this mixture, heated it up, and put it into one of those pre-made pie crusts, like I said, I don't know if it'd be good, but like you got some form of cheesecake.
Me. Yeah. No, this is just not nice. Now you're just doing it to get a rise out of me.
No, okay, but listen, in fairness, I think dishes like this were really popular in like the 40s and 50s, you know, those Jello molds and that. Remember those?
I'm curious how
But
Aunt
the
Myrna's
ingredients
turned out.
were consistent. You weren't mixing savory and sweet.
I don't know. I think they were doing some fun back then. They had cookbooks for microwaves back then, bro.
I grew up with the introduction of microwaves.
Really? You're that old? I'm getting
Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane.
Jeez, I got the fear of God put into me.
I don't understand. Like, we have such love. Wang shows up and now all of a sudden you're...
What are you talking about?
Oh, you're getting a little
No.
High and mighty here.
No,
Oh, what's
what are you
going on here?
What are you talking about?
I think me and Wang need to team up now.
Justin, you know, we have a serious problem that I think we need your help with.
What's that?
A lot of people aren't subscribed. Can you tell everyone to
Oh,
subscribe?
yeah. If you guys aren't subscribed to this channel already, you should hit subscribe now. Also hit notifications because, you know, you don't want to miss it when a video comes out.
The nuts.
Speaking of which,
Again, in line with the cum and the seed, now we got the nuts.
See, like, if I didn't know what that was...
Thank God Wang's here.
This was.
Oh my God, dude.
Like, it just looks like a pepper omelet or something.
Listen, if I were to... listen, we didn't watch the beginning of the video and I just came in now at this shot. Cheese fondue and you got like... Did it break? Did something break?
No. It's not because it broke. It's because he put the f***ing cream cheese in cold into the Jello pineapple mixture, so the cheese is having a hard time meshing with everything. It will eventually, but you know, just like making cream cheese frosting with butter and shortening, you'll never get it smooth. At least in my experience, you'll never get it smooth unless the two are at room temperature to start, you know? But if you try to do it cold and or like one is cold and one is room
Oh, sorry.
He
goes into those long-winded explanations.
Yeah, turn the flame off.
You know, people. That's why we lose our audience.
It's funny because it's like when I'm watching the videos at home, that's the actual interesting part. Because I'm like, oh, like now here's the part of the reaction video where I'm learning something actually.
Yeah. You heard that? Frenchy?
Yeah, no, well, when I'm here in the moment, I'm like, oh.
The good part about being me, I don't care how many people are right. It's still me. And we're gonna do what I want.
It's Frenchy's world, and we just live in a way.
I mean, we're literally in his world right now.
We are literally. We are literally sandwiched in his life.
Yeah.
He lives upstairs and his restaurant's downstairs.
Even like you go outside on the sidewalk and it's like, this is the Frenchy sidewalk.
Yeah, it is. It is. Oh my God, this has turned into a podcast. Yeah, anything for you, Paul. We gotta actually react to the video, guys.
All right, here's a crucial ingredient.
Oof.
Your whipped cream.
So, okay.
Oh no.
So what? Explain to me what is Cool Whip, because I thought it was whipped cream, but it's not whipped cream.
It's whipped topping. It's an artificial cream.
Because
product.
I tried it.
Yeah.
It tastes purely artificial.
Yeah.
There's no redeeming factor.
Yes.
So why is it a thing though?
Because it's a dairy-free, creamy product similar to whipped heavy cream.
Really? It's dairy-free? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's dairy-free. I'm 99% sure. Well, I'm very
this
familiar
is
with whipped
whipped
topping.
margarine.
More or less.
With sugar.
So when I used to...
Wait, so Cool Whip is whipped margarine with sugar.
I'm 99% sure Cool Whip, because I worked a lot, when I used to do pastry, I worked a lot with whipped topping for a kosher caterer, because kosher parv, you can't have dairy with meat. Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't mix the mother with the...
Yeah, right. So when we were working with pastry, we needed to use whipped topping.
I just know that in some scenarios, instead of shaving cream for photo shoots, sometimes we would use that if we didn't have like that.
Right.
But we would prefer just shaving cream.
Cool Whip and Jello has always been the combo though.
Although the original and extra creamy varieties of Cool Whip now contain cream, the light version of Cool Whip is lactose-free but not dairy-free. Okay, so whipped topping and Cool Whip are definitely different products, but it's essentially an artificial whipped cream substitute.
I remember eating Cool Whip all the time, like when I was a kid.
How do you pronounce it?
Cool Whip.
Whip.
Cool Whip?
Whip.
Cool Whip.
Dude, do you not watch Family Guy?
No, not recently.
That was an old one though.
Dude, do you not know this bit?
No, I don't know that bit.
I have redeemed myself. I am young again.
You know what it is too? He's like very like...
The whole thing? Is there no measurement to this recipe?
He's very precise and delicate when he pours things and stirs things. That's how part of how it's so clean.
Spill over.
I didn't make a mess. There would have been shit over the place if I was doing this.
And I don't recommend using...
Dude, is this like a souffle?
I don't recommend using imitation or...
Wait, we gotta see what Jack recommends.
Did you just hear what he said?
No.
You don't want to use imitation Cool. You gotta get the real deal.
Isn't Cool Whip an imitation?
Yes!
You don't want to go. You're not going to Chinatown getting some bootleg Cool Whip.
Maybe it said Cool Whip's not dairy free. Maybe it's a artificially fortified whipped cream product.
I'm sorry, what?
The dish.
Oh, for a second, I thought he was pouring it over his stuff.
Like visually, this still looks like something that could be good. Like if this was like an omelet or something.
Like if you came in right now, yeah, it could be.
It could be a
frittata.
A frittata, right? Something like that. It could be, like you said, a fondue. But the fact that there is pineapple juice and lime or lemon jello.
With peppers, pimentos, and celery.
Yes.
Is that what classifies it as the salad part?
I guess, like a potato salad.
Yeah, it has vegetables in it.
Yeah.
It's good for you. I'm so curious what this is going to taste like, actually, though.
Do you want to be on that episode when we try to recreate
I need to know,
this?
because I can't, fathom what the flavor would actually...
Creating this?
Why not?
No.
The people want to see it. Let us know in the comments if you want to see it or not.
Well, you and Wayne can do this, and I'll just watch, but I'm not wasting sweat on this.
I'll make it for you.
No, you can make it, and then I can toss it in the garbage, but there's no way. No. You don't have there's no talent on this planet that can make that good.
Wow, the lemon and the pineapple are just
What's stuck on your spoon there, bro?
And crazy enough, the last step.
Oh, me.
We need to get to the cheese part of our cheese salad.
Use American cheese. I wouldn't use a cheddar or sharp because it's not going to have the same flavor.
Yeah, it's gonna throw off the.
Now I'm gonna chill this overnight.
The complex flavors of this dish. I've used cheddar.
Cheddar and pepper jack just don't play well.
Let's not amateur the dish. Let's keep it professional.
Take a look at it in the morning. It's going to be solid. It's
What?
going to be cold. It's going to be sweet. It's going to be delicious.
Wait, so you just leave it on the counter?
No, he put it in the fridge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to solidify.
And the family wants to try this out.
Oh, that was nice and congealed.
We've only been chilling this for about 4 hours, but as you can tell, it's completely solid and cold, and it looks beautiful. Look at that. Doesn't that look great?
Oh, dude, no.
Look how awesome that looks. All right, so let's serve up a little section here.
See, if he brought this to a party, this is something it looks like, it's like, all right, that might be good. So I'd bite into it, taste all the sweet shit in it, and just get mad. This is like a catfish meal.
I love that catfish meal.
So catfish is when misrepresents himself, right?
Yeah. But it's like a cat. It's like if a catfish of someone who's kind of ugly but not that ugly is actually really ugly. This is like
I've been catfished.
Yeah. This ain't this ain't an ugly girl pretending to be hot. This is an ugly girl pretending to be less ugly.
Oh man, I got catfished before I met Blondie. Ooh. Dude.
You just scoop it out.
Oh, dude, no.
Can you see it? Can you see that? It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Come on.
Come on.
There we go. It almost has like a pudding effect. I'm going to give that a try. Look at how beautiful that
man.
Mmm. Wow. So good. I know it. Of course, I don't know if mine came out as good, so here's two.
I kind of have to see how...
He's hesitating.
He's definitely eating way more dangerous than that, though.
That
is not confidence.
Jordan, zoom in on that
look
face.
at that mouth.
No,
He's not happy.
It was
he is
before,
not happy.
It's before trying it. Got to go to before he wanted to try it.
But now that it's in his mouth, he's making a face.
Just the thing is, if he wasn't confident this wasn't going to taste good, why would he make the video to begin with?
You gotta make that content.
It boggles my mind.
You gotta feed the machine.
He's feeding the machine, but I don't know. He did say raw chicken is perfectly cooked, so I mean.
Yeah, this is compared to that. This is all right.
Wait. Is that a second bite?
This ain't gonna kill you.
Is that a second bite?
Wait.
No, go back. Go back.
Right,
I'm gonna tell you when to pause. Start from here.
Wow, so good.
No.
I know it.
Wait,
of course, I don't know if mine came out as good. So.
He pauses. He pauses.
Dude. He's like,
dude.
Oh my God, you're fucking right.
I am right. He's like, oh I'm gonna do this.
Oh my God.
So even
wait. Okay. Oh, sorry.
So
go ahead.
even Jack's low expectations. He even had the common sense of fuck, what am I doing?
So there are theories, and even with this theory, I don't.
Did he trolling us? Is he trolling us?
There are people who theorize from the get-go he's been trolling people.
Then that would make him a genius.
That would make him a genius. With that said, though, I mean, his channel is in the absolute right now. But you are so right. He did pause.
He did pause, dude. He hesitated.
I know it.
He gave it that look like,
of course, I don't know.
It's the end of the night and someone hands you a shot and you don't really want it, but
hesitated.
you're like, I might throw up from this.
Dude,
you're right.
This is why you have me on the show.
Yes, it is.
Wait, this is my show now. You don't have me. No. Yes, darling. It's our show. That's like Blondie.
It's at the very second it went in his mouth now. look at the eyes.
Oh,
look at the eyes.
All levels of wrong. Oh no.
Yo, he does not like that. He does not like that. The mouth, the eyes. He's looking at it like it just spit in his face.
I'm about to spit this out.
Shaking his head like he's not doing the Guy Fieri. This is so good head shake. He's doing the I want to kill myself head shake.
Vegetables in it. And American.
He's laughing because like I'm gonna do this again.
Yo, oh my god, he does not like this.
It's so good.
It's sweet. And it's crunchy, and it's got a custard feel to it on your tongue. It's beautiful. All right, I'm going to chow on this, give some to the family.
Oh, he never took the second
guys
bite.
have a good one, and I'll see you on the next episode. Take care.
Wait. He never took the second bite. I never noticed this the first time I watched this. Wait. Oh my god.
He's a magician. This is the sleight of hand.
Almost has like a pudding effect.
Oh yeah. I like how we're watching this like the Zapruder film.
Wait. What does he say in the movie? JFK, he's like, and then to the left.
Back and to the left.
Back and to the
Back
left.
and to the left.
Back and to the left. You can't unsee it, right? You can't unsee it.
Oh my god.
It's so sweet and dessert-like.
That second bite does not.
Vegetables in it.
Wait. He took one bite.
It is really. It's so good.
Oh, so good.
I can't explain this to you guys. It's sweet and it's crunchy and it's got a custard.
He doesn't take a second bite.
It's beautiful. All right, I'm gonna chow on this. Give some to the family. You guys have a good one, and I'll see you on the next episode. Take care.
He did not take that second bite.
He didn't take the second bite.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. Yo, Frenchie just like unveiled the conspiracy right there.
Yeah.
Dung.
First thing we're gonna do, medium take two. All right, I'm gonna chow on this. Give some to the family. You guys have a good one, and I'll see you on the next episode. Take care.
Oh, the studio light went out. He did take that second bite.
He did take the second bite.
I'm curious what Aunt Myrna's looked like when she was done.
Can we order some food?
What do you want to order? Well, escargot.
Yeah, escargot for him. What do you want to eat, buddy?
Some slugs on a crust.
Yeah, I would love some slugs.
Before we close out this episode, I do want to say to all of my amazing patrons, thank you so much for your support. I really couldn't do this without your help. And for the rest of you, please consider becoming a patron by visiting the link in the description below. By becoming a patron, you get to take advantage of some awesome perks like early access to new episodes and patron exclusive content.